If you're seeing this video, that means that you are about to embark on one of the most incredible journeys of your life through this free manifestation course. In this course, you're going to learn everything you need to know about manifestation, consciousness, and the subconscious mind to start predictably manifesting what you want, not in a month, not in a week, not even in a day. I'm talking right this second. You can put this into action and start getting the results that you want in your life. If you're excited, I hope that you actually go through this entire course, you take action on what I teach you, and because of that, you get the results that you know you're capable of from today moving forward. Thank you. Now let's dive in. All right, welcome. Let's give you a proper welcome to the Reality Design Masterclass, and we're going to also discuss in this video the knowledge myth. Let's jump in. Agenda. Let's cover what we're going to talk about in this video. Number one, why you should listen to me. I'm going to tell you my story. Maybe you came here from YouTube or other social media. Maybe you know me personally. I'm going to share exactly how I've been able to use the information that I'm going to be sharing with you to do some pretty incredible things and beat the odds so you can do the same. Secondly, why you're here. Talk about that as well. Third, the knowledge myth. That's something very interesting I'm excited to share. And number four, the student's mindset. This is an awesome model I'm going to teach you that's going to really be helpful for the rest of your journey. With that in mind, let's jump in. Why listen to me? Well, as you can see over here, I've got some photos kind of throughout my life. So I'm just going to tell you my story so far because you're a part of it now. We're on this journey together. First things first, odds were against me growing up. Abuse as a kid, I've experienced or witnessed all sorts of different things, sexual, physical, mental, emotional abuse. Started using drugs by the age of 12, started off with weed and alcohol and some tobacco and hookah and shit like that. Next thing you know, I'm doing pills. And the heroin story. When I was 14, my brother was addicted to heroin, and there was him and another family member trying to peer pressure me into smoke, like literally tinfoil in hand, lighter, all that shit. I'm sorry hopefully you're not a heroin addict. I don't want to cause you to relapse or something, but long story short, getting peer pressure to try heroin. Thank God I chose not to. That was a defining moment. And all these experiences, the craziness in my childhood gave me a loser mentality. Like I didn't give a shit. I was so pissed off at the world. I just wanted it to not be chaotic that my biggest aspirations were that when I got out of high school, I would get an apartment and a shitty job so I could drink beer, smoke weed, and play video games and hang out with my dog, hopefully, if I even made it that far. And if you're anything like me, you know about the generational trauma, those cycles in our family that just like wreak havoc. And those things got me down. And so my story was one of dysfunction growing up. It was survival. It was seeing crazy shit and experiencing crazy shit I shouldn't have as a kid. And it kind of fucked me up. Excuse my language. I curse like a sailor. But then it all changed when I saw Arnold Schwarzenegger's story, which we're going to talk about later in the course. But long story short, this guy has an incredible story. And finding him at age 15, roughly, him talking about his story of overcoming the odds and all the great things he went on to do, and how it all started with a vision. In other words, a clear picture of his ideal reality in advance. And he simply followed it through and created this amazing life for himself. And so that was the thing that got me out of the fucking pits, that gave me hope. Honestly, if I'm just being honest with you, like it gave me hope. Like I was like, damn, maybe I'm not fucked. Maybe I can actually do something with myself in my life. And I remember Arnold Schwarzenegger was super into the gym and bodybuilding. So I got into the gym and personal development, and I honestly forgot about these pictures over here. So let's just talk about these. There's me as a little kid. There's me with my brother. And then, I got into the gym, and we'll keep going. So loss. This is where tragedy struck, and I had a crossroads moment. My brother, my best friend right there, overdosed and died on heroin. Overdosed from heroin and died is what I should say. My family fell apart even more than it already was. And I found myself on my own at age 17. So again, generational trauma, all the crazy shit caught up to him. And I just made a decision in that moment. Like, I got to fucking do something with my life. And that leads me to the next piece. Live through me. On this pec, on my chest, I have a tattoo that says live through me. I made a commitment. My brother couldn't be here, so I have to do it for both of us. Like, he gets to live through me in my experience, and there's no fucking going back. I have to do something with my life now. I can't be a fucking loser. I can't piss my life away to drugs or all the dysfunctional shit I saw and experienced growing up. So that led me to go to the opposite extreme. I found success, you could say. I was on track to earn $1 million by the time I was 25. I made $250,000 a year by the age of 22. $91,000 in a month at age 23. And yeah, I mean, I discovered this information that I'm going to share with you back then about the mind, about manifestation, about vision. And it led me to do some pretty fucking incredible things. I'm not going to lie, at a young age. But as you'll learn, it wasn't all butterflies and rainbows. Let's talk about the drug charge story. I'm age 18, fresh out of high school. I'm a new car salesman. I have no prior sales experience. And about my third month into the business, I finally start getting some traction, and bam, you probably know what it is. You know, get going, something knocks you down. I get drug charges. Now I have to make $10,000 in a month to try to pay for the legal fees. I'm going to lose my driver's license, my sales license, and and using what I'm going to teach you about the mind and manifestation. I managed to make $10,000. Not only that, $12,000 in a month, become the top salesperson with no prior experience in 1 month, and everything worked out in the end. And then secondly, real estate deal story. This is crazy. I then quit that car sales job like 18 months later. I saved up 3 months of income, was like, I'm going to get into real estate. And I had less than 3 months to make money. I paid the fees. Next thing you know, I've got 2 months to make money because my savings dwindled. And on the 60th day, I closed my first real estate deal. And it all started in my mind. So that's what I really want to drive home. The thing is, the mind is such a powerful tool when it's used properly. But if it uses you like mine used to use me, you're going to get in your own fucking way and it's going to suck. I was my own worst enemy, self-sabotaging, stuck on the pendulum. People like us, we operate in extremes. Extreme dysfunction or extreme performance, basically. My clients resonate with that, so I'll throw that in there. I had this story. I fuck everything up. And my subconscious program was whacked out from my childhood. So what else happened? Let's talk about it. Rock bottom. Okay. I hit this peak of success, and guess what? The program came back. I co-created the end of a relationship. I got suicidal. I'm like, look, I'm going to kill myself or I'm going to figure this shit out. There's no option. Like, I'm not repeating this shit in the future. I felt super lost. Like, everything, my whole identity was tied up in that person and that life. So then I began to seek the non-traditional and find my purpose. Okay. So kind of quick recap. Little kid, rough childhood, lose my brother, get into the gym, become like a Greek god type of dude, bodybuilder, I'm crushing it, making shit tons of money. And then everything's just kind of comes to a head and blows up. Okay. Then seek the non-traditional, find my purpose. So I decide, okay, I'm going to kill myself, or I'm going to figure this out. I'm willing to try and do anything. So I dive into everything, the subconscious mind, trauma, plant medicine, spirituality, consciousness. Like, I fucking went on a streak, okay? Went to Costa Rica, drank plant medicine for the first time, ayahuasca, changed my life, totally changed my life. And in the process, I find my purpose, what I'm really here to do and who I'm really meant to be, okay? So then I go all in, because that's just the type of person I am, and I encourage you to be the same if you're not. You got to go all in. I invested my life savings and then some into training, education. I left my old real estate business behind that was making me over $250,000 a year. I left behind my old life. I literally left behind my old identity. Even my name now isn't who I was born as. It's crazy shit. I had, and I still have, and that's what's helped me to get this far. Get rich or die trying. If you're like 50 Cent, you'll get the reference. But a burn the boats mentality, right? We have to go for it. And because of that, amazing things have happened. Mind over matter. Now I'm living in the reality that I designed back then. What I used to visualize, pray, and hope for. I'm not shitting you. Like, man, growing family, conscious relationship with my life partner, aligned business, making money from my purpose full time, fully free, authentic, and happy, and so on and so forth. Again, it's just incredible what this information can do in the right hands. So I'm so fucking grateful I get to share it with you. And that leads me to the next thing. Why are you here? I think I know. Let me tell you. Information does not equal transformation. If we're being honest, my friend, I'm going to give you some tough love, but I think you need it because I needed it back then. When I was a couple steps behind where I'm at now, I needed this information, or I needed this talking to I'm going to give you. You've consumed enough information in the form of courses, videos, books, and content. I promise. Second reason you're here, you're ready. When the student is ready, the master appears. I'm living proof that if you can see it in your mind, you can hold it in your hands. And now it's your turn. Okay? I'm ready to help you, and I know you're ready to be helped to do the same. How I can help. You are not here for more information. I promise you. You're here for transformation, internal and external, tangible, no bullshit transformation. You were here and now you're there, right? If I'm wrong, you let me know. So what's in it for you? Well, I'm going to shoot you straight. I've created a world-class protocol that will save you, I'm not shitting you, hundreds of thousands of dollars and incalculable amounts of blood, sweat, and tears so you can design your ideal reality and start living in it right away. That sounds good? Then let's dive in, shall we? First thing, though, thank you. Literally, thank you. The person watching this, my brother and my sister watching this, you are the living, breathing evidence that this shit works. You have to understand, I saw you in my mind before you were here watching this video. I visualize people like you coming along to want what I can offer and how I can help. And this wouldn't be possible. My vision would not be real and becoming more real by the day if it wasn't for you. So I just want to express my gratitude and appreciation and let you know that I got your back. Okay, I got your back. Now, let's begin, shall we? The knowledge myth. Good stuff. The myth. I'm assuming, maybe not, but I'm going to make a hard assumption. You and many other people falsely believe that learning equals progress. It makes you feel like you're moving forward, but nothing changes, does it? And all the while, you're sick of looking around, seeing everybody else winning and doing the things that you want to do, and wondering why not me? I'll tell you why. The truth, to know and not to do is not yet to know. That comes from Lao Tzu. To know and not to do is not yet to know. Okay? So false progress, that's what happens. Consuming information without implementation creates the illusion of progress. And that's what's kept you stuck. So tough love. I'm going to give you some more. You may have learned, heard, read, or consumed this information before, what I'm going to share with you. But until it's reflected in your behavior and your results, you don't know shit. And I'm saying that with love. I wish someone would have told me this years ago, okay? Until it's reflected in your behavior and your results, you don't know it. You have to embody it, okay? Now, knowledge isn't power, contrary to popular belief. Applied knowledge is power. You can know everything and change nothing about you, your reality, or the results you manifest. So if you're ready to make that change, let's do it. And this is a funny one. Don't be an asshole, okay? I used to do this all the time, guilty of it, okay? That's why I know about it. But the worst thing is when you try to help somebody and they just say, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Listen, if you knew, wouldn't things have changed? Wouldn't they be different? And you know people in your life like this, like they like come to you with problems and you're like, let me help. And then they're like, yeah, I know. Do you know? You don't know, because if you knew, it would be different. And I'm saying the same thing to you. Don't be an asshole. Don't go seeking solutions and then not apply them, basically, right? So Naval Ravikant said, you already have everything you need. You just need to use what you have. And that's basically what I'm here to tell you today. Now, don't get me wrong. Maybe you do have some gaps. I'm going to fill those in. I'm going to help you out. Okay. I'm going to put you on some game, give you the resources, give you the guidance you need, but you got to use it. Okay. We often need to be reminded more than we need to be taught. You're going to get reminded a lot throughout this course. You're going to get taught as well. You're going to get provided amazing things. Now you got to do something with them. All right. So let's talk about the consumption trap. Collecting knowledge instead of applying it. That's a trap, right? When you realize this, you'll stop chasing your own tail because you'll realize information isn't what's missing. You are. Learning becomes avoidance when behavior, and I'd add results, don't change. If your behavior and results are not changing, you're not embodying the knowledge that you're so-called learning. If you know, you know. Okay? If you know, you know. Meaning, results are the only proof of understanding and the real sign of your intelligence. That comes from Naval again. Naval has a quote, your ability, or it's like, the greatest sign of intelligence is whether or not you get what you want. Do you get what you want? If so, you are applying the knowledge. If not, well, we got some work to do. Knowledge is made only real when proven by results or behavior. Embodiment. I'm just going to call it embodiment. When you embody your knowledge, right, you can feel somebody's wisdom based on them walking the talk, right? They're not just saying they know it. You can see it tangibly with evidence in their behavior and in the results. Okay, we'll wrap this up. Why smart people stay stuck. I already know this, or I know, is an ego or limiting identity defense mechanism. When we over-intellectualize things, we're acting from a place of self-protection. Self meaning like our identity, protecting that limited self. Intelligence can be the biggest obstacle to transformation. I'm going to say intelligence, right? Like being too smart for your own good. So I want you to take it off. That know-it-all cap has been keeping you from actually knowing, embodying your knowledge, and manifesting what you desire. So please, my friend, take off your know-it-all cap and allow yourself to transform internally and externally through this process. And I'll be here to help you. Now, something I've heard before, I've said this for sure. Oh man, but I feel like I know better, right? You've ever had that? You're like, why? Like I know better, so why is this still happening? Or why am I still acting this way or whatever? Your ego is going to resist this process. Let it, okay? Until you've solved the problem or manifested the result, assume you don't know enough. In other words, you haven't applied what you think you know yet. If you did, to the degree that's accurate or proper, you would have the result or the behavior would change. And therefore, guess what? Everything else would in the process. Okay, let's move on from that. To learn and not to do is really not to learn. To know and not to do is really not to know. Stephen Covey. Great quote. Okay, let's talk about the student mindset. So I'm a visual guy. I like to create graphics or models to actually show you what I mean, not just tell you. So let's go through something that's really powerful. Okay, so here's the two models we're going to cover. Let me go back. Whoops. My keyboard will work. Here's the two models. Let's cover these. Okay. Consumption versus action-based learning model. So here's a really cool model. Credit to my old real estate company for teaching me this. So we have two sides, two ways that you can show up. Consumption-based, which is learning for the sake of knowing, but not for the sake of doing. And the common thing you'll hear yourself say or a thought in your head would be like, I know better, so why am I still stuck? So you can't break through because knowing for the sake of knowing leads you to nowhere. Haha, great pun. Now let's talk about action-based. That's what you are now. I implement what I know, and now I'm not stuck because you must break through if you implement what you know. And that leads to enlightenment on the inside, right? Raising your consciousness, becoming this more powerful being and also wise being. Secondly, productivity. Your ability to actually manifest results on the outside will increase. And that leads to self-actualization, which as we're going to talk about in the student's mindset model, right, this other graphic, will lead to your ideal reality. So when you know, or in other words, you learn for doing sake, and then you implement and take action on it, two things are going to happen. First, inner growth, the enlightenment piece, which leads to embodiment. And then outer expansion, productivity, which could be also thought of as execution, or you could just say embodiment. That's probably what I should have put there. So again, knowing for doing sake, taking action, inner growth, outer expansion leads to self-actualization. You becoming who you know you can be. And therefore, guess what is a result of that? You having everything you want. You don't manifest what you want. You manifest what you are. And the only way I can tell you what you are is through, objectively, your behavior and your results. Okay, great. Marie Forleo, insight without action is worthless. So I'm really just driving this home, guys. I just really want to make this super clear, okay? Okay, summary. Let's wrap this bad boy up with a bow on top. Implementer versus consumer. Which are you going to be moving forward? Implementer. One creates results, the other one creates false progress. So don't be the other one. My role versus your role. Look, I want to be real with you, okay? I wish someone would have told me this as well a long time ago. I'm not a savior. I'm not here to save you. I can't save you from yourself. I can't transform you, or I can't change your reality. I can't reach through the screen and rearrange things in your reality. But learning what I teach, or I shouldn't say but there. Let me just, learning what I teach, I typoed this, guys. This is where you know this is really raw. Okay. Learning what I teach will not change your life. As we talked about, you will by applying what I teach you with the tools I give you. I am the guide. Like I'm the wise wizard that came along on your quest that's got potions and all sorts of cool shit for you. But it's your journey. Okay. I'm the guide. It's your journey. Meaning I'm not going to save you. You're going to save yourself. You're going to make everything that you desire to have happen for you happen. And I'm going to be there right alongside you, making sure you have everything you need. The support, the accountability, the resources, the tools, the knowledge, the encouragement. Because I fucking believe in you. And I know that if you're here watching this video, it is so possible for you. But it's your journey. You have to be the one to go on that quest and walk the path. But I'm here for you if you decide to. Okay, don't talk about it. Be about it. So any expectations I have for you in my communities, show up, apply, embody, and fucking celebrate because this shit works. And we all love to win. We all love to see winners. We all love to be around winners, and we all want to be winners. So celebrate because it's a beautiful journey you're going on, and there's so much goodness that's going to come along with that. Last thing, commit to and trust the process. So below this video, there's some resources. You want to review those. Sign your contract to your future self. You'll see what that is when you check it out, okay? Get your notes and or journal ready. So I've done two things. There's a digital note-taking document down below for those of you who are not a fan of more of like a tangible journal. However, I would highly recommend you get a physical journal for this process. Journaling by far, bar none, is the most powerful like long-term technique or tool you could use. We're going to talk all about it. I've left a link down below for the exact journal I use if you decide to buy one. I'll get into this later in the course, but there's this crazy thing. It's like when you type something, you're activating like 500 neurons, but when you write, it's like 30,000. So it's much more impactful in terms of like information retention. And also, you know, mystically they say, when we journal, it's like a window into the soul or the subconscious. We bypass the conscious mind and we go straight to the subconscious when we journal. We're talking to our most like open self. So besides the point, huge fan, but some of you may not like journaling. Some of you may not follow through on that. So at the very least, I left a digital note taker set up down below for you. You can just copy that document, use that for your notes and journaling. And I've also left a journal link for those of you who want the journal. Okay. So just to recap, check out the resources. There's a contract for your future self. Read that, sign it, commit to the process. Get your notes and or journal ready. Do the accountability post. There's a template below. You're going to put that in the group to let people know you're on this path. You're committed. You're doing the coursework. And you're doing the internal and external work necessary to start living in your desired reality. Okay. or as I should say, start living in a reality of your design. All right, that's it. I love y'all. Let's do a quick last minute recap. Start completing your roadmap and course. Access and follow the resources below. Leverage the community for support and have fun. This is a amazing thing. Like, arguably, this is the most fascinating and interesting and fun shit you could possibly learn about. And when you learn this and master it, the world is your oyster, my friend. Like, I'm thinking of Scarface. He's got that big globe. It's like, you can have it all. Ah, man, it's so true. Although Scarface is tragic and a crazy ass movie, that's not our story, but just a little reference there for you. All right, welcome back. In this video, we are covering the nature of reality, and you're going to learn and understand the nature of reality so you can empower yourself to redesign it from the inside out. Let's jump in. First, let's cover our agenda. Number one, we're going to be talking about consciousness and reality. Number two, we're going to cover everything you need to know and answer the question, what is the mind? Number three, we're going to go deep in the universal laws that govern reality. And number four, I'm going to share with you the mirror principle, as within, so without, in a much deeper and profound way than you probably ever heard before. And if you've never heard of this before, buckle up. It's so good. Let's jump in. The formless substance. So again, we're going to be talking about consciousness right now. The formless substance. Energy is everything. Reality is not material at its core. What we call matter is simply energy vibrating at different frequencies. So my fingernail, my water bottle, the wall, the camera I'm using, the microphone, as much as it appears to be matter, in other words, solid, it's actually just energetic particles vibrating at a different frequency and forming into specific forms. Now, with that in mind, consciousness is the source. Because what is energy, right? You talk about quantum physics or any scientific study of reality, and they talk about energy. Well, what is that energy? That energy is consciousness. Consciousness is the formless substance behind all form. It's the thing that is operating within and through everything that exists. Real isn't real. So Niels Bohr, he's a physicist that won the Nobel Prize like years ago, said everything we call real is made of things that cannot be regarded as real. I forgot I have my headphones on. I'm going to take those off. So he said everything we call real is made of things that cannot be regarded as real. So you have a physicist who won a Nobel Prize saying that the things that we call real are made of things that cannot be regarded as real, meaning they're not like tangible, and that thing is consciousness. Form arises from the formless. So the physical world that we're experiencing emerges from the invisible realm of consciousness. Consciousness is the building block of reality, of everything that you see or don't see in the seen and unseen world. And as I said, there's no such thing as matter. So technically matter doesn't exist. Everything, all of this is only one energy expressing itself in many, many, many different forms. So what is consciousness? You're probably asking yourself. Well, I asked that question a long time ago, and damn, did I get some answers. Let me share them with you. One source, many names. Different names, same truth. Consciousness is also known as God, Source, Brahman, Spirit, Infinite Intelligence, the All, or the Universe. Pretty crazy, right? So consciousness is all those things. It's something that we've tried to give a name to, but it's really nameless. I'm going to talk about that. Universal consistency. So across psychology, religion, mysticism, and metaphysics, the same truth appears. The name, as I mentioned, doesn't matter. I like this saying, that which has thousands of names, but remains nameless. Different traditions name it differently. God, again, source, spirit, whatever. But the function, or what the thing is the same. Okay, so all is one. God, I'm just going to call it God. That's what I call the infinite or the divine or the creator. God is the all, meaning is everything. The consciousness experiencing and expressing itself within and through everything that is, including you, including me, including everything that is. Okay? You are that. That's who you are. Consciousness expressing itself as all things, as I said, including you. You are simply an expression of or an aspect of that infinite energy having a temporary physical experience as a human being. Now, if you've never heard this before, have an open mind, because I know you're probably like, what in the fuck is this guy talking about? This is some crazy shit. I promise you, when you grasp this, everything in your reality will change. John 14:20 and 10:30. So you're going to hear me throughout this course quoting religion. I'm not a religious guy. I love theology because I like to think of all the different religions or philosophies are basically chapters in the same book. I don't look at them as separate. I think they're all ways that this energy, this consciousness, God has expressed itself or revealed itself to us. So these are some Christian theological references here. John 14:20. On that day, you will realize that I am in my Father, and you are in me, and I am in you. That's coming from Yeshua, or Jesus, as most people know him as. So on that day, you will realize that I am in my Father, meaning God, and you are in me, and I am in you. And then following that up, John 10:30. Oh, sorry, I missed a note here. We are all expressions of the same consciousness is what he's saying. And then he goes on to say later, I and the Father are one. Now, think about this. Just zoom out for a sec. People look at Jesus as this savior, as like God in human form. But Jesus himself said, one day, or on that day, you will realize that I am in God, and you are in me, and I am in you, meaning we are all consciousness. And then he goes on to say later, I and the Father are one. So if Jesus, this historical figure, arguably the master of masters when it comes to spirituality or consciousness, or just the most like polarizing figure in history, if he's saying, I and God are one, but that I am in you, or you are in me, and the Father is also in you, then what does that mean? I'll let you decide. Neville Goddard said it best. Consciousness is the only reality, meaning it's all there is. That's all we're experiencing. We're simply consciousness experiencing itself and expressing itself in many, many, many different forms and ways. So with that in mind, I want to break the bad news to you, my friend. You're not what and who you think you are. What do I mean? Who and what you are. Well, first of all, you are not your body. It's something you have. So you're not this thing, this meat suit you're currently residing in. You're not your story, meaning your life experiences. Those are things that you've experienced, so they're not you. You're not your name. It's something your parents gave you. Is that really who you are, or is that just a label? You're not your thoughts, because your thoughts are something you can witness, so that means they're not you. Your emotions, they're sensations that you feel, but they're also not you, and so on and so forth. So, let me ask you, my friend, who and what are you? Well, let's find out. Rumi, I think, said it best. My favorite quote, probably out of all the quotes around consciousness. You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop. Consciousness. Let's talk about this. This is a really cool visual I put together. Excited to share. You're the first one to see it. Haha. Except for me. Okay. Light bulb. This is the analogy. You are not the light bulb, right? You're not the vessel. You are the energy that is powering the light bulb, right? Again, you are not the light bulb. You are the electricity. The light bulb, your body or form and mental program is temporary, but the electricity, consciousness, is eternal. Now, I wrote myself a note here, vessel versus energy. You are only limited, because think about it. If you're consciousness, that means you are the infinite expressing and experiencing itself. That means that you are connected to infinite power and possibility. Like you have the creative energy of God literally coursing through you. The only thing that's limiting that energy is your vessel, meaning obviously your body and physical form. But the second piece we're going to dive deep into is your mental program. Later in this video, we're going to talk about how the mind is the vessel for consciousness, experiencing itself, and you limit that infinite power within you through your mental constraints. So if you want to become more powerful, a more powerful creator and human being, and I would just say expression of consciousness, you have to remove the limitations, remove the governor stopping you from expressing what and who you're really meant to be, which is somebody who recognizes their own divinity, their own power, their own, like infinite nature. So let's continue. I am. You may have heard that before, like, oh, affirmations, I am. Well, that actually means something much, much deeper. Let's explain. Pure consciousness, okay? The purest expression, I am, is the pure, unfiltered expression of consciousness. Well, what does that mean? God's identity. In the Bible, or maybe it's like the Old Testament, I'm not exactly sure, I forgot. I am that I am. That's God speaking to Moses, because Moses was like, I guess he consumed the burning bush, and he was having this like crazy, I think, psychedelic experience. And he asked God, who are you and what's your name? Maybe he said it a little differently, but you get the idea. He's like, basically, who the fuck are you? Please reveal yourself to me. And God replied, I am that I am. I am. I am consciousness. I am consciousness aware of the fact that I'm experiencing myself. I am all things, right? That's what God was saying. And you are that same consciousness. God is the all, is one way you're going to hear me describe that. And you are that same consciousness, having a temporary physical experience. Pretty trippy, right? Identity before form. So your real identity, before all the labels and your body and all the bullshit, is I am, which is awareness before experience, being before doing, and truly consciousness before identity. Everything else is simply a label or a filter of that consciousness, but it's not who you are, because who you actually are is the I am experiencing itself. And you've forgotten. Because as they say in Christian theology, we were all made in the image of God, meaning we hold that same divinity and power within ourselves. You are actually God wearing a mask, having a temporary physical experience, having forgotten who you really are. And you think you're the mask, when in reality, you are the one wearing it. If I haven't blown your fucking mind, I hope, maybe you're like me, you already study this stuff and love it, but I hope you can feel just how powerful this information is. Like, this is truly some life-changing shit, and it's got to just scramble your brain a little bit for a sec, but bear with me. So again, just to recap, you are the awareness. You are one watching all of that, or I would say all of this. And who is that? Who is the one that watches all of this? Who is the observer in the background? Consciousness, which means you are the awareness, the conscious awareness, witnessing it all. The truth. Dr. Joseph Murphy was one of the world's experts in the subconscious mind, and I would just say in general, metaphysical, mystical, psychological, kind of the intersection between all those things. And he said, you are the king, the ruler of your world, for you are one with God. Remember, I am in my Father, and I am in you, and you are in my Father, or whatever Jesus said in John, I think it was like 10:30 or something. So yeah, you are the king, the ruler of your world, for you are one with God. The gateway. Okay, so this distinction and this knowledge I'm imparting to you of self, of you knowing who you really are, is the gateway out of unconscious living and into conscious creatorhood, meaning you become the cause to the effects in your life. You become the creator instead of just the reactor, the observer, or the experiencer of your reality. This is consciousness filtered. So this consciousness that you are experiencing yourself as is filtered through your mind. Okay, I wrote this really strange. Basically, what I'm trying to say here is that you are consciousness experiencing itself, and that consciousness is filtered through your mind as your center of consciousness. So that probably has you wondering, well, what is the mind? Like, you've heard of this before. Oh, my mind, or whatever. Okay, I can't get out of my head. Like, you hear shit like that all the time, right? So that is basically you being in your center of consciousness. Well, what is the mind? Let's talk about it. Real quick, though, Eckhart Tolle has a really cool quote. You are not in the universe. You are the universe, an intrinsic part of it. I like to think of it as we are in a grand symphony, right? This amazing music and full of tragedy and love and excitement and adventure and ups and downs, and just this amazing piece of art of music being played out throughout all of time and space. And you're simply just a note in that, that orchestra, that symphony. It's kind of wild. Okay, mind versus brain. Now let's blow your mind. Let's blow your mind, literally. Blow your mind some more, okay? First of all, I told my neighbor this, a couple weeks ago, and it blew her mind. Maybe you've heard this, maybe you haven't, but your mind is not your brain. Let that sink in. Your mind is not your brain. They're not the same thing. Your brain is the hardware, meaning it's the tangible physical organ that kind of like turns the lights on to your consciousness. It's the hardware, right? It's the engine. Whereas your mind is the software. It's the interface. It has no shape, no size, or no physical organ. You cannot see it, taste it, touch it, feel it, or smell it. It is an idea. What do I mean by that? Well, the mind is a complex set of cognitive faculties, including consciousness, thought, perception, feeling, will, memory, and imagination. And the mind is an idea to describe the totality of mental phenomena, meaning all mental activity. The mind is that which thinks, feels, perceives, imagines, remembers, and wills. It covers the totality of mental phenomena, including both conscious processes through which an individual is aware of external and internal circumstances, and what we're going to talk about, the subconscious mind, the unconscious processes, which can influence an individual without intention or awareness, meaning they're running in the background. That's why we break the mind into, conscious and non or subconscious. The center of your experience. So the mind is the center of our consciousness and allows us to process information, store memories, and make decisions. It defines our identity and experience as individuals. As I mentioned, you are just this infinite energy filtered through your unique mind and the mental program that comes with that. So your mind is programmed. I talked about that, the mental program. Just like software can be updated, your mental programming can be changed. So if you are limiting this infinite energy that you can remove those constraints with time through subconscious reprogramming, which is why you're here to learn about this. Oops, got ahead of myself 2 seconds. Let's go back. My keyboard will work. Okay, so same energy, different programs. Everyone is an expression of the same universal consciousness, but with different mental programs, which as a byproduct creates completely different lives. So everyone you see around you is the same I am experiencing itself through a unique vessel, basically, of perspective. And because they have different programming that was conditioned into them from a young age, they have a completely different way of creating or experiencing their reality. Cool. So now we're talking about mental faculties as tools. So we talked about those a second ago. The tools you possess. So with the mind, you are blessed from God or the creator or the infinite, whatever, with these amazing mental faculties that most species on this planet, in fact, maybe none of them have, which is thought, like conscious thought, I can think, imagination, I can create pictures with my mind and visualize things that are not technically real or happening now. I also have perception, the ability to see things differently. I have feeling, the ability to experience emotion and be self-aware about that. And a fun note, feeling is a word that we created to describe the vibrational frequency we're experiencing. Let that sink in. That's crazy. We'll talk about that later. Will, the ability to basically commit to or push through or persevere. Maybe there's a better definition, but that's just what's top of mind right now. Like to will things into existence, to will yourself to do things, to basically focus, and that's what it is, to focus and kind of channel this mental energy towards a desired outpoint. And memory, the ability to go back within our own mind and withdraw information and experiences and different things like that to help us navigate our experience of reality. And so because of those things, through those mental faculties, you have the power to continuously influence your reality. These tools shape your experience because they're not passive, they're actively shaping and creating your experience moment to moment. The faculty of thought, the ability to reason, analyze, and process information. The faculty of imagination. I kind of covered these just barely, but let's just go through it again. Why not? You need to be reminded more than you need to be taught. So let me remind you. Faculty of imagination, the ability to create mental images and possibilities not yet manifest. The faculty of perception, the filter through which you interpret and give meaning to reality. The faculty of feeling, your emotional response and internal state, or the awareness of the vibration you're in. The faculty of will, yeah, that's what I was saying, filtering or kind of, channeling that mental energy to choose, decide, direct attention. The faculty of memory, your stored experiences, beliefs, and programs. And unseen but not unimportant. So I want to just make this clear. Although we can't see the mind, like physically, it's such a fundamental part of our existence, and it defines everything about our identity, meaning who we are, who we're experiencing ourselves as is probably a better way to say that. And our experience as individuals, like what reality you're actually creating and experiencing, or maybe co-creating, right, with the infinite. So I think it's really important. It's kind of this idea of like, you either master your mind or it becomes the master of you. If you are reactive and undisciplined and unaware, it doesn't matter. You're going to suffer, basically. But if you can learn what I'm trying to teach you here, what I'm practicing, as I learn this and share it and go about my life, you do the same, then you start to become, again, I use that word, conscious creator versus just like the helpless observer or responder or experiencer of your reality. Okay, we're going to shift gears. Let's get into some philosophy. The universe is mental. The all is mind. So this comes from Hermetic philosophy, which is based on the teachings of Hermes Trismegistus. You can look this guy up. Whether he was real or not, I have no idea. I can't go back in time. But basically, this person was named Hermes Trismegistus, which means thrice great. Supposedly, he lived 300 years. I don't know how that's possible, but stranger things have happened. And he was basically like one of these OGs of teaching about the hidden laws and principles of reality and of what we are and who we are. And so he, or I guess his students, created, based on his teachings, the Hermetic philosophy, or Hermeticism for short. And one of the things he talks about is the all is mind, the universe is mental, meaning God is consciousness experiencing itself, which you could also refer to as a collective mind, right? We are experiencing like a node, a piece of that, right? Drop in the ocean, so to speak. We're the entire ocean in a drop, but that ocean still exists, the bigger ocean, meaning the mind, the collective consciousness. So the universe and everything in it are not separate from the mind, but are, that's what I was going to say, yeah, exactly, but are manifestations of a universal mind. And the individual minds, yours, mine, so on and so forth, or expressions of consciousness that are you and everyone else. So again, the universe and everything in it are not separate, but we're all connected to this collective consciousness or universal mind, as they say in Hermetic philosophy. And we're basically all just plugged into that, experiencing our own unique, experience of that. So mental, the reason the universe is mental is because mental equals lawful, like meaning it's not imaginary or made up, but it's kind of like there's a cause and effect or like a process to reality. There's kind of gears in the background or laws, as we're going to discuss, that dictate how reality is actually not only experienced, but kind of like created or influenced by all of us individuals plugged into this collective energy and consciousness. So it means structured and programmed. Again, mental means lawful, structured, operating according to principles. Same laws everywhere apply, just different experiences within those constraints. So my goal is to bring mysticism, right, this like woo-woo shit, down to mechanism, meaning I want to just simplify it and make it so clear and like understandable and tangible for you that it's not like, oh, that sounds like interesting. It's like, oh shit, I actually know how to operate within the constraints of reality based on law. So this isn't woo-woo, although again, it can sure sound like it. Trust me, it took a long time for me to like really absorb all these ideas and just through lived experience, be like, holy shit, this is super, super real. So anyways, let's move on. Okay, consciousness plus mind. So we talked about this a little bit a second ago, but let's wrap this up here. Energy needs a mechanism. So universal consciousness, infinite energy and intelligence, needs a mechanism to express itself in your individual experience. So mind, right, the mental phenomena is that mechanism. Your mind is the interface between infinite consciousness and your individual reality. Okay, so the filter. The mind filters consciousness through your unique subconscious program, which summarized could be like beliefs, memories, conditioning, etc. And again, same source, different expression. So everyone is accessing that same infinite consciousness, but we're filtering it through different mental programs, therefore creating different realities. One power, one consciousness, limited or unlimited by our mental program. So what is that mental program? Well, it's called the subconscious program, and we're going to dive into that like in depth in the next video, so stay tuned. Okay, now I want to share about the universal laws. So I'm going to talk about this in a second. Again, I've already gone through these notes, so it's top of mind. These things are not just like helpful ideas, but they're actually like observable, immutable, like unarguable, basically. Like, you could say, oh, that's not real. Okay, fuck. Like, let's talk about gravity, for example. I'm sure if you're like, oh, gravity's not real, go jump off your roof. Don't actually do that. But like, let's say you jumped off your roof. Whether you believe in it or not, you're going to fall to your death, right? Like gravity doesn't give a shit if you are aware of it or believe in it or not. It just is. And these laws, in my experience, are no different. Now, some of them are more idea-based, meaning are they like a tangible, oh, this is like no. But you can go and experience it or kind of test it against your lived experience and tell me, like try to tell me, I guess, that they're not real. Like, fuck, man. Like they're pretty deep. So let's talk about this. The universal laws. The operating system of reality. So these are the mechanics of how reality operates. These are not man-made laws necessarily, but we give them a name, obviously. But when you understand the principle of them, they are immutable and observable principles, which are always active. So like we named gravity, but like it's not called gravity. It's just like a phenomena occurring in the world. And these laws are no different. We give them names and labels to try to understand them and articulate them, but in reality, they just are. Does that make sense? Hope so. Okay. Cool. So these laws, foundation for everything. These laws are the framework for everything we'll teach moving forward. So I may refer to them back throughout the course, and I'm going to give you a little model in a second, a visual that you can even print out or download on your phone or something or computer. So you can kind of read through these and study them more often and understand. And as you become aware of them, you'll be able to see them happening in your own life and also use them to your advantage. And this is why I love this. Rules to the game. If life's a game, right? Like we're just in this big, like choose your own adventure game. When you understand the rules of the game, you can play it to win. Reality is no different. Like just because, like I said a minute ago, whether you are aware of these things or not, you are dictated by them. So you can either become aware of them and use them to your advantage or be unaware and suffer as a result. Let's simplify. Okay. Well, first things first, where did my universal laws go? I'm going to pause real quick because I guess I missed that slide. 2 seconds. Okay, we're back. I had to add it. I don't know why I missed it, but all good. So the text is slightly small on some of the laws because I had to fit like 13 of them on one page. Now, just listen to what I'm saying. You can print it out in the resources down below, but this is very interesting. So let's cover these. So this is the universal laws model. Now, I've broken these into primary and secondary laws. So primary laws are kind of like like the hierarchical or like, let me simplify that. Primary laws explain the root cause or kind of like the root principle. And then secondary laws kind of break off of those primary laws to explain like variations of them. So just as a quick example, I'll go to law of vibration. That's one of the universal laws. Everything is in constant motion and vibrates at a particular frequency. Thoughts, emotions, actions, and beliefs determine the vibration you consistently operate from. Law of vibration is also a Hermetic principle, which is like Hermes Trismegistus, laws of the universe. Okay? So law of vibration, primary law, right? Everything is energy, vibrates at a particular frequency. Now let's talk about the law of attraction. Bottom right corner. Like attracts like. The universe draws similar energies together through magnetism. You will attract to yourself what matches your vibrational frequency. So as you can see, primary, vibration. Secondary, attraction. Make sense? So let's continue. I'm going to go back to the top. Law of divine oneness. This is this idea that everything is consciousness, right? Everything is connected. There is no true separation between self, others, and the whole. We are all part of a collective consciousness, source. Some of us may call God or many other names. Okay? Now, a similar law of mentalism. Reality originates in the mind, the collective consciousness. And in Hermetic philosophy, they say the all is mind, the universe is mental. All experiences in creation is shaped by consciousness operating through the mind. What is consistently held mentally becomes expressed physically. And again, this is also a Hermetic principle. As a reminder, those are like Hermeticism's laws of the universe. Okay? Law of polarity. Everything is dual, meaning everything has poles. Like think north-south pole, east-west, hot, cold. You get the idea. Everything has its pair of opposites. So everything has opposites that are actually different degrees of the same thing. Hot and cold are not different. They are the same thing expressed in different ways. Hot is just simply a different degree than cold, but it's the same thing, temperature. Does that make sense? So you shift your experience of your reality by moving along the spectrum rather than fighting it. Also Hermetic philosophy. So what I mean by that, emotions or vibration, for example, or good and bad, or light and dark, or whatever you want to call it, they're the same thing, just at opposite polarities. So instead of fighting against one or the other, simply recognize you can ascend to the polarity, or the polarity basically that makes sense for you. So later in the course, we're going to be talking about the emotions and the particular vibration or frequency that each emotion puts you in. Well, rather than fighting against anger, oh, I'm so angry, just recognize you can just ascend to a different polarity, the opposite of anger. Hope that makes sense. We'll talk more about that in detail. Right now, my focus is just to introduce these ideas. Do I expect you to memorize them on a flashcard? No. Do I expect you to be able to recite them back to me? No. But I just want to plant these seeds so they start to hatch and kind of grow throughout this course. And again, these are things that you're going to revisit and think of for life, like truly. Okay, we talked about law of polarity, talked about law of mentalism, law of divine oneness. Let's talk about the law of correspondence. The inner world is reflected in the outer world. The outer world reflects the inner world. As above, so below. As within, so without. Also a Hermetic philosophy, or Hermetic principle. Simply put, law of correspondence. As within, so without. Whatever's happening inside of me will reflect and be expressed or created in my reality. Another one, law of gender. This is very interesting, especially in today's world. Gender is such an interesting topic. So wherever you fall in that spectrum with current, political events or whatever, it doesn't matter. I think if more people knew about the law of gender, it would make so much sense. It would solve a lot of problems in the world. Everything, right, has masculine and feminine principles. So even though I'm a man, you could say, I have masculine and feminine energy. And a woman also has masculine and feminine energy. The difference is, based on the law of polarity, we are operating primarily from one or the other, which means there could be men that are feminine, women that are masculine, and vice versa. So it's not so much about, well, I'll go on a tangent later, but creation, the reality we're experiencing, requires both receptive energy, which is feminine, and expressive energy, which is masculine. The law of gender also decrees that all seeds and ideas or desires in your mind or images in your mind are also seeds, by the way. The things you want to manifest are seeds. I'm putting it that way. The law of gender also decrees that all seeds have a gestation or incubation period before they manifest. Law of gender is also a Hermetic principle. So what this is saying is when you have a particular desire, it's going to take time to manifest. Do we know exactly how much time? No. But there is a gestation or incubation period. It's not instant, so to speak. And then the second piece, I want to simplify this idea of masculine and feminine principles. Basically, everything in reality has both masculine and feminine energy or operates primarily from one of the two polarities, masculine or feminine. I'll talk about this later, but even your own mind is split in two. The conscious mind is masculine. The subconscious mind is feminine. And as we talk about subconscious reprogramming and manifestation, when we're impressing something into the subconscious mind, it's like impregnating, a feminine person. You are planting a seed, masculine, into the feminine, so it gives birth to something. Hopefully that makes sense. Cool. Let's talk about these last two primary laws. I'll cover the secondary laws. We'll move on. I don't want to take too much time on this, but I did just want to introduce these ideas because it's super, super interesting. Law of cause and effect. Pretty simple, right? Cause and effect. Every cause has its effect. Every effect has its cause. Nothing happens by chance, and all outcomes are lawful consequences of prior spiritual, mental, emotional, or physical actions. Law of cause and effect is also a Hermetic principle. So every cause has its effect. Every effect has its cause. I want this to be clear. Nothing happens by chance. Everything in your reality is by design, whether conscious or unconscious. You created it or co-created it intentionally or unintentionally, but you still created or designed it. That's the whole point of this design your reality thing. Like, it's going to happen either way. Do you want to be in control of what happens or not, basically? Do you want to be helpless to what happens, or do you want to be being able to influence that? And that's why I'm here to teach you. And last one, law of rhythm. Everything in reality is cyclical, right? It moves and flows in cycles of expansion and contraction. The pendulum swing manifests in everything, but the measure of the swing to the right is the measure of the swing to the left. Rhythm compensates. Also, Hermetic philosophy. That's the last time I'm going to say that. So basically, everything in reality goes in rhythm. The seasons that we experience, winter, summer, spring, fall, right? Times in your life where you're expanding and everything's amazing. A good example, actually. So as of the time of recording this, it's 2026, like January 2026, okay? Last year, 2025, for a lot of you guys, if you're watching this, you're like, holy shit, what a hard year. This last year was the year of the snake, meaning feminine energy and more of contraction. Things getting ripped apart, shedding skin, going within, like a lot of deep internal shit occurred that year. Whereas the 2026, year of the horse, expansion, masculine energy, right? Very much the opposite polarity of what we just experienced. Pretty interesting. Just figured I'd share that. So if you're watching this in 2026, prepare for a fucking great year because, wow, so pumped. Anyways, okay, a couple secondary laws I want to cover and let's move on. The law of action. A lot of you guys are going to hate this. You can hate me for it. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I will be. Someone's got to tell you. Law of action. To manifest your desires, you must engage in actions that support those desires. Ah, man. I get so pissed when I hear people talk about action is not required. It's not true. And if you, I'm not going to try to debate you over this camera, but action is required to translate intention and desire into physical results. Okay? I'll just go on a quick tangent. If you're watching this and you're a Neville Goddard fan, you may hate me for what I just said because you're going to say, well, Neville Goddard said in his book, action is not required because of his story when he went to Barbados and like all this other shit. But here's the thing. If you actually pay attention to Neville's story, he did take action and action is required. He visualized every single night. He talked to his mentor. He hopped on a phone. He answered a letter, like whatever. He traveled. Those are still actions. Action doesn't necessarily mean you have to fucking grind it out for 24 hours a day. Action just means you have to participate in the co-creation of things. You're going to ask for something through your subconscious mind and all the methods I'm going to teach. The universe is going to deliver it to you. It's kind of like it's going to prepare a door for you, but you have to fucking open it. It's going to, you're going to get a phone call. You still got to answer it. That's what I'm saying here. You can't just sit on your couch with Cheeto dust in your belly button, fucking sweaty armpits, and expect that you're going to just all of a sudden wake up one day in your ideal reality. Doesn't fucking happen. I'm sorry. I love you, but I just want to be real with you, okay? I'm not going to bullshit you. Next law of relativity. All experiences are perceived in comparison, meaning challenge, experience, and value shift based on perspective and awareness. So everything in your reality is subjective, right? It's the eye of the beholder. Change the way you see things, the things you see change kind of thing. Okay? This one's interesting. We have two more. Law of perpetual transmutation of energy. Energy is always moving and transforming into different forms. It cannot be created or destroyed, only transmuted into new forms. So basically what this law is saying is this consciousness is always trying to express and expand itself. Nothing ever stays the same. Truly, growth or decay, chaos or order. Like there's no complacency. So that's why also when I talk to my clients or students and they're like, oh, like I'm good. Like I'm content where I'm at. It's like, you can be happy with where you're at, but recognize if you don't keep shit pushing, you're going one way or the other. You are literally either growing or dying, expanding or contracting. There is no in between. This energy that wants to be expressed, expanded, created with. It does not want to be stagnant. In fact, it cannot be stagnant. So just keep that in mind. Last law. Let's move on. I'm getting fired up. Law of compensation. You reap what you sow. What you give is what you get. Reality compensates you according to your contribution. That could be through energy action or any form of energetic exchange. There's this cycle of giving and receiving occurring in the universe. You will always reap what you sow. It may not be from so let's put it this way. When you give, you may not receive back from the exact place you gave. Example, let's say I give a homeless person $100. Is he going to call me next week and give me $100 back? Fuck no, probably not. Maybe he bought, some 40s and did Edward 40 hands with it, or bought some crack, or maybe he got a job. I don't fucking care. I just contributed to the person, right? And now, some way, somehow, through the law of compensation, that money or that energy is going to find its way back to me. Maybe it comes from a client. Maybe it comes from an unexpected check in the mail. Maybe it comes from a completely different source. Maybe it's not even money I get back. Maybe I get like a really cool experience or synchronicity or something. But in one way, shape, or another, it will come back to me. And the same thing happens for you. So, and now I'll pause, right? I'm giving away this section of the course to everybody because I think it's important. Law of compensation. I know that I'll be compensated. I don't have to charge you money to learn this. Obviously, if you're in my reality design course, you get the whole thing, the calls, my help, like all that shit. But if you're just watching this, compensation, baby. Like, you might not be the one paying me, but I'm sure shit, something's going to come out of it, kind of thing. Cool. Okay, let's talk about the mirror principle. I'm very excited about this. This mirror principle is going to help to take everything I just filled your brain with, all the blah, blah, right? The universal laws, and make it so simple to where you're just like, oh, like that just makes sense. Let's talk about it. The mirror principle. Okay, so what do we see here? We see you staring in the mirror, which is your reality. On your side, we have cause. First cause, identity, who you see yourself as, which is manifesting through something called your attitude. Now, to simplify, I'm going to be using this word attitude quite a bit moving forward. Your attitude is the composite, meaning the combination of your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions. Now, attitude could be broken down simply into state, like your internal state, your emotions and thoughts, and your behavior, your actions and decisions. So to put it simply, your identity dictates your attitude, which dictates what you are presenting to the mirror of reality, and therefore determining what it's going to reflect back to you. So cause is you, affect reality, right? What you materialize. Your results, which are going to show up as circumstances, experiences, manifestations, attractions, put simply, results, right? The things you create. So, one more time. Your identity determines the way you think, feel, and behave or act, which is what you give to reality. And it shows that back to you in the form of results. Okay? Hope that makes sense. Let's move on. So the mirror principle continued. Your reality versus the reality. So you're experiencing your reality, not the reality, meaning there is no objective reality, only your subjective experience of reality. Subjective meaning based on your own feelings, thoughts, opinions, or experience, not based on everyone else's. You're not living the same life as someone else is what I'm saying. They're living their own version of life, but it's not your version, and there's no one version that's the same. Let's put it simply. Cause and effect. What you bring to the mirror in the form of your identity and attitude, again, your beliefs about yourself, and then the way those manifest through your thoughts, feelings, and actions determines what you get or what comes out of the mirror, what's reflected back in the form of experiences, circumstances, results, manifestations, things you attract, and so on and so forth. So internal creates external. Law of correspondence. We just talked about that. External world is a reflection of internal consciousness. As within, so without. Hermes Trismegistus. So if you want to figure out what am I given reality? Like maybe you're not happy with your circumstances right now, like your results. You're like, what the fuck, man? Like I got like $10 in my bank account and my relationships, blah, blah, blah. And like I hate my job or like wherever you're at in your life right now, okay? Whatever your reality is reflecting back to you. You can simply just ask yourself, what's my attitude? Because that's the ultimate self-check question, or if I like to say it, check up from the neck up, right? It forces you to first observe your thoughts. What am I thinking? Feel your emotions. What am I feeling? What's alive in my body? And then notice your actions. How am I behaving? And that composite answer, the combination of all those things, is your current attitude, which is what you're bringing to the mirror, which of course is what will be reflected back. I hope this makes sense. I'm trying to simplify this shit for you. Okay. Stop fixing the reflection. Most people try to change what's in the mirror, but conscious creators like yourself and like me change what we're bringing to it. James Allen, the outer conditions of a person's life will always be found to be harmoniously related to his inner state. Men do not attract that which they want. Man attract that which they are. So men do not attract that which they want, but that which they are. Powerful, powerful quote. Okay. Change the root cause. I'm going to grab a sip of water. Be right back. 2 seconds. Cool. Change the root cause. So, backwards approach. Most people try to change their external reality. Oh, I'm just going to go get a new job. I'm going to get a new relationship. I'll move to a new city, whatever, without changing their consciousness or their mental program, to put simply. But the mirror proves it wrong. Why? Reality is a mirror always reflecting you back to yourself. So I like this quote. If the mirror isn't smiling, you must smile. So if you're looking in the mirror and it's not smiling, put a smile on your face. And guess what happens? You will be reflected that back. You can't change a reflection without changing you. Why? You take yourself with you everywhere you go. Because everywhere you go, there you are. Same consciousness and same mental program equals the same reflection, even if you change environments. Now, we'll talk later. Part of subconscious reprogramming is, being aware of and changing your environment and your associations. But truthfully, until the program changes, until you've had enough time and repetition, whatever, you can get a new relationship. You can go get a new job. You can move to a different city. But the same old shit is going to follow you if you're not aware of what is going on within you. Does that make sense? I hope so. I've learned this the hard way. The real work is always internal. It's not about fucking reality. It's not about circumstance. It's not about results. It's not about anything else. It's not about anything else. It's about you and what is going on internally. If you can master this and truly understand it, you can solve any problems and get whatever the fuck you want out of life. Because until you shift what is happening in your own mind, your consciousness, your mental programming, your belief system, and through your behavior, your actions, decisions, etc., your external reality will keep reflecting the same shit back to you. Again, I've learned this the hard way too many times. I need to just be more direct with you about this. I hope it's making sense. Okay, so changing the root cause, the prerequisite. Before man can attempt to transform his world, he must first lay the foundation. I am the Lord. That is man's awareness. His consciousness of being is God. Until this is firmly established so that no suggestion or argument put forward by others can shake it, he will find himself returning to the slavery of his former beliefs. Boom, that's a fucking banger. Okay, let's talk about that. Neville Goddard, what he's saying is what I said earlier. Basically, just remember who you really are. Remember that you are not the fucking story, the name you have, the circumstances. Those are not you. They're a reflection of old versions of how you were choosing to express yourself, but it's not who you are at the core. So when Neville said it is, before you can transform your world, you must first remember that I am, that's who you are. And until you do that, so much to the point where that's not your default, but you just continue to affirm that to yourself and remember that, you will go back to your old ways if you don't, basically, right? So he's saying, until you recognize and it's firmly established that I am, you will find yourself returning to the slavery of your former beliefs. Pretty powerful. You must die to your former self, basically, is what he's saying. You are not the story you told about who you are. You are. I am. So now what do you want to be and express and experience based on that? The root cause. Albert Einstein said it best. No problem can be solved from the same level of consciousness that created it. I would also add, no results can be gained or changed. No, your results are not going to change if you're still in the same level of consciousness that created the old results, right? No problem can be solved from the same level of consciousness that created it. Elevate your consciousness and you will solve any problem and therefore can get any result. Oops, got ahead of myself there. Let's go back. The implication. If this is true, which it is, Your experience of life is not random. It is by design. Your reality is by design. You've been co-creating your reality all along, just unconsciously. You weren't aware. Now you're aware. What are we going to do with that? Co-creating. What do I mean by that? I said that earlier a couple times. I'm not going to say you're the sole creator, right? There's cause and effect. You have other people around you. Like if someone decides to roll up in your neighborhood, I don't know, like, on one hand, I could say we attract everything. On the other hand, there is chaos in the world. People just be doing shit. Plus you have this infinite collective consciousness that's connecting all of us. That's also kind of, showing up in reality. It's creating circumstances and events. And, they say reality is stranger than fiction. Like, you make plans and God laughs kind of thing. Like there's this other element, this other energy also kind of dancing with you that you're co-creating your experience with. So I'm not going to place all the blame on you necessarily or put all the responsibility on you, because we have to recognize it's not that black and white, but it's helpful to remember that you have to do your part. Like you got to bring what you need to the table or what you want to the table so you get the experience you want of your reality. You can't leave it up to chance, basically, is what I'm saying. And you also can't point the finger of blame, be like, oh, it's because of, no, you are responsible. It's not necessarily your fault where you're at right now, because you didn't choose your programming and conditioning. You didn't necessarily consciously create or choose your experiences, but now it's your responsibility because you know better. And that's where the conscious creatorhood comes into play. Now you do something with this information and this knowledge. Neville Goddard, this is such a banger quote. Man's chief delusion is his conviction that there are other let me back up. Getting ahead of myself. Man's chief delusion is his conviction that there are causes other than his own state of consciousness. I'm going to read that one more time. Let me slow myself down. Man's chief delusion is his conviction that there are causes other than his own state of consciousness. Your consciousness is the cause to every effect in your life, truthfully. Summary. Let's wrap this bad boy up. What we've established in this video. Reality is consciousness, energy, experiencing itself through different forms. You are not separate from consciousness. You are it. Remember, you're the electricity, not the light bulb. Universal laws govern how this process works. Process meaning reality. And also what we're going to be doing, designing and creating your own reality. Your mind is the interface between infinite consciousness and your individual experience. Your mind filters your experience of consciousness through your unique mental program. Your identity and attitude, your thoughts, feelings, and actions create your external experience, the mirror. Changing circumstances without changing consciousness or mental programming doesn't work. Like Neville said, you will become a slave to your old beliefs until you change your consciousness and from that place, update your mental program. And what's next? So now that you understand what consciousness is, what the mind is, and how they work together, drum roll please, and you've learned about the universal laws that govern reality, you need to understand your subconscious program, the specific mental software that's been running your life and creating your reality unconsciously. And that's where we're going next. So continue completing your roadmap from the last video, right? The journey you're on and the course. It's worth it. Access and follow the resources below in the community. Leverage the community for support. There are other people on this journey with you, learning, excited, like getting their minds blown, and also applying this information. So yeah, high tides raise all ships. Let's all go on this journey together, be a part of the community, contribute, ask for support, so on and so forth. And have fun. Like this is fucking cool shit. Like there's really nothing more fascinating or powerful than what I'm going to be sharing with you in this video, this course, because it applies to everything, to reality as a whole. Every facet, aspect of yourself in your life is influenced, impacted, created based on what we're discussing. So have fun. Like just enjoy this process. It's cool shit. Cool. For the people watching this in the free manifestation course, if you're ready to go deeper, get personalized guidance on a free reality design clarity call. You can book that using this link. It's down below this video in the resources. You can unlock the full reality design masterclass and protocol by going to chrisconder.com/start. And again, for people who are in the reality design community and program, which is my full course and community with support calls, the full course, all the other resources that are out now and will be coming later. If you want more support and accountability, join the weekly reality design community calls. There's the link. You can find them in the calendar in school. Apply for one-to-one implementation support. Again, if you want more support and accountability, I have people apply, and every month I review and do an opening for new one-to-one clients. You can check it out there, chrisconder.com/waitlist. If you're enjoying this course, obviously I'd love to have you finish it, but if you're already like geeked, you can go to realitydesign.chrisconder.com or check resources down below to leave a testimonial. And lastly, that's it. Much love, my friend. Thank you. I'm so proud of you for getting to this video, for continuing to invest in yourself, to explore these ideas. Again, you don't need to know all this overnight, but just trust. We have planted seeds in your mind, in your consciousness that are, I mean, they're fucking powerful. I can't even like put it lightly. I can't sugarcoat this. Like, this shit that you're learning is so powerful. Now apply it. Continue to show up. Study this course. Implement the resources. And let this process transform and refine you from the inside out. Much love, and I'll talk to you in the next video. Peace. All right, welcome back. In this video, we're going to be doing a deep dive into the subconscious mind. You're going to learn the essential mechanics, principles, and fundamentals of the subconscious mind. And a reminder, if this video is a bit long for you, watch on 1.5 speed if needed. I believe the settings are in the bottom right corner. So feel free to do that to save some time. Let's jump in. So first things first, we're going to cover the subconscious mind explained. I'm going to go deep into what is the subconscious mind and catch you up to my level of knowledge in terms of what it is, how it works, everything in between. Then we're going to discuss how the subconscious program is formed. So what is the actual settings for that subconscious mind and how was it formed in the first place? Then we're going to talk how to reprogram the subconscious mind and all about what reprogramming is and how to do it. And then we're going to talk last, and I would say even most importantly, why you're in the way of what you want. We're going to tie it all together into a tangible example that's going to make a lot of sense for you, so stick around. Let's jump in. The subconscious mind explained. So first things first, quick recap. What is the mind in the first place? We talked about this in the last module. Let's just recap real quick. So the mind is not the brain, right? The brain we talked about is the hardware. It's the physical organ that we can, see and touch and so on and so forth. Whereas the mind is the software. There's no physical form. It's more of an idea that's describing, as I'm going to talk about here in a second, the mental phenomena. But besides the point, yes, the mind is the software. There's no physical form. It's not a tangible thing. The mind is not the brain. Let's talk about the mind's role. The mind is, this is what I was going to say. The mind is the complex set of mental faculties. So it's consciousness, right? Like being aware of your experience, thought, perception, feeling, will, memory, and imagination. So your mind is all of that mental activity combined under one umbrella term. Next, your interface. So this is something we talked about in the last video, this idea of infinite consciousness, right? God, source, spirit, whatever. It's all the same thing, realistically, based on what I've learned, based on what I've experienced. Many, many names for something you really can't give a name to. And the thing is that your mind is the interface between that infinite consciousness and your individual experience of that consciousness. Because we talked about in the last video, you are not a drop in the ocean. You're the entire ocean in a drop, meaning you are that infinite consciousness experiencing itself in a temporary physical body. And your mind is what allows you to plug into that infinite collective consciousness and energy. And in the last video, we covered what the mind is overall. Now we're going to go deeper into how it works and what's running beneath the surface. Drum roll, please. What is the subconscious mind? Well, I'm so excited to share because honestly, my friend, this is, out of anything I've ever learned, the most fascinating and most powerful, incredible, fantastic thing you could get your hands on. I'm talking about, it's some crazy shit. Let's talk about it. The definition. The subconscious mind is the vast part of your mental activity operating below conscious awareness, storing memories, beliefs, habits, and automatic functions, influencing your emotions, your actions, and behaviors without deliberate thought. In other words, it is on autopilot. It's not something you're aware of. It's not something you're in control of. It is, in fact, in control of you, which we're going to discuss. So in simple terms, the subconscious is the program and memory bank of the mind, of all that mental activity. It's the program that gives rules and instructions for how all those other mental faculties can operate within the scope of the subconscious program. And as we talked about, the bridge to the infinite, your subconscious mind, or excuse me, let me back up, your conscious mind, the one that you're aware of, that part of your mental activity is the gatekeeper to your subconscious mind, right? So it guards it from other information coming into it. And your subconscious mind is plugged straight into the infinite storehouse, as I believe Wallace D. Wattles in The Science of Getting Rich calls it, the infinite storehouse, infinite intelligence, God, source, spirit, whatever. There's so many names for this thing. But your subconscious mind is plugged straight into that. And the thing is that the way your mind is set up is the conscious mind's like the gatekeeper. So I've been in sales for a long time. Let's say I wanted to go into a business and sell someone something. Well, normally there's like a gatekeeper, right? Like a front desk person who's like, no, you can't talk to the owner type of thing. That's the conscious mind. Or it's like the bouncer at the club. It's like, no, you're not on the list. You're not coming in. And it filters information to the subconscious mind. But once something gets into the subconscious mind, it's directly connected to the infinite energy that creates all things, which means it's going to get created, as we're going to talk about in a second. So that's why the conscious mind is there as like a safekeeping to not allow things into the subconscious mind that don't belong. Because, as you're going to learn, the subconscious mind cannot basically say no. It has no way of, once something gets to it, it will act upon it, whether good or bad. Access to the kingdom. Your subconscious gives you access to the kingdom of God within you. That's what they talk about in Christian theology. The kingdom of God is not out there in the sky. It's not in the sea. It's not wherever. It's in you. And that's your subconscious mind connecting you to that infinite consciousness. And your subconscious mind also filters that infinite consciousness through your unique subconscious program. We gave the example of like the light bulb with the electricity. You're not the light bulb. You're the electricity. But the light bulb is like the vessel, right? Your mind and your body and this physical experience you're having kind of puts a limit on that infinite energy, so to speak. Cool. So what is the subconscious mind? The operating system, plain and simple. Think of it as the operating system running beneath the surface. It's executing programs you're not consciously aware of. Like I'm on my computer right now. I have no idea what's going on behind the scenes. I just know I'm recording this video right now and it's making noise because it's overheating probably, whatever, right? So again, it's operating beneath the surface, executing programs you're not consciously aware of. For example, your bodily processes. Think about that. Like sleeping, breathing, all these different things, subconscious, and other automatic functions you don't have to think about, but they still run constantly in the background. So you don't have to think about breathing, except for now you're thinking about it, and congrats, you're now manually breathing. I'm sorry. But again, you don't have to think about it. The subconscious takes care of all that. Let's talk about how the subconscious communicates. And I want to just tell you, like, I've been studying this for over 10 years now, easily. When I learned this was the thing. Like, this information was the thing that finally got all the information to click and come together. And so I hope it's the same for you. But let's talk about how the subconscious mind communicates. The subconscious thinks in images because it's visual and symbolic, and it speaks in emotions, feeling, and sensation. The subconscious thinks in images and it speaks in emotions. It doesn't understand words the way your conscious mind does. It only understands pictures and feelings, or whatever elicits those through your experience. We're going to talk about what actually imprints something into the subconscious mind in a second, but think about this for a second. When you understand that the subconscious thinks in images and it speaks in emotions, now you can communicate to it directly. And this is, I want to drop an F-bomb. It's powerful. Like that, you got to think that is so powerful. You now know how to speak directly to the thing that's connected to infinite, whatever, consciousness, God, whatever you want to call it. Why this matters. This is why visualization and emotionalized thought are so powerful, because you're communicating to the subconscious in a way it can understand. If you can grasp, again, I just said this, but if you can grasp this simple yet overlooked principle, You will, with time, master your subconscious mind and therefore your ability to manifest anything you want with it. Because if you can feed it an image of what you want and the emotion that you would have if you had the thing, your subconscious mind cannot not create it for you. Oh, crazy shit. Okay. Joseph Murphy, the author of The Power of Your Subconscious Mind, great book. The great secret possessed by the great men of all ages was their ability to contact and release the powers of their subconscious mind. You can do the same. Now, later in this course, I'm going to talk about other people that I've found this information out through, like Arnold Schwarzenegger and other, visionary or high achieving type people who have done amazing things. And this quote is damn true. Whether they knew it or not, that's what they were doing. They were tapping into the power of their subconscious mind to create those results or manifest those results in their life. Now, we're going to talk, what is the conscious versus subconscious mind? Well, the conscious mind here, as you can see, 10%. What does that mean? That means it only is responsible for or controls 10% of your experience in your reality, right? And you, obviously, as the person having this experience in this reality, it controls 10% of you. So it controls your logical thinking, your critical thinking, your decisions, like, in the moment, thoughts. It's masculine. We're going to talk about that in a second. We talked about, I believe, law of polarity last time in the Laws of the Universe video or section of the video. So masculine energy meaning more like structured and defined, whereas the feminine is more like, open, receptive. It's objective. So this is important. We're going to define objective versus subjective. Objective is like based on facts, like it's tangible, quantifiable, what's the word I'm looking for? Basically, you can't argue against it, right? Subjective, that's where we get into the subconscious, meaning based on opinions or feelings. It's not objective truth, it's subjective. Anybody might look at it different, or it's not like grounded in something tangible. We're going to talk about that, so hopefully that doesn't confuse you. But besides the point, conscious mind, again, analyzes, it reasons, it plans, and it's responsible for short-term memory. Then that gets, short-term memory, for example, gets deposited into the subconscious, where then it's held as long-term memory. So let's talk about the subconscious. Subjective, again, meaning it does not use logic to make decisions or to decide what information or what it's going to do with the information you give it. It just does. Feminine. So literally think of feminine, right? Like I just had my first child. I obviously impregnated my partner. Feminine, right? Receiving a seed, giving birth to something. And same thing. Conscious plants the seed. Subconscious gives birth to whatever the seed was that was planted. TMI, but hopefully that's a pretty clear example. Emotions. Your subconscious deals with emotions. It deals with your fears, your beliefs, all your habits. The way you think consistently, the way you feel consistently, and the way you act consistently are all determined by your subconscious. Your values, like kind of your morals and values as a human being. Trauma, we're going to talk about that in this video. Identity, we're going to also talk about that, who you believe yourself to be. Intuition, those nudges and pings and kind of like illogical responses you get in your body. Creativity, your ability to create is in the subconscious. Imagination, and obviously bodily functions. Subconscious also deals with long-term memory, generalizes, like it's not specific. Like I say, think of feminine energy. It's more like flowy and like ethereal versus masculine energies like defined, rigid, structured, right? Creates your dreams, taps into the collective consciousness, right? The infinite, we talked about that. Seed of psychic abilities. So like clairaudience, clairvoyance, claircognizance, like your ability to basically pick up, perceive, and use information from the unseen world. Literal and metaphorical. I don't think that was meant to be here. Oh yeah, no, that's right. Literal and metaphorical. So what that means is your subconscious mind takes things as they are. It doesn't look into them deeper. So whether positive or negative, it's not going to like further analyze the thing. It's going to take it as fact. We're going to talk about beliefs in this video. That's a great example. Beliefs are subjective. They're not based in truth. We just have them. But they're not necessarily, like someone else may have a completely different belief, which means by default that belief is not true to some extent, right? So the subconscious doesn't care. It's literal. It's like, oh, I'll take that. Great. That's exactly what it is. Cool. It doesn't ask any questions. And no distinction between past, present, and future. Again, your subconscious is linked up to the infinite. The infinite is omnipotent, omniscient, and what's the last one? Omnipresent, meaning all-knowing, all-powerful, and all-present. Pretty crazy. There's no such thing as a past, present, or future to your subconscious mind. It just is. It's pure consciousness, essentially, plugged into you. So let's keep moving. You can download this mental model in the resources underneath this video, and or if you're watching this on YouTube or somewhere else where you're not in the school group, join the school group, download the resource. Cool. Okay, I create these because they're great to have visuals. It's one thing for me to talk to you. It's another thing for you to actually be able to take something with you. Save it on your phone, save it on your computer, print it out. Like, look at this shit because it's going to make an impression on you and it's going to make it make a lot more sense. Let's keep moving. Cool. Conscious versus subconscious mind. We're still talking about some of this stuff here. Why this matters. 90% of your behavior is driven by programming you're not consciously aware of. Think about that. Like 90% of the shit you do, you don't even know why, and you don't even know like where it came from or when it's going to happen or any of that. It just happens automatically. Choice is only 10%, the shit that you choose to do, versus automation, 90%, meaning 90% of you and who you are and what you do is automatic. That's crazy. That should blow your mind. Automation is always going to win. It's winning by the majority and also from the fact that it's automatic. You can't control it. You can't force change. So I want to make this clear. You cannot consciously override the subconscious by force, meaning because it's like your conscious mind is weaker in comparison. You must reprogram your subconscious mind. Now, don't get me wrong. You can interrupt it in the moment, but you can't override your program because it's such an in-depth, long-term, type thing. We're going to discuss that in a second, but you must reprogram it, which again, I'm going to show you how to do in a second. Not being aware doesn't exempt you. Oh, I love this. Okay. I'm going to read the quote in a second, but let me just talk to you directly. It's like I talked about in the last video. Whether or not you're aware of the law of gravity, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, you go jump off the roof, you're going to hit the ground hard as shit. Whether you knew about it or not, it's still going to affect you the same way. And the subconscious is no different. Whether you have this information and choose to do something with it or not, you will either be a slave to your mind or the master of it. Like, straight up. Not being aware, not knowing doesn't exempt you from the suffering or the great success and happiness that comes with knowing or not knowing this information. Carl Jung, awesome. Love Carl Jung. Got a photo of him on my wall over here. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Again, the unconscious, the subconscious will direct your life unknowingly to you, and you will call it fate. Oh, why did this happen? Why is this happening? Or, oh, just my luck or whatever. No, it's you. You are creating this, whether you knew it or not, this entire time. It's crazy. Let's keep moving on. The sacred garden. Oh, I love this concept. Can't wait to share this. Your mind is a garden. I'm going to read you a quote by James Allen. A man's mind may be likened to a garden, which may be intelligently cultivated or allowed to run wild. But whether cultivated or neglected, it must and will bring forth. If no useful seeds are put into it, then an abundance of useless weed seeds will fall therein and will continue to produce their kind. That's Old English, so let's just fifth grader this real quick. Your mind is a garden. You can either plant shit that you want to grow in it, or either way, something's going to grow. But whether you choose to work on your garden or not, it must and it will continue to grow shit. If you don't put anything in it that you want, guess what? The world will, and it'll be a bunch of shit you don't want, and it'll continue to grow and affect you as a person, not only internally, in the way you think and the way you feel, through your behavior, and externally through the results that you manifest in your life. Earl Nightingale's analogy. Okay, this is a story, so bear with me here. Now, let's say that the farmer has two seeds in his hand. One is a seed of corn, and the other is nightshade, a deadly poison. He digs two little holes in the earth, and he plants both seeds, one corn and the other nightshade. He covers up the holes, waters, and takes care of the land. And what will happen? Well, invariably, the land will return what is planted. As it's written in the Bible, as ye sow, so shall ye reap. Remember, the land doesn't care. It will return poison in just as wonderful abundance as it will corn. So up come the two plants, one corn, one poison. Now, this is so important. The human mind is far more fertile, far more incredible and mysterious than land, but it works the same way. It doesn't care what we plant, success, failure, a concrete, worthwhile goal, or confusion, misunderstanding, fear, anxiety, and so on. But what we plant, it will return to us. I'm going to pause and just let some of this sink in. Like, this is some crazy shit you're learning right now. I hope you know that. Okay, the sacred garden. In summary, whatever we plant in our subconscious mind and nourish with repetition and emotion will one day become a reality. Earl Nightingale. The seeds. Let's simplify this. Your thoughts are the seeds that you plant in the fertile soil of your subconscious mind. The soil. Your subconscious mind is the soil. The subconscious mind doesn't differentiate between good or bad seeds. Like the earth, it simply germinates whatever you plant through habitual thinking and belief. And the harvest, right? If you're a farmer, you plant some crop, you're expecting a harvest. The harvest is your reality, or in other words, the results within your reality, the conditions, the experiences, and the events of your life. Let's talk about the sacred garden model. So I built this little visual to share with you guys how this works. On the left side, we have negative polarity, right? So destructive or negatively charged thoughts. On the right side, positive. You can see the seeds are two different colors, but when placed into the garden, guess what? The garden doesn't give a shit. It's going to grow whatever you give it. Your subconscious mind will grow whatever seeds are planted, whether positive or negative. So again, download below this video in school, this mental model, save that shit, take a peek at it from time to time, share it with a friend, whatever you got to do. Cool. The sacred garden. Let's continue. Whoops, got ahead of myself. You choose what grows. You can cultivate intentionally. In other words, plant empowering beliefs through the way you think, or let it run wild. Your default programming from childhood or current unconscious use of your mind. So let me just simplify that. Basically, when you were a kid, you got programmed. We're going to talk about that in a minute. And the default is not good for most people. Like, I'll tell you my story in a minute. Definitely not good. Or current unconscious use of your mind. Again, whether you choose to work the garden or you just say, fuck it and let a bunch of weeds grow, it's going to grow. It will bring forth. Okay, I'm so glad I'm getting ahead of myself. The garden will grow something. The question is, are you planting what you want or are you letting the weeds take over? And for most people, they don't even know they have a garden. So what do you think? So now that you have this information, you better do something with it because it's important. It really is. The master power. Here's I forgot to quote him, but this is James Allen from As a Man Thinketh. Definitely recommend that book. Mind is the master power that molds and makes, and I am mind. And evermore I take the tool of thought, and shaping what I will, bring forth 1,000 joys, 1,000 ills. I think in secret, and it comes to pass. Environment is but my looking glass. We talked last time, in the last video, about the law of correspondence, right? Basically, as within, so without. That's exactly what he's saying right there. I think in secret, and it comes to pass. Environment is but my looking glass. It is a reflection of your own mind. Crazy stuff. Okay, I got an affirmation for you. This is to be used when you catch yourself experiencing negative thoughts and or mental activity, like you start to imagine negative shit or whatever, start to worry, so on and so forth. You want to say this to yourself. My mind is a sacred garden within which I only plant seeds I would one day hope to harvest. So when I have something negative come up internally, I immediately remind myself, no, Chris, my mind is a sacred garden within which I only plant seeds I would one day hope to harvest. And then I immediately think of or imagine or feel something else, something that's aligned with what I actually want, something that I would one day hope to harvest, right? Hope that's clear. William Wordsworth, what a name. You're crazy. Your mind is the garden. Your thoughts are the seeds. The harvest can either be flowers or weeds. You choose. Okay, let's wrap up the sacred garden. Cause and effect. I'm going to read this, so bear with me. Great quote and snippet from The Power of Your Subconscious Mind. Every thought is therefore a cause, and every condition, result, is an effect. For this reason, it is essential that you take charge of your thoughts so as to bring forth only desirable conditions. When your mind thinks correctly, when you understand the truth, when the thoughts deposited into your subconscious mind are constructive, harmonious, and peaceful, the magic working power of your subconscious will respond and bring about harmonious conditions, agreeable surroundings, and the best of everything. When you begin to control your thought processes, you can apply the powers of your subconscious mind to any problem or difficulty. In other words, you will actually be consciously cooperating with the infinite power and omnipotent law which governs all things. In other words, you tap into the creative power of God. Look around you, wherever you live, and you will notice that the vast majority of mankind lives in the world without, and the more enlightened men are intensely interested in the world within. So most people are focused on the fucking illusion, the mirror, but the enlightened men or women are focused on what's going on inside of themselves, okay? Remember, it is the world within, namely your thoughts, feelings, and imagery, that makes your world without. It is therefore the only creative power, and everything that you find in your world of expression has been created by you in the inner world of your mind, consciously or unconsciously. Now, I'm going to pause there. Consciously or unconsciously, you have created all of this. And before you say, no, I didn't, Chris, unconscious means you weren't fucking aware of it. That means you did it, you just didn't know. Again, lack of awareness or lack of know-how does not excuse the fact that this is just how it works, plain and simple. You can either play by the rules of the game or get played by them. It's your call. I'm giving you some tough love, whoever you are. Okay, last little paragraph here. A knowledge of the interaction of your conscious and subconscious minds will enable you to transform your whole life. In order to change external conditions, results, you must change the cause. Most men try to change condition and circumstances by working with conditions and circumstances. To remove discord, confusion, lack, and limitation, you must remove the cause. And the cause is the way you are using your conscious mind. In other words, the way you are thinking and picturing in your mind. Damn, I'm going to grab a drink of water and pause. 2 seconds. That's some deep, deep stuff. I hope that made sense and you really heard what he's saying. Let's continue. Your subconscious mind will always express what it has been impressed with. Neville Goddard. So what I did, I just hope you notice this. I grabbed references from all over, like religion, random thought leaders or prolific figures from the past, so on and so forth, just to show you, like, this is not new information. It's just not widely known information. That's the difference. Now, we're going to dive into how the subconscious program is formed. I just, talked weird. How the subconscious program is formed, okay? We talked about what is the mind. I illustrated through a variety of case studies from people of the past, kind of how this process works. Now let's talk specifically, how is this program that you have within your mind created? The subconscious program. Well, first, what is the program? Well, your subconscious program is a collection of beliefs, memories, patterns, and rules that were installed, mostly unconsciously, without your knowledge, throughout your life, especially in childhood. It's a collection of what was previously impressed into your subconscious mind. That's the program. It's as I'm going to say here in a second. In short, your subconscious program is a multitude of ideas. Ideas basically could be a thought, an image, an experience. They're just ideas. They're just like mental activity, right? So I'm going to restart this. Your subconscious program is a multitude of ideas fixed in your subconscious mind. Fixed ideas are commonly referred to as habits, which can show up as habitual ways of thinking, feeling, and behaving. And we've already talked about this. To simplify, it's your operating system. As a human being, as a aspect of consciousness experiencing itself, just like a computer runs software, your mind runs your subconscious program. And it determines things like how you see yourself, how you see others, how you see the world, what you believe is possible, what you believe you deserve, and so on and so forth, which we're going to describe more in detail here in a second. Okay, subconscious program. How was it programmed? In childhood primarily, your conditioning, which is repeated experiences, including things like trauma, the environments that you frequented or experienced, authority figures, and so on, programmed your subconscious mind. So when you're a kid, right? Like I just had a son, so it's like amazing to see this kid growing up already. They're little sponges. We're little sponges as little kids. We absorb everything in our environment, and there's no conscious mind. Our conscious mind has not formed yet. So like a sponge, we're going to soak up whatever liquid you place near us. And they're no different. And we were no different as kids. So your conditioning happened without your consent, and it also happened without your knowledge. Before you even become aware of these things, they have gone deep into the sub and unconscious mind, meaning you aren't aware of them until you are, or aware of it, I guess. So your programming, what's running now? Because I'm going to define programming versus conditioning. So the programming is what's running now. It's the actual beliefs, patterns, and rules currently operating in your subconscious mind. And the conditioning is the process. It's how that stuff got there, how the program was installed, the repeated experiences, stimulus, environment, and so on during your formative years. So your subconscious mind was conditioned and created a program based on that conditioning. Hope that makes sense. Why this matters. Okay, so any conditioning as children, especially childhood trauma, is or are the most powerful programming events that there are because they happen when your mind was completely defenseless. I just mentioned a second ago, when you're a kid, you have no conscious mind, meaning everything just goes straight into the depths of your mind. Now let's discuss the role of trauma in programming your subconscious. You didn't know we were going to talk about this today? Well, surprise. Buckle up. Primary formation period. So I'm going to just reiterate what I just said. Most core programming happens from birth to age around 7 to 10 years old, ballpark. That's a critical period because number one, so again, brain, mind. Your brain is a transmitter of frequency. It's in the theta brainwave state, which is the equivalent of like hypnosis, meaning hypnotic absorption is taking place. You are soaking in all the information around you, and it's just getting deposited into the memory banks of your mind. Okay? Why this matters? I doubled this up, so you get the idea, right? It matters because we're going to talk about trauma and how that, affected your conditioning. Aristotle, okay, he has a powerful quote. Give me a child until he is 7, and I will show you the man. Wild to me that Aristotle knew about this shit before the internet was even around. Thank God we have the internet. Okay, so give me a child until he is 7 and I will show you the man, because those years are the most formative. I'm going to talk to you about the role of trauma in programming. This is so important. So please take notes. And I should have mentioned this at the start of the video, but you should have been taking notes the whole time. If you're not, take them now. Important stuff. So my experience. So I want to just tell you, my friend, there's a quote I really like. You can only take others as deep as you've gone yourself. And as Aristotle said, give me a child until they are 7 and I will show you the man. Well, I'm just going to tell you about my life experience really quick. This is not a trauma dump. This is just to let you know that I really get it. Whatever you've been through, whatever you've experienced, whatever hardship you've had in your life, whatever things traumatize you, which we're going to describe what that even means in a second, and created your program, I truly understand. At a young age, I experienced all sorts of crazy shit. Watching my mom almost get beat to death by a crazy abusive husband, being around a lot of drugs, getting addicted to pornography at the age of 5 years old, living in a house where somebody literally killed at least just under 10 of their children. Fucking crazy shit, okay? Experienced physical, mental, and emotional abuse until I was 12 years old by a parent. Experienced sexual abuse as a kid. Crazy shit, okay? And I'm not saying this to be oh, look at me. I'm just telling you, like I say, you can only take others as deep as you've gone yourself. The reason I got into this information, this work, you could say, was because I was fucked up, okay? It saved my life. I would have been a degenerate piece of shit, if not dead, or destroying the lives of myself and others if it was not for what I'm going to teach you and have been teaching you during this course. I mean that. I hope you can feel that. So I just want to tell you, when I talk about this shit, it's not because I'm like, oh, that fucking sounded cool. I'm talking about it because I'm like, this is it. Like, this is the information that I wish I would have had all those years ago. And had I had it, so much would have been different in my life. But because of those experiences, I'm so fucking grateful because I get to talk to whoever you are, my brother and my sister, through this camera and share this information with you so that you can hopefully avoid so much of the blood, sweat, and tears that I've had to put in to get here. Or at the very least, feel understood. Like, that feels good, right? Just to know someone fucking gets it. Like, the world's crazy, dude. The world's crazy. Okay, let's talk about it. What is trauma? Most people's definition: trauma is a deeply distressing event. Abuse, addiction, or accidents, death, violence, like, destructive, crazy shit. I got a better definition that comes from Gabor Mate, world leading expert on trauma. Trauma is not what happens to you. It's what happens inside of you as a result of what happened to you. So I'm going to simplify that. Trauma is not the event. It's the experience that happens inside of you based on the event, which is completely unique to you. We could go through two very similar things and have completely different internal experiences and reactions to it, which means that the way it traumatizes us or whether it traumatizes us is completely individual to the person. That's why trauma is so interesting, because some people, like, they get tortured as a kid and they're fucked up, or they're fine. And then some people, like, their dad tells them to shut up, or their mom was like, whatever. It's like, not that it's not bad, but it's like, fuck, they didn't get tortured, for example. And they're really fucked up. So it's like, you don't even know the impact that these experiences are going to have as kids and like what they're going to do to us long term. Because again, it's not the event itself. It's what you made it mean and what your unique experience was as a result of the event. The statistics. This was supposed to come in slow, so sorry for bombarding you, but read it one by one. 70% of people have experienced at least one traumatic event in their life. That comes from the National Council for Behavioral Health, so more like accredited mental health, whatever the hell. This is really interesting. From the Body Keeps the Score book. For every one war veteran that serves in active combat and is traumatized, there are 10 children who are equally traumatized in their own household. That's fucking crazy. Like, we have all these like campaigns for, the veterans, and no offense if you're a veteran, like, not trying to talk shit, but I'm just saying, like, what about the children? What about everyday regular people? Like, we don't talk about this shit enough. It's not a big dick contest. Like, oh, you're more traumatized than me. No, everybody's a little fucked up and we need help, basically, is what I'm saying. More than half of people who seek psychiatric help have experienced or witnessed extreme violence, abuse, and oftentimes even sexual assault as children. Should have gave a trigger warning, by the way. Sorry if any of this shit's triggering you, but you're safe. I got you, okay? I understand. I'm gonna hold your hand through this. Take a deep breath. Let it go. Cool. Last line. Because traditional definitions don't address subjective nature, unique to the individual, technically, everyone has had experiences that left them traumatized. Not just the people who got their fucking leg blown off in war or saw their family get killed or like whatever, right? It's like everyday walk of life people are pretty fucked up, and that's okay. We don't have to be. And I'm going to talk about how and why. Trauma creates programming, okay? Not the only way, but major, like fucking major. Let's give you an example, right? Let's say a little kid walks up to his dad when he's like 6 years old. And if you're a man, you understand this reference. Your dad's working on shit and he tells you like, hold a flashlight, for example. And he just like screams at you. You're like, right. But let's say like you walk up to your dad as a kid, male or female, it doesn't matter. And you're like, Dad, like at school today. And he's like, shut up, I'm doing something. To an adult, you'd just be like, God, Dad's grumpy. Like, what a dick. But to a 5-year-old or 6-year-old kid in that moment, that may have formed a core belief for them that I'm not safe around authority figures. I'm not worthy of being heard, and I'm not good enough because I didn't get his approval. And now 30 years later, they're in a crazy marriage where their partner acts just like their dad did in that moment to them. And they have crippling self-esteem issues. And like, it's just crazy. Do you get what I'm saying? I hope you do. So trauma creates programming. The decisions made or not made. I'm going to give you what I mean by that. So let's say somebody's like abused and they wish they would have defended themselves or stood up or something. They didn't make that decision, right? The decisions made or not made and beliefs formed during traumatic experiences become core subconscious programming. In other words, core wounds. Very, very important. The implication: these beliefs formed during and because of trauma are now running your subconscious program, creating your current reality, and the worst part, stopping you from creating or experiencing the reality you desire. Let's review some models, the visuals on trauma to deepen our understanding, okay? First thing, this is my trauma model. So we have a sad little boy here. He's carrying this heavy-ass backpack, way too big of a backpack for that little boy. Maybe you relate. Maybe as a kid you carried, and maybe you still carry, too big of a motherfucking backpack. Like, it's just heavy. And in that backpack is all these difficult experiences. Some you may not even remember or want to admit to yourself even happened. And that backpack just keeps getting heavier and heavier and heavier with time. There's a saying, and I think it applies to more than just men, but men seem to resonate with it, that most men are living lives of quiet desperation. Well, the truth be told, I think most people are. And this is why. They're carrying a heavy, heavy, heavy backpack, and no one knows. And because of that, that heavy backpack is filled with and also causing unprocessed emotions, shit tons of limiting beliefs, and lots of dysfunctional behavior. And just a reminder, trauma is any difficult experience that has had a lasting impact on our lives. So that's the trauma model. Okay, that just kind of gives you the brief visual of like what it's like to have trauma and some of the, after effects. Now, let's talk about the trauma response model. So this is super important. There are 4 trauma responses: fight, flight, freeze, and fawn. Let's talk about each. Fight. The fight response makes you want to confront. I have a typo there. Excuse me, my bad. Confront, attack, and be aggressive. So think about it. Fight or flight response. Like there's an altercation, right? Like I'm an ass beater, like I'm a fighter. Like when shit hits the fan, like I'm punching, Residual rage. Growing up, so angry. Like, I was filled with anger and rage. Bullying and passive aggressive. Was never a bully. Definitely was passive aggressive when I was younger. Intimidation, sometimes. Workaholic, it's 3 a.m, of course. Overthinker, sometimes, for sure. It's all about awareness, baby. So that's fight response. Flight. The flight response makes you want to flee. Residual of that. So like, let's say a traumatic experience happens. You want to run away, right? Residual of that long-term. Panic, worry, which is anxiety. Rumination, perfectionism, unpredictable behavior, right? Being flighty is another way to put that. The freeze response. It makes you want to freeze. Deer in headlights. The residual of that is disassociation, anger, numb, stuckness, difficulty making decision. And lastly, we have the fawn response. The fawn response is kind of interesting. I think the 3 primary are fight, flight, and freeze. Fawn is kind of like a behavioral pattern that develops long-term because of this. And the fawn response makes you want to avoid or diffuse conflict through people-pleasing behavior. And this is so interesting. How many people, maybe you, are people pleasers? You say yes when you mean no. You don't want to rock the boat or ruffle feathers. You don't even tell a waiter when your food's fucked up at the restaurant because it's cold or gross or whatever, right? Fawn. Residual. Identity confusion. No boundaries. Codependency. People pleasing. Oh, so many people. Here's the truth. Most people are unconsciously living in one or more of these 4 responses the majority of their lives. It doesn't go away. They are constantly in fight, constantly in flight, constantly in freeze, and it just destroys them from the inside out. So that's the trauma response model. Just remember, traumatic experiences trigger one or more of these responses, and long-term, they can get stuck on in your internal setting, so to speak, your nervous system. Now, last trauma model, 3 phases of trauma. The event. This is what happened. The circumstances that create physical, mental, or emotional harm to an individual. So, yeah, whatever circumstance took place, bam, the event happened. Now the second phase, the experience. This is how you responded and perceived the experience. Again, trauma is not what happens to you, the event. It's what happens within you, the experience, based on what happened. Okay, so how the body and mind perceived, interpreted, and responded to the event in real time. And then lastly, the impression. This is long term. What remained unprocessed is stored in mind and body. Not good. That can create dis-ease, right? Literally disease comes from unprocessed shit. The residual imprint left behind when the experience was not fully processed or integrated. Let's talk about integrated real quick. Integrated. If you ever heard this word, like if you're into spirituality or psychology, you probably have heard it. To integrate something means to make it whole, right? To bring back the missing pieces or parts back to center. So when we don't integrate our trauma or process it fully, then there are pieces of us that are gone or like disconnected from, our conscious self, which is called the shadow. And I'll talk about that in a second. Although humans rarely die from trauma, if we do not resolve it, our lives can be severely diminished by its effects. Some people have even described this situation as a living death. That's heavy. Peter Levine, body therapist kind of guy. Cool guy. That's a heavy quote. Living death. I mean, silently to yourself, raise your hand if you've experienced that before. I'm going to raise my hand. Like there have been times in my life where that was definitely me. Not a good thing. We don't necessarily die from the trauma itself, but it can create a feeling of death long term or like wanting to die for sure based on that. So let's move on from that. The role of trauma in programming. Okay. Trauma is unavoidable. Unfortunately, that's just part of the human experience. Again, everyone, I truly believe everyone has trauma in some form. Every fucking human being that's on this planet right now. Some may have an objectively more severe experience. Like someone may have gotten their legs blown off in the war or something, and another person had their dad yell at them. Very different. But everyone is still experiencing the same ripple effect. It's not your fault. So I want you to know that, my friend, like this has been something I've had to wrap my mind around, like getting abused as a kid. Like, what the fuck? Like, why? I had like this victim thing going on. Like, why would they do that to me? Irrelevant. They're fucked up. Hurt people. It's like that idea. Heal what hurt you or you'll bleed on those that didn't cut you. That's what they did to us or people did to you. And that's not your fault. You can't change that. But it's your responsibility. 100% your responsibility what you do with it now. So now it's your responsibility to heal your trauma so you can be, do, and have what you want in your life and free yourself from all that past pain. It's in the way. I want you to know that. It's in the way. You know it. If you're listening to this video right now, you're like, oh, I've got some skeletons in my closet. And I just want you to know, like, I'm not ever going to ask you to do anything that I haven't done and don't continue to do myself, okay? It's just a process. This is part of the game. The biggest long-term problem trauma creates is the inability to direct ourselves towards what we desire. When our foundation was cracked, we will continue to struggle rebuilding until we repair our foundation. Okay, does it make sense? So like think of a house getting built or a building getting built on a cracked foundation. It's going to crumble. Trauma breaks our foundation internally. We have to repair it. And this applies in all areas of life, from money, relationships, happiness, and so on. We can't manifest new shit or have the capacity to hold it if we're doing it on a broken foundation. We will crash and burn. And I've done that. Literally made $1 million by the time I was 25, was not prepared for that. So I've done that. I learned the lesson for you. You don't have to, okay? Just take my word for it. Okay. Role of trauma in programming. Let's move on. My specialty. Okay, so I just want to make this clear. You're probably like, why did we take this crazy tangent today? Now you know why. This is why a big part of the work I do with my clients is helping them to heal their trauma as a part of reprogramming their subconscious mind. And why in the full masterclass during the audit phase, we will be doing exactly that. As a reminder, if you are in the free manifestation course, or if you're watching this on YouTube when I upload it there, and you would like to unlock the full masterclass, go to chrisconder.com/start to learn more. Now, Sneak peek. In future videos, we're going to go much deeper on this topic of trauma within the masterclass, obviously. We will discuss the concepts known as the inner child and the shadow, which if you know about those, you're probably like, oh, that's cool. If you don't, you should be saying, oh, that's cool, because it's cool. It's great, good shit. And how they relate to reprogramming our subconscious mind in order to manifest what we want through one of the methods, healing of past trauma. You're probably like, why? Why do I got to heal my trauma to get what I want? Well, the answer is like you don't, but you're not going to keep what you want if you don't. And it's going to be much, much, much harder. This is why. We must make space. As Bob Proctor said it best, we must make space for the good that we desire. To manifest what we desire, we must create space for it in our lives. This is especially true with trauma. My friend watching this, how do you expect to call in anything new for yourself if you're holding on to all the old shit that's still taking up space, all while dragging you down? It's dragging you down energetically and vibrationally. It's dragging you down mentally. In all ways, it's dragging you down. It's not helping you in any way, and it's taking up space. It's in the fucking way. You can't and you won't. You're not going to get the new shit, or it's going to be much, much, much harder, way harder than it needs to be. And I'm speaking from experience. I wish I could reach through this camera and grab my old self and just, rattle them. So I can't do that, so I'm going to do it to you. But again, speaking from experience, you got to make space, and that's one of the ways we can do that. Marianne Williamson, what an amazing lady. Great work. The wounding is not my fault, but the healing is my responsibility. Mic drop. Couldn't have said it better myself. Okay, now drum roll. Save the best for last. How to reprogram the subconscious mind. You learned about the subconscious mind, what it is, how the subconscious programs formed. We took a detour into trauma, and now we're going to talk about what you came here for. How to reprogram this crazy, crazy thing called the subconscious mind. So first things first. What is reprogramming? Let's define it. This is my words. The process of updating your subconscious program and changing what's currently running in the background so you can be, do, and have what you want in your reality. In other words, you can manifest what you want, right? You can get out of your way, out of your own way, and actually get the results that you want in your life. And you're going to do that by updating your subconscious program through reprogramming it. You must reprogram, okay? It's non-negotiable. If your subconscious mind is still operating from the same old patterns and programming that got you here in the first place, how do you expect to end up anywhere different? You can't and you won't, okay? You are the slave to your subconscious until you begin this process of reprogramming it. Because part of reprogramming it is making yourself aware of it so it's no longer subconscious. And then you can change it. You can change yourself. You can change whatever, right? But again, you're not going to get anywhere. What got you here is not going to get you there is what I'm saying, okay? You don't want to be here or else you wouldn't be watching this. Now, it's not to say you hate your life. Like maybe you're happy with it, but you're not satisfied with it, right? There's a difference. Be happy with it no matter where you're at, but don't be satisfied. Like you want more shit. You want to expand and express because that's your nature. Cool. I'll help you do that. We got to reprogram your shit. Your settings aren't set up to go where you want to go. But let's change that. The process. The same mechanisms that installed it can update it. Okay, so how do we reprogram? Let's find out. This is the subconscious reprogramming model. Again, all these models are in the school group. Download them. They're great. You're not going to find, you might find like, I don't know, like the iceberg model I showed you, like there's similar shit. But other than that, all these are my work, original. Good stuff. Okay. So the core kind of principle behind subconscious reprogramming is repetition, right? And then we're going to explain, or I'm going to explain, the 4 kinds of ways you can reprogram your subconscious mind. But know that repetition is kind of the underlying principle. The subconscious is reprogrammed through consistent repetition. Now, what are we being repetitious with? Well, the first one, arguably the most important, this goes back to the trauma conversation, strong emotional impact. That is one of the most powerful ways to not only penetrate, but to reprogram the subconscious program. Emotionally charged experiences imprint new or shift existing beliefs quickly. Now, in my life, I've had many, many of these experiences. Let me just give you like 2 or 3 random ones. Plant medicine. So working with ayahuasca, psilocybin, San Pedro, and so on. Incredible. Like changed my life by far for this reason. They got to the root of my shit, my program, and started changing things. I guess I did with the medicine or whatever, however that works, It made a profound impact on me because it was a strong emotional impact. It got right into the program, bypassed the conscious mind, and I had massive, massive transformation using plant medicine. Second one, this is a little more crude. Again, I'm being really raw with you guys watching this video. You're an hour into this already. I can talk with you I'm talking like it's just you and me. Another time. First time I ever went to a rave. Strong emotional impact. I got to dance my face off freely, with my shirt off with a bunch of strangers who wanted to give me hugs for several hours, 2 nights in a row. Like, amazing experience. Just as an example. Now, negative stuff. Strong emotional impact. We already talked about that. All the trauma, just as equally as powerful as the positive stuff. So if you can create positive, strong emotional impact, you'll reprogram your subconscious mind. But negative will do the same. Secondly, evidence through behavior and results. In other words, evidence. The subconscious craves congruency. Remember that. The subconscious craves congruency. It wants things to match its beliefs and settings. Behavior and results create tangible evidence, and proof updates the program. So when you act or achieve or manifest different things, you are either affirming an existing program or belief system, or you are challenging it and creating new evidence that with time and repetition can replace the old. Another one, environment and associations. In other words, your surroundings, relationships, and the people around you constantly reinforce your subconscious patterns. If you don't believe me, recently, this is like a 26-year-old shirt from my grandpa, but outside of stuff like this, heirloom items, I got rid of all of my clothes. Like, this hat's new, these glasses are new, tank top, not so much as a gym tank top. It just looks tight with this shirt, but I'm not trying to give you a fashion show here. I'm just saying that's a great example. Surroundings. Get rid of shit in your house. Move to a new place. I moved across the country. Change the people you associate with. All those things are going to shift your subconscious program because so much, again, your subconscious craves congruency. If you take away the familiar, it has to start to build a new congruent or familiar program based on the new environment and associations. Okay, that's a little side tangent. Obviously feeling goofy today, as always, guys. Last one, emotionalized ideas over time. Okay, I'm going to read this to you. I'm just going on a little tangent real quick. Consistent suggestion using images and or words combined with emotion. Again, the subconscious thinks in pictures or images and speaks in emotions. So if you combine images with emotion, bam. Words with emotion, bam. That will install new subconscious patterns. This is why affirmations don't work for 95% of people, because they don't know how to feel. They just say shit. Oh, I'm happy. I am fit. I am blah, 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 blah. No, you're not, because you don't fucking feel it. And the subconscious doesn't give a shit what you say. It gives a shit how you feel. That's the whole point of the affirmation, is to elicit a feeling and hopefully create an image in the mind of that desired I am, and then impress that shit into the subconscious mind with repetition. If you're not doing it that way, it's not going to work. Okay. Again, you can download this down below in the resources. Let's move on. How to reprogram subconscious continued. Let's do it. What exactly are we reprogramming? Beliefs. Simply put, at the core of your program is primarily a set of beliefs, again, created by a multitude of ideas being impressed upon it. So all these ideas, all this information was shoved into your subconscious mind by the conscious mind in your environment, and then it started to form beliefs. This means this. Basically, beliefs essentially are assumptions. And I think I even say that. Yeah, right here. Beliefs are not truth. Again, if I believe it and you don't, it's not truth. Truth is the truth is the truth. Beliefs are not truth. They are simply assumptions made by each of us, but they're not objective reality. They are our subjective reality based on our own opinion and feeling and viewpoint. They're the rules. The beliefs are the rules the subconscious follows, or your subconscious follows. Okay? We talked about this. The subconscious is subjective. Subjective meaning based on or influenced by opinions and feelings, not objective meaning factual and inarguable evidence. Okay, had some spooky energy in my house, so we're back to it. The subconscious is subjective. Subjective, I'm going to repeat this again, meaning based on or influenced by opinions and feelings, not objective, meaning factual and inarguable evidence. So again, the subconscious does not check into things. If something is given to it, just like the earth, planting a seed, it will bring it forth regardless. Okay? Next, the subconscious doesn't question. It doesn't ask, is this true? It just executes once it's been given information. This is true, act accordingly. Binary in a sense. Okay? So the subconscious, it doesn't distinguish. The subconscious mind makes no distinction between constructive and destructive thought impulses. It works with the material we feed it. The subconscious mind will translate into reality a thought driven by fear just as readily as it will translate into reality a thought driven by courage or faith. That comes from Napoleon Hill. Great quote. Again, the subconscious mind is neutral. Another quote. Our subconscious minds have no sense of humor, play no jokes, and cannot tell the difference between reality and an imagined thought or image. What we continually think about eventually will manifest in our lives. Robert Collier. Again, subconscious is neutral. I hope these different thoughts that I'm gathering for you in the form of quotes or case studies are really like driving this home. And I hope there's something from today's video so far you can really hold on to that's like, whether it's one of the models, the images, a quote that I said, something I said that just really drives this home for you. It's all subjective. That's really what I want to drive home. Everything within your subconscious mind, including your beliefs, are not the truth. It's your truth. And the best part about that is you can change it. Belief systems. Your subconscious programming contains 3 major belief systems. Let's discuss them. First quote, everything you attract into your life is a reflection of the story you believe and keep telling yourself. Farshad Asol. 3 belief systems model. So we have 3 belief systems. Beliefs about other, beliefs about self, beliefs about world. Okay? Self. Let's start here. This is the most powerful and important one. Your beliefs about yourself, your self-image or identity, are the most powerful beliefs you have, as they determine the other 2 categories as well. They determine your behavior. So the beliefs about yourself determine your behavior, results, self-worth, and the overall quality of life you'll allow yourself to have. Okay? And the reason why I'm going to talk about, I'm sure I put this in the notes, but your beliefs about yourself project onto everything else. So if you have shitty beliefs about yourself, again, what you're seeing in reality is a mirror of you. So you're going to judge the world and you're going to hate the world if you hate yourself. You're definitely going to hate and judge other people and believe the worst about them if you have terrible beliefs about yourself. Now let's talk about beliefs about other. So pretty self-explanatory, other people. Your beliefs about others determine how you expect to be treated, who you trust, how you relate, in other words, how your relationships are, and how safe or unsafe connection feels. Well, dysfunctional relationships are pretty common in the world, unfortunately, and a big part of that is because of these beliefs. Now the last one, world. What are your beliefs about the world? Not is it flat or round or any of that shit, although beliefs about the world are about kind of reality. What do you believe about, this experience we're having? Your beliefs about reality determines what you think is possible, how hard life feels, and whether you'll experience scarcity, hell, or abundance, heaven on earth. Those are the 3 belief systems. So that's a simple model I put together to describe that your beliefs can kind of fall into one of those 3 categories. That helps make it more concrete and simple. So you kind of know, what am I working with? Is this a belief about myself? Is this a belief about others? Or is this a belief about the world? And I'm going to give you some examples in a second so you know exactly, like more tangibly, what that would look like. Again, you can download this model below in the resources inside of school. Okay, moving forward. Bob Proctor quote. Such a good quote. You can't escape from a prison until you recognize you are in one. Prison is your mind. People who have chosen to live within the limits of their old beliefs continue to have the same experiences. It takes effort and commitment to break old patterns. Bob Proctor. You can't escape from a prison until you recognize you were in one. Remember that. You now know that most of your life you've been in a prison that you didn't even know, but it was of your own design in some weird, crazy way. So, limiting beliefs. Everyone at all times, even myself, like I teach this shit and I still have limiting beliefs. It doesn't go away. They change and you evolve and you start to transform more and more and more with time. Like I am not the same person I was even a year ago, even 3 months ago, especially not 3, 6, 10 years ago, not even close. From the time you were born until now, you have been absorbing everything from your life experience and creating a set of beliefs from these experiences. It was just more potent as a kid because you didn't have, like, you weren't so programmed, right? It's like you can't teach an old dog new tricks kind of thing. When you're a kid, you're malleable. Like you can just imprint into a child whatever beliefs you want about themselves, about the world, about other people, whatever. But as an adult, you're more fixed in your belief systems, but you are still definitely absorbing the environment and kind of updating or solidifying beliefs with time. Why reprogram? Reminder, our goal with reprogramming is to unlimit. So you have limiting beliefs. We want to unlimit our beliefs using subconscious reprogramming so we can become and manifest what we desire. Now, examples of limiting beliefs. Limiting beliefs about self. I'm not enough. I don't deserve success. I'm not safe. I am unlovable. I am not worthy. My voice doesn't matter, etc. A lot of these beliefs are not conscious, meaning you may not have the words for it, but I'm sure one of these may have maybe past you had that, or maybe current you has that, or maybe you know someone who has one of these and you can relate. Limiting beliefs about others. People can't be trusted. Men are dangerous, women are dangerous, or whatever, right? You have a judgment about men or women. People will judge me. Other people are the problem, etc. That's limiting beliefs about others. Limiting beliefs about the world. Oh, life is hard. Money is scarce. Money doesn't grow on trees. The world is unsafe. Life isn't fair. Blah, blah, blah. No, limiting. Not great. Why self is most powerful? Your beliefs about yourself. We talked about this and we're about to dive into another model. Your beliefs about yourself project onto or into the other two. I already talked about this, but I'll just repeat it. If you believe you're unworthy, you'll see others as judgmental and the world is hostile. What you see in the world or others is oftentimes a reflection of you. If you want to see the world change, literally the world, like the people you encounter, the experiences you have, change yourself. It's some crazy shit. Okay, identity thermostat model, one of my favorites. Okay, your temperature, so let me explain this. You as a human being, because of your beliefs about yourself, have a certain temperature that you are used to. I'm going to talk about this in a second, but your identity or your belief system is kind of like a thermostat. Your subconscious mind is constantly doing checks and balances, and it wants homeostasis. It wants congruency. So when shit starts to get out of the box, whether positive or negative in either direction, your subconscious mind is going to check you and get you back into homeostasis. Well, think about a thermostat. If it's 95 degrees outside and I turn my thermostat down to 30 degrees, if that's even possible, and I open my door, what's going to happen? Hot air is going to come into my home. My thermostat is going to pick up the deviation in temperature and go, holy shit, that's hot air. I need to turn on the air conditioner. And it's going to do everything in its power to bring me from 95 down to 30. Now let's assume it's winter. All of a sudden it's a harsh storm and it drops down to negative 50 degrees, but my thermostat's still set at 30. Well, it's going to kick on the heater and try to bring things back up to 30 degrees. You are no different. Your self-image or identity is the equivalent of your temperature, whatever your homeostasis point is as a human being. And if you start to get too much abundance, happiness, love, or success, in other words, you start to heat up, well, if your identity does not align with that, you are going to be cooled down and brought back down to what's aligned or congruent with your subconscious self-image and identity. Now, let's say you go through a season of hard times. Scarcity, misery, loss, or just plain out sabotage. Eventually, your subconscious mind is going to say, okay, bud, like, let's get you motivated. Let's get you some new opportunities. We got to bring you back up to baseline because this ain't it. Your identity, self-image, will limit or unlimit you. And now you know it's your choice. You can choose moving forward who you are. You can design that person, become them, and reprogram all your beliefs to match them. It's some crazy shit. Anyways, hope that made sense. Hope that was powerful. That's one of my favorite models. Very, very simple. Very, very powerful. Okay. We each have an inner thermostat. Oh, excuse me. Let me restart. We each have an inner thermostat setting that determines how much love, success, and creativity we allow ourselves to enjoy. Gay Hendricks. If that doesn't sum up exactly what I just talked about, what will? Crazy stuff. Okay. We're almost done. How to reprogram the subconscious mind. Your identity has a set point. Just like a thermostat regulates temperature, your subconscious regulates your results to match your identity. Cybernetic mechanism. Okay, we talked about a thermostat. That's a cybernetic mechanism. What is a cybernetic mechanism? A cybernetic mechanism deals with goals, meaning like set targets, and deviations. So, for example, an airplane's automatic pilot. You hop on a plane to New York City from California, and you're supposed to land in New York, and we change the set point 1 degree, which is like nothing. But then all of a sudden you land in Florida. What happened? Well, there was a deviation. The automatic pilot's job is to pick up that deviation en route to New York and make sure you are on track. So it's going to, do whatever it needs to do to the plane's equipment to make sure it lands in New York. Well, your subconscious is no different. When there's a deviation, when you are starting to stretch or contract, right? You're going in either direction, positive or negative, outside of what's congruent to your belief system. Your subconscious mind is going to trigger your nervous system to make sure that you come back into homeostasis. It might give you anxiety. It might trigger some self-sabotaging behaviors, which we're going to talk about. It may attract to you positive or negative circumstances. It's just part of the game. The thermostat function. If results exceed your identity set point, self-sabotage brings you back down. If results fall below your identity set point, motivation, simple way to describe it, brings you back up, right? You're going to get a kick in the ass from your subconscious to get to work. You unconsciously maintain consistency with your self-image and identity, whether you knew it or not. You have an image of yourself in your mind. That image determines everything about you and the results you get. Why this matters. You can't out-earn your identity. You can't outperform your self-image. And you can't outgrow your concept of self. These are all the same thing, by the way. Identity, self-image, self-concept, whatever. The harsh truth, your results will always match who you believe you are. George Bernard Shaw, people are always blaming circumstance for what they are. We like to point the finger. Oh, the economy's not great. It's no, it's not that. It's not, okay? It's not. It's you, unfortunately. And it's me. We all do this shit. But the truth is, people are always blaming circumstance for what they are. It's always going to be us. That's all we're going to see in the mirror every time. The solution. To change your results, what you manifest, you must reprogram your beliefs about yourself. The thermostat set point. We talked about that. You got to bump your temperature up. This is called identity shifting. And it's, in a nutshell, recreating yourself, right? This image of you in alignment with what you desire. Identity and action. So some people have this I don't know. I think this is a really simple way to just be like, what is identity, right? Or how do you become aware of it? How do you know what identity you're even operating from? Well, it's because of if you observe your behavior and results, you'll know. That's the identity you have. Your results show you back to yourself, and your behavior show you back to yourself. James Clear, author of Atomic Habits, the more you repeat a behavior, the more you reinforce the identity associated with that behavior. In fact, the word identity was originally derived from the Latin word identitas, which means being, and identidem, which means repeatedly. Your identity is literally your repeated beingness. In other words, your behavior and also results. Really, really, really powerful quote. Okay, the problem is, for being honest, okay, the problem is you can't, my friend watching this, you can't seem to stop getting in your own way. You try your best to do the things you know you should do or you want to do, but something derails you every time. You begin to make progress, but you slip backwards shortly after, and you sometimes feel like your own worst enemy because you know, and I know, you're damn capable of manifesting and having everything you desire. So why can't you get yourself to do it? What's stopping you? I'll tell you. I'll tell you why, and I'll tell you what. Let's read this quote by Tony Robbins real quick, and we'll jump in. The strongest force in the human personality is the need to remain consistent with how we see ourselves. I'm making it so clear, guys. I'm just like bombarding you. Validate the point. Okay, why you're in the way of what you want. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but actually what I'm going to share with you today is going to free you. Why you're in the way of what you want. Self-sabotage. Self-sabotaging is to behave or think in a way that is harmful to one's own interests or development, especially when this is involuntary or unconscious. Interesting. In other words, internal blocks and behavioral patterns that hold you back. That's what's fucking you up. And even simpler, you keep getting in your own way. Plain and simple. Let's talk about why you do that. Why do you self-sabotage? The root cause of self-sabotage is when there is a misalignment between your conscious desires, what you want, and your subconscious program, what you believe. You consciously want to manifest or do something, but unconsciously, you act in ways that prevent it, creating a cycle of self-defeating behaviors. If that doesn't put on a light bulb, I don't know what will. That's some crazy stuff. Desire versus program. Your conscious desire is, well, Chris, I want more success, more love, more abundance. But your subconscious program says, but Chris, I'm not worthy, I'm not safe, and I definitely don't deserve it. Well, we're going to have a problem then, my friend. We got to fix that. The internal conflict. Self-sabotage is the inevitable friction that occurs when you try to operate, think, feel, and act in a way that is inconsistent with your subconscious program. So when you try to operate in a way that is inconsistent with your subconscious program, you will begin to self-sabotage. Your subconscious mind is trying to protect you from something that isn't within your comfort zone. The scariest part, even if it's killing you. Death by 1,000 paper cuts. We both know how painful it is to not be where you want to be, to not get to where you want to go. It may not hurt, or it may not be as bad as slicing open your skin and bleeding out, but those little paper cuts over and over and over and over again, pretty soon you're going to bleed out. And paper cuts hurt. I got one on my thumb the other day. That's not fun. So how does it feel to self-sabotage? Well, self-sabotage creates the feeling of being stuck or out of control, and it sucks. Speaking from experience, and I know you know what I'm talking about. But I want to make it clear. Self-sabotage is not brokenness. You are not broken, my friend. You're a human being, and you've just been stuck. It happens. Why? You've been operating from the program that was installed when you were too young to question it. You're unconsciously, but let me remind you, faithfully executing outdated programming. And it's getting you fucked up. Excuse my language. It's just part of this process, okay? The subconscious, hopefully you're experiencing this, like, I'm like that, cool teacher, that cool math teacher you wanted in high school or something, where you're like, oh, I just wish I could be in his class because, like, I swear and whatever. Or maybe you're offended, and if so, maybe I'm not for you. That's okay. But the subconscious is protecting you, if that's the case. You don't like swear words? Subconscious, that's a belief. That's a belief. The subconscious is protecting you, trying to keep you safe and comfortable emotionally and physically, keeping you consistent with your self-image, again, congruent or congruency, preserving belonging to your tribe. This is an interesting one. Let's talk about it. Fear of rejection or judgment is how that shows up. So you got to think, back when we were more tribal, when we were still on the food chain, for example, not belonging to a tribe meant certain death. You wouldn't have resources and you wouldn't have protection. And that primal fear still exists, and it's still manifesting in people all the time. Fear of rejection, fear of judgment, at the root oftentimes goes back to that primal fear. And so the subconscious knows that. It's like, fuck, if I do that, then my mom or my friends or my partner or whoever might judge me, and that means I won't belong, And unconsciously, I believe that means I might die. It's crazy shit. Why the subconscious causes self-sabotage? Because growth threatens belonging. If I succeed, I'll lose my friends. Because growth threatens your self-image. Well, I'm not that kind of person. It's not congruent with who I am. Growth threatens emotional safety. Well, if I'm visible, I'll get hurt. I can't tell you how many times I've had people just like say awful shit to me since I started making videos and stuff. Who cares? You know, move on. It's all good. But initially it was scary as shit. I was really afraid. How it shows up: procrastination, avoidance, perfectionism, numbing and distracting yourself, starting off strong and then falling off, and many other forms, vices, and dysfunctional behaviors. But I want to remind you, it's doing its job. The problem isn't the subconscious itself, it's the program it's running. Because when we update that program, guess what? You will no longer self-sabotage yourself in the same way you are now, because you're going to begin to believe that you are the person that you say you are or want to be, and that the results that you want to manifest are just a byproduct of who you are. Crazy stuff. The truth: self-sabotage equals the subconsciously faithfully executing outdated programs designed to protect a version of you and your subconscious program that no longer serves you. Hope this is making sense. The problem: well, you consciously, if you're watching this, you're like, man, I want to manifest more success, more love, more abundance, more freedom. And I just remind you, who doesn't? Like, if you talk to anybody on the street and you're like, hey man, do you want more money? You want more people to love you? You want freedom? All of them are going to say yes. But do they have it? No. Because your subconscious is programmed for struggle, unworthiness, and scarcity. And that's a problem. Until you reprogram the subconscious, your results will stay the same, unfortunately. So why has nothing worked so far for you? You've been trying to change results without changing programming. You've not fully understood the mind, and therefore, it's been your master instead of you being its master. You've been addressing symptoms, not the root cause of your problems. And this is the first step. Welcome. You have taken a major, major leap, whether you knew it or not. You are now aware. Awareness is the first step. You cannot reprogram what you cannot see. You have to make the unconscious conscious. You have to take this shit from inside of you, put it up on a shelf, and decide, what am I doing about it? Quote from someone that backs up what I'm talking about. Quotey, that's a banger. Summary. Okay. What we've established. Let's just recap today's video real quick before we put a bow on it. The subconscious mind is the program and memory bank running 90% of your life beneath conscious awareness. It thinks in images and it speaks in emotions, not words. It's the bridge between you and infinite consciousness, also known as God, Source, Spirit, the universe, infinite intelligence, and so on. It was programmed primarily in childhood, 0 to 7 years, through repetition, emotion, authority, and trauma. Your mind is a garden, a sacred garden, and whatever seeds you plant in your thoughts and beliefs will grow into your harvest, your results. The subconscious program contains 3 belief systems: self, which is the most powerful, others, and world. Your identity acts like a thermostat that regulates your results to match your self-image. And lastly, self-sabotage is the subconscious faithfully executing outdated programming to protect you. And lastly, one more time, you're not broken, my friend. I promise. You're just running old software that no longer serves you. And I know that because I've been there and all the people I've helped have been there. And it's just part of the process, part of the game. So the gap that you're now seeing, you're like, look, okay, I understand now, or you understand what's been running beneath the surface, the subconscious program. You understand why it's there. You're like, look, that conditioning that I had growing up and that trauma I experienced and all the childhood shit, it turned me into who I am. And you also understand what it's creating. You're like, damn, now I'm self-sabotaging because of that, and I feel stuck, and I'm not manifesting what I want. Like, Chris, I thought you were going to help me. Well, I am, don't worry. And in fact, you even understand the fundamentals of how to reprogram. And I give you that model. You know the 4 methods of reprogramming the subconscious now. But here's what you're missing and what we're going to fill. You don't yet understand the exact mechanics of how your subconscious program creates your reality. You haven't seen the full process from programming to manifestation, and you don't know precisely why manifestation has felt inconsistent or like it's not working, as I've heard so many times before from people. So, what's next? Well, let's solve those problems. Now you know what is running, subconscious program, why it's there, conditioning and trauma, and what it's creating, self-sabotage, and stuck patterns. In the full masterclass during the audit phase or module, we'll systematically identify your specific blocks and patterns and overcome them. But either way, in the next video, I'm going to cover exactly what manifestation is, how it works, and why the mind has been the missing piece for you to manifest what you want. I'm going to give you some game. Don't worry. And by the way, with that, let's see if my keyboard will work. With this, where are we at? In the full masterclass during the audit phase and module, again, I'm teaching you in this first module, big picture, like how does all this stuff work? But if you want to get nitty gritty with it, I'd recommend you check out the full masterclass. Okay, summary. Continue completing your roadmap and course. We're almost done with this first milestone, so congrats. Great job for putting in the work. Access and follow the resources below in the school group. Do your accountability posts, check out the models, and anything else that's below, make sure you take action on it. Leverage the community for support. You have a group of people who are interested in and going through the same process as you, the process of transformation inside and out. Make friends, support them, ask for help, and obviously I got your back as well. And have fun. Dude, this is cool. Like I told you when this video started, this is the most fascinating thing you could be learning about because it has infinite return on investment. It's going to greatly impact every single area of your life from today moving forward, and it just gets better. Like this shit is cheat codes. I'm not joking. Okay, my friend, ready to go deeper. If you're in the free manifestation course, you're watching this on YouTube, you can get personalized guidance on a free reality design clarity call, chrisconder.com/clarity. By the way, if you're watching this on YouTube, you got to just join the school group or you're missing out. It's free, obviously. And then secondly, if you're in the free manifestation course and you want to unlock the full reality design masterclass and protocol, go to chrisconder.com/start and we'll talk. Now, if you're in reality design, you're one of my, top dogs. If you want more support and accountability, join the weekly reality design community calls by going to school.com/realitydesign/calendar, or just go in the school group, click calendar, add the calls to your calendar. And you can also apply for one-to-one implementation support by going to chrisconder.com/waitlist. Okay? And if you're enjoying this course, I'm putting my heart and my soul into it. Leave me a damn testimonial. realitydesign.chrisconder.com. And yeah, I look forward to seeing you guys in the next video. Much love. Keep up the good work. Trust the process. Take action on what you learn. And everything's going to work out for you. I promise. We'll talk soon. All right, welcome back. This video is Manifestation Made Simple. And in it, you're going to learn the essential mechanics, principles, and fundamentals to manifesting and its relation to your mind. Remember, you can watch on 1.5 times speed if needed. Let's jump in. It's going to be a great video. Agenda. What manifestation actually is. We're going to cover it, talk all about it. Number 2, how manifestation works. We're going to simplify it. And number 3, why your desired manifestations are delayed. And number 4, we're going to also talk about this crazy truth and about why you're always manifesting. So stay tuned for that. Let's jump in. What manifestation actually is. So I'm going to give you the most concrete, simple definition. So moving forward, you have no confusion on what manifesting or manifestation is, and then we're going to talk exactly how to do it. So what manifestation actually is. Let's clear this up. Manifestation has been mystified, overcomplicated, and misunderstood. Let's strip it down to what it actually is. Like right now, if you go on Google and obviously Google has AI now, so it summarizes shit. But if you just Google what is manifestation, you're going to get head soup. It's just so much random nonsense. And also some people think manifestation is not real. Other people don't quite understand exactly what it is. So I'm going to make this so simple for you. Okay. Let's talk about it. Manifesting is the process of bringing an idea, desire, or thought to fruition, moving something from the internal mind or consciousness to the external, physical reality. That is manifesting in a nutshell. So you're probably wondering, well, what is manifestation? Manifestation is actually the result. It's an idea, thought, or desire that has been fully realized in the material world. Quick note, that's why I said this. The philosophy or idea or practice of manifestation is just commonly referred to as manifestation. Even manifesting is usually referred to as manifestation. It's like one word is used for both things, even though they're technically not the same thing. That's okay. In a nutshell, it's the process of bringing an idea, desire, or thought to fruition, moving something from the internal to the external, and or something that has already been brought from the inside to the outside through the process of manifesting. Okay? Hope that's super clear. Like, this is a very, very easy, simplistic definition. Makes it more concrete. It also makes it more real. So you know exactly what you're doing and trying to accomplish by manifesting a reality of your design. Let's continue. What manifestation actually is. Not fantasy. It's mechanics. So it's not magic. Now, what I mean by that is it's not like a genie in a bottle or like some like, I don't know, like, how do I even say this? Like, it's not something you can't figure out how it works, basically. Like, it's just like a mystery. No, it's actually quite simple. And I put a note here. Okay, it's literally magic, not figuratively magic. What I mean by that, throughout all of history, there's been different philosophies, theologies, like so on and so forth, that have talked about this idea of magic. What magic really is the ability to influence and shape reality based on our will and our other mental faculties. So in a nutshell, manifestation is quite literally magic, like your ability to take something and create it based on your own intention. And so magic, I actually put the notes here. I should have just read those before I went on a tangent. So magic, as in shaping our reality via our mind and mental faculties, is quite literally what magic is. But not magic as in you won't have some fairy grant you wishes or based on hope alone instantly materialize your desires. But more than that, it's cause and effect. Okay? It's lawful, structured, and predictable. That's why manifestation is so interesting, and creating results as a whole is because it's not a mystery. Even though people may have, made you think that, or made it sound super mystical and magical, like it's just this foreign thing that like no one knows how it works. That's just not true. It's actually quite simple. And the thing is, if it's not simple, and they also say the sign of a great teacher is their ability to simplify like complex things for their students. That's my mission. I just want you to know that. I want to make this shit so easy and so simple for you that you can't mess it up. Okay? Let's move forward. You can do magic. You can have anything that you desire. Maybe you don't get that reference. That's an America song reference for those who know. If you do, I love you. And if you don't know, I still love you, but go listen to that song. It's really good. But genuinely, my friend, you can do magic because you are learning and are going to continue to learn and master the ability to create with your mind. Neville Goddard quote, "Chance or accident is not responsible for the things that happen to you, nor is predestined fate the author of your fortune or misfortune. Your subconscious impressions determine the conditions of your world." So it goes back to everything we've been talking about. Everything in your life is a result of what is happening in your mind, in your subconscious mind specifically. What is impressed upon it, whether consciously or unconsciously, is creating your reality. What manifestation actually is, let's continue. The simple truth, manifestation is the natural outcome of your consistent state, thoughts and feelings, and behavior, actions, and I'd also add habits, producing results. You're already doing it. You're already a master manifester, believe it or not. You just didn't know it. You are always manifesting, creating things from the inside to the outside, consciously or unconsciously. There is no off switch. Creation does not stop. You can't turn it off. You are a creative being, a creative force in this universe. You just didn't know it. Or maybe you did and you're like, yeah, Chris, I already know all this shit. Can we move on? That's fine. You need to be reminded more than you need to be taught. But if you're learning this for the first time, it's going to trip you out. You're always manifesting. You can't not create shit. That's literally your nature. You are the infinite consciousness that created all things, temporarily experiencing itself in a physical form. How could you not be creating at all times? Whatever's going on in your mind, conscious or unconscious, you are shaping your life and reality by. Okay, let's make sure my microphone's still on. I just bumped it. Cool. The real question, not can I manifest? The real question is, what am I currently manifesting and why? And that is where awareness comes into this question or into this scenario. Because when you start to be aware of what is materializing outside of me, you start to get hints on what's going on inside of me or inside of you. Universal law connection. This is the law of mentalism at work. The all is mind. The universe is mental. Again, we talked about this in the laws of the universe section. Everything begins in consciousness and manifests through the mind. Now, the mind can be your mind or the collective mind, collective consciousness, but it all begins in consciousness because consciousness is everything. It is the formless substance within, operating within and through all things, okay? Realization, not attraction. You don't manifest what you want. You manifest what you are. And what you are is a combination of what is going on in your mind, so your thoughts, your feelings, and all the subconscious programming, and how you embody that through your behavior. Clear? Let's do it. Cool. Okay, man is buffeted, which is an older word, means afflicted. So man is afflicted by circumstances so long as he believes himself to be the creature of outside conditions. But when he realizes that he is a creative power and that he may command the hidden soil and seeds of his being out of which circumstances grow, he then becomes the rightful master of himself. So I just want to go on a tangent real quick. I hope whoever you are watching this, you realize the power of this information. Truly. There is nothing that a human being could learn that has of high of an impact as what we're talking about here today. And you learning this, when you realize that you are a creative power, like we just talked about, and that you may command the hidden soil and seeds of your being, your subconscious, out of which circumstances grow, you will become the rightful master of yourself. Damn, this shit's crazy. Okay, let's keep moving. The tools for manifestation, the energy, consciousness is the power source. Okay, that's where all the power comes from, so to speak. It's the electricity that powers the light bulb. The formless substance that creates all form, consciousness. The mechanism, the mind. So the mind is the tool that shapes reality. The interface that directs consciousness into specific manifestations, forms. We've already talked about this. I don't need to go on a tangent, even though I want to. How they work together. Consciousness, energy is used by the mind, mechanism, to create, manifest. You are consciousness experiencing itself through a mind, and obviously a physical body, but you are consciously aware of yourself because of your mind and your body, right? You have the power and the tool at your disposal. So the implication, what is this? As a result of this, what does that mean? If you understand how to direct your mind, you can direct consciousness to manifest whatever you choose. And if you don't understand how to direct your mind, doesn't matter, because you will still unconsciously manifest whatever matches your subconscious program. And I would also add whatever other impressions are being impressed upon you by the world will manifest either by your design, consciousness and consciously, or by default. Now, by design or by default, that's kind of what we have to work with here. You are either going to be the conscious creator, which we're going to talk about in the next video, or you're going to be the unconscious creator. But either way, you're creating shit. So, what do you choose? Manifestation made simple model. So let's give a visual to this. So I just wrote a little note here. We have idea, thought, desire, right? So that's the internal thing. Before something is brought into reality, it's the seed. And the picture of your desired reality is simply referred to as vision, as you may have heard me say before. So basically, an idea, thought, or desire could be also known as a vision, right? It's the idea, the thought, or desire that you would like to manifest. Or it could be the unconscious idea, thought, or desire. Before something is brought into reality, it's a seed. Guess what? Manifesting is the process of the seed growing. It's the process of bringing an idea, desire, or thought to fruition. And manifestation is when an idea, thought, or desire has been fully materialized in the material world. Yep, an idea, thought, or desire that has been fully realized in the material world. Okay, cool. So manifestation is a natural outcome, as we talked about, of consistent states, thoughts, and feelings, which we're going to talk about in the next video, is also just known as frequency, your energy. and behaviors, your actions and habits producing results. Okay, so it starts off as a seed. Before it's brought into reality, it grows, and then you get a harvest. Let's move on. Hope that makes sense. You can grab a copy of this in the resources below. The mechanism of creation is hidden in the very depth of the subconscious, the female aspect or womb of creation. Now, I kind of gave some TMI a couple of videos ago where I was like, look, I just had a kid. We all know how kids are made. So your subconscious is like the womb of creation, as he's saying, meaning you plant seeds into it, it's going to grow, you know? There are, I don't even know if I should say this, but I'm going to be authentic and just say it. You can't put a mental condom on, right? Whatever seeds end up in there, it's going to grow, you know? So if you don't want, you got to be conscious about what seeds you're putting in the womb. All right, let's move on. Okay, how manifestation works. The mind and manifestation. Oh God, sometimes I'm such a goofy bastard, but anyways, the mind is a creative power. It's constantly absorbing and filtering your life experience, and then as a byproduct is actively co-creating your reality using the material it's fed. Your unique subconscious program determines what it shapes your reality into. So again, you have this infinite energy that you are tapped into because your subconscious mind is the bridge or like the plug into the outlet of infinite consciousness, right? And then your mind is constantly absorbing information, which we're going to show you a model on in a minute, from the outside world. And based on your program, your subconscious program, it decides what to do with that information. Does it accept it? Does it reject it? And if it is accepted, in other words, impressed, then it goes into creation mode. And based on your unique subconscious program, well, that determines what the printing press is going to print. Garbage in, garbage out. Based on what you allow to enter your mind, you will create a chain reaction that follows. The quality of what it's fed becomes the quality of what it produces. So you're giving it raw material all the time. If you're scrolling on social media, if you're having a conversation with other people, if you're going into certain environments, whatever is going on, your mind is getting stuff impressed into it. Not everything makes it to the subconscious, but the things that do, they will ultimately manifest in your life. So are you ready to see the mind in action? Let me show you instead of tell you what this looks like. We're going to demystify the mind and its creative processes. So from now on, you know exactly what is going on behind the scenes, and as a result, why you are manifesting your current reality. All right, let's do it. The mind in action model. So don't get overwhelmed. As always, let me explain. We have over here a human. At least that's what it appears to be, right? We've got a little thing here. We have an icon for each of the 5 senses, and that is what is known as stimulus. So we are constantly absorbing stimulus from our environment based on what we can touch, taste, smell, hear, and see, as well as other things, but that's a simple way to describe it. So what happens? Step 1, information is consumed through the 5 senses. So something comes in to the funnel of your mind. Second step, the conscious mind accepts or rejects the thing. So it decides, is this staying or is this going? Whatever is accepted by the subconscious mind, whatever information, step 3, information that is accepted by the conscious mind is deposited into the subconscious mind. So not everything makes it into here, but the stuff that does, the mind manifests that information through thoughts, feelings, and then through action or inaction. Step 5, action leads to results, positive or negative. And then step 6, results are consumed by the senses and get reinforced as new information, new feedback, thus creating another loop. So in a nutshell, information, your mind processes that information, a percentage of that information, or depending on how the information was received, gets impressed into the subconscious mind. It goes into creation mode and manifests through you in terms of thoughts, feelings, behavior, as well as the things that you attract into your world. And again, then those results are consumed by the senses and reinforced. Joseph Murphy, great quote to summarize what we just talked about. Whatever your conscious mind assumes and believes to be true your subconscious mind will accept and bring to pass. Anything. Positive or negative, truthful or untruthful, doesn't matter. Now, I'm going to simplify this even more. Reality creation chain model. So each chain link represents a different step in creation. First, we have programming. We've been talking a lot about this. Your programming leads to your thoughts. So the thoughts that you think, I don't remember the exact percentage, but it's like 80% or more are repetitive. They're the same ones you had yesterday and the day before that, and so on and so forth. And one thing to keep in mind is most of them are unconscious. You don't even recognize you're thinking these thoughts. But besides the point, your programming triggers thoughts. Your thoughts then trigger feelings. And guess what happens after that? Your feelings trigger actions, or they influence your behavior, and that leads to results. This is called the reality creation chain model, and a simple acronym is POINT FAR: programming, thoughts, feelings, actions, results. And as you can see, this feedback loop just continues over and over and over again. Now, we can interrupt it. We can control certain parts of it, which we're going to discuss. For example, I can, in this moment, choose my next thought and therefore interrupt the chain. I can shift my state and feel a new feeling. Great, can interrupt this process. And I can also, in this moment, choose a conscious new action. But again, we cannot control our results or our programming. We can only control our thoughts, our feelings, and our actions. Outside of that, and if we choose not to do that, we are going to be on autopilot the whole process. Okay, again, you can grab models like this in the resources down below. I recommend saving them. They're worth looking at and thinking about because there's so much depth, more than I could convey in a quick video. Breaking down the chain. Let's simplify even more. Programming leads to thoughts. Thoughts emerge from programming. Most of your thoughts are not random. They are repetitive. Your beliefs, programming, create your default thought patterns. Example, I'm not worthy. A lot of people have that program. Leads to a thought, I can't do this. Well, guess what happens next? Thoughts lead to feelings. Emotional states follow mental activity, thought. Thoughts trigger emotions. I can't do this. The thought then becomes a feeling of anxiety, doubt, and fear. Guess what happens after that? More crazy stuff. Feelings lead to actions. Behavior follows emotional state. So just quick pause. Behavioral psychology. Most of the things you do are to either trigger a feeling or avoid one. Just a thought. Your feelings, again, drive what you do or don't do. So now you have this anxious feeling, which is leading you to procrastination and avoidance action. And guess what actions create? Results. Results are delayed reflections of your actions. Consistency compounds over time. And the problem is, this is a loop. So oftentimes you get stuck in it. And that means that over time, it compounds and gets not only stronger, but more destructive. So now procrastination leads to no progress, result, and we all know how that goes, not so fun. Results lead to more programming. The feedback loop continues. Your results confirm your beliefs. See, I knew I couldn't do it. Reinforces the program. I'm not enough. The cycle continues. So where people try to change and fail. People try to attack thoughts alone, like try to change thoughts without changing the programming. Again, you can't do that. You can choose a new thought, but you can't change the repetitive thoughts until you change the program. They try to force actions without addressing feelings, which causes resistance and a whole mess of self-sabotaging symptoms. They try to change results without changing actions. Again, you can't. Your results are a byproduct, but they are not the thing that you can control. And it becomes a vicious cycle, unfortunately. And we call that a self-fulfilling prophecy. Without realizing it, you've been stuck in a vicious cycle of your own creation. And this feedback loop, this is why patterns persist, because your results confirm your programming, which creates more of the same results. Why it's a circle or a chain? Because it's a self-perpetuating loop. Just to reiterate, your results reinforce your programming, which creates more of the same thoughts, feelings, actions, and again, results. And the pattern repeats. until you consciously interrupt the cycle, you'll keep manifesting the same reality for yourself. And we talked about this, I think, in a video or two ago, this amazing quote: your mind is either your master or your servant. And it's a terrible master. It's an amazing servant. You rule your mind or it will rule you, from Horace. So the truth, kind of just the takeaway here. You've been unconsciously manifesting through this cycle. In the next and final video of this phase and module Awaken, you'll learn how to use this cycle consciously to manifest what you want. That video was called Unconscious to Conscious Creator. It's incredible. Definitely dive into that after this video. Okay, James Allen. I love this guy. He's on my wall next to me. I got like a cool little, what's it called? Montage of really interesting thought leaders. But besides the point, circumstances, that's a misquote. Circumstances do not make the man. It reveals him to himself. Circumstances don't make you, but they reveal you to yourself. Because again, reality is a mirror. All these circumstances are just you staring back at you in the mirror. Awaken to the truth. Now you see. Now you know exactly what is going on behind the scenes. And as a result, why you are manifesting your current reality. And we have now opened Pandora's box. If you don't know that metaphor or that idea, once Pandora's box is opened, it cannot be shut. You can't unknow this information, my friend. So I gave you a blessing and a curse because now you know, which means you're either going to suffer from cognitive dissonance going against what you know, or you're going to thrive because you implement and apply and embody what you now know. The full model is important to understand. So I shared with you the mind in action, kind of like how information's digested with the mind and how it, kind of turns it like a printing press would. We talked about the reality creation chain model, programming thoughts, feelings, actions, results. But in practice, because again, we want to make this stuff applicable to daily life, you can simplify this for a daily application. So reality creation chain is the comprehensive, but let's review a simple version. And again, let's make it simple and actionable. So now we're going to review a basic way that you can begin to master this right away. Let's talk about attitude. Attitude is the composite of thoughts, feelings, and actions. So when someone's like, oh, check your attitude, what they're really saying is they can sense based on unconscious mental activity, your current energy, your feelings, and the way you're behaving, what your attitude is. So when I say check your attitude, or maybe hear me refer to attitude, I'm kind of saying collectively, how are you showing up with what you can control? How are your thoughts? How are your feelings? And what's your current behavior like? And you, my friend, if you control your attitude, your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions, control your attitude, thoughts, feelings, and actions, and you'll control your destiny, truthfully. That's the most powerful thing. It's just so simple. Control how you think, control how you feel, and control what you do, and you will literally influence, create, shape, mold your reality. Okay, let's go to the next one. Reality creation made simple model. So I took the reality creation chain, we just simplified it a bit. We have state, which is your inward experience. Those are your thoughts and feelings. We have behavior, your outward expression, actions and habits. And we have results, your manifested reality. These are your outcomes and circumstances. Now, what I want you to realize, what can you control? Well, you can control your state, your thoughts and feelings. You can control your actions and your habits, your behavior. And this is the cause, right? This is the cause, and the effect, the aftermath of that cause is what you create, which is your results. So we can't focus just on results. Yeah, they're good to take reference to and be aware of, but it's not in our control because current results are just a reflection of past state and past behavior manifesting in your reality. So what do we need to focus most on? What we can control, our current state and our current behavior. And as long as those two things are in check, we're winning the game, and what will materialize as a result of that is aligned with what we actually want. I hope that makes sense. The role of emotion and action in manifestation. So now let's kind of just break this down just a bit more. Two critical components in manifestation, emotion and action. So emotion is energy in motion. And energy, right? Vibration, we talked about the law of vibration. Everything is energy. So your energy or your emotion, so a quick pivot. Feeling, that word feeling. I feel this way. That's a word that we invented to describe our awareness of the vibration that we're currently in. And so emotion, energy and motion is your vibration or frequency. That's basically like the expression of that, right? So emotion is the fuel that powers manifestation. Why emotion matters. Thought without emotion is a weak signal. So that's why, like, again, we talked about this, I think, in previous videos. That's why, like, affirmations are not great unless they're combined with emotion. You can say words or think things, but it's not necessarily going to make the strongest impact until there's emotion. The thoughts that manifest are not just thoughts. They're the ones that were combined with emotion and repetition over time, okay? So thought plus emotion is a strong signal. And one thing that I used to struggle with was like mental, like using imagination for negative things. Like I'd imagine terrible things happening, worst case scenarios, blah, blah, blah. And then I was surprised when those things would show up in my reality. And it was almost like a slap in the face of like, fuck, I've seen this happen before. And now it's literally happening. But now it's the opposite where I'm like, shit, I've seen this happening and now it's happening in a good way, right? I'm seeing the things materialize that I have impressed into my subconscious mind with intention. So remember, the subconscious responds to feeling, not just thinking, because thinking is of the conscious mind, which only is 5 to 10% of the power. 90% of it is subconscious, which speaks in emotions and thinks in pictures or images, another word. So let's talk about how to use this. Don't just visualize what you want. Feel what it's like to already have it. Don't just say affirmations. Feel, or in other words, emotionalize the affirmation. Embody the feeling, the state of the wish fulfilled. Neville Goddard. So yes, thoughts are very important because they trigger emotions, but again, we can kind of hack into the reality creation chain and influence our emotions without influencing our thoughts. We can influence our thoughts without changing the program, and we can also influence our behavior without influencing our feelings or our thoughts. It's kind of like these different pillars we can control at any given moment. And again, emotion is very important when it comes to working with the subconscious as a whole. And because the subconscious is the mechanism through which manifestation occurs, it's very important that you remember emotion is very, very key. Universal law connection. I just said this a second ago. I'll re-say it. The law of vibration. Everything vibrates at a frequency. Your emotional state is your vibration, and it magnetizes matching experiences, conditions, and circumstances to you. So now let's talk about action. You can't just think and feel. So I guess recap real quick. Manifestation requires action. Aligned action bridges the internal and external. So to take something from the mental plane, so it's like spiritual plane, consciousness, mental plane, mind, physical plane, action, and results. So action, or aligned action really, bridges this internal creation and makes it external. Why action matters. The ancestor of every action is a thought. Ralph Waldo Emerson. So basically, as we've talked about, action is the embodiment of the mental. So whatever you're thinking and feeling will eventually manifest into action. And action is also a way that you can bypass the program in a way and actually take your creation, whether it's currently a part of your programming or not, and embody it in the present moment. So let me simplify that. So what I'm saying is, like, you don't have to wait until you're perfect and until you have the perfect belief system and the right subconscious program to get what you want. You can start to hack that system now by saying, look, regardless of what my program is, I am going to create new evidence through my behavior to challenge the existing program and to create new evidence for the new one I'm looking to create and the new reality I'm looking to manifest. Hope that makes sense. Not taking action is to interrupt the reality creation chain. Remember, thought, feeling, action. So we want to take action. We don't want to just leave it at thought and feeling. Behavior, I just said this, creates evidence. It's like I've gone through these notes before. It's crazy. Evidence updates programming. And another couple thoughts on action and behavior. Your identity is literally your repeated beingness. James Clear. And another quote by him, actions are the receipts of your identity. So the only way to know your identity for certain, meaning who you believe yourself to be, and that influences so much of your reality and creating your reality. So the only way to know your identity for certain is to see how you behave, your actions and habits, and the results you get, the reflection of your actions and beliefs. I'm going to give you a wild analogy, a crackhead, okay? So I've asked people this. I'm kind of a rough around the edges guy, if you can't tell by now. Or maybe rough around the edges, I don't know. I'm an interesting person. I've been told I'm like a juxtapose. I have a lot of different parts. But I've asked people before, like, look, why don't you smoke crack cocaine? And they're like, what? Like, that's such a crazy thing to ask a stranger. And I'm like, well, I haven't said that like directly to a stranger, but you get the idea. Like, it's a crazy thing to say to someone, like, why don't you smoke crack? But the reason why is because they're not a crackhead, right? Actions are the receipts of your identity. If someone smokes crack, what does that tell you about their identity? That they identify as a crackhead or a drug addict. But if they don't do that, also, what does that tell you about their identity? So same thing goes for you. Maybe you don't smoke crack. I hope you don't. But if I look at your actions and your habits, I can tell you who you think you are. Does that make sense? And that's so, so important. So let's move on from that. The key, you don't manifest what you think about or feel about only. You manifest what you become. You have to be it through repeated thoughts, feelings, and actions, because that's the expression of who you are. Does that make sense? Cool. Consistency versus intensity. Small aligned actions repeated daily are way, way more powerful than massive sporadic effort. Universal law connection, the law of action. We talked about this. To manifest your desires, you must engage in actions that support those desires. Thought and feeling without action remain in the mental realm. Action is the door being opened, so you must walk through it. This is what I mean by that. Think about it as like when you impress something into your subconscious mind, you're communicating to infinite intelligence, like God. I'll just use the word God. Let's say I tell God, I want this thing, and then God opens doors for me. I have to walk through them. I have to pick up the phone. I have to basically capitalize on the opportunity or on the like openings that reality is giving me to manifest my desire. I've said this before, like you're not going to get what you want with Cheeto dust in your belly button sitting on the couch. There is a co-creative process that occurs with us and the collective consciousness that we must do the dance, basically is what I'm saying. So when the door opens, you have to walk through it. The manifestation formula. Number 1, align your state, thoughts and feelings. Number 2, align your behavior, actions, I forgot this, but plus habits. Number 3, trust the process, because there's a gestation period. We talked about this with the law of gender. Just like a seed in reality, like if I plant an apple tree, for example, an apple seed, it's going to take time to grow into a tree. Your manifestation is no different. You're going to plant seeds into your mind, and there's an unknown period of time before that thing materializes. So you just have to trust the process. You have to have conviction and faith that it doesn't matter how long it takes. If it's a month, if it's a year, if it's a week, a day, it's crazy. Sometimes things are very, very quick. Sometimes they take a while. It doesn't matter. Trust the process. Focus on what you can control and continue to show up. And then step 4, results manifest. Like it's inevitable. If you do this, I promise you, it will manifest. Where people fail, they try to manifest without acting, or they act without aligning their state. Both are required. So you have to take action, but you also need to make sure you have the right internal state. Because if you're acting, we're going to talk about this in the next video, like from a low vibration place, you're going to create unnecessary friction and resistance. It's going to make this process so much harder. Okay, let's move on. Action is the bridge between the inner world and the outer world. Unknown. I don't know who that quote came from, but it's a great quote. Controlling what you can control. Cause and effect. Every cause has its effect. Every effect has its cause. Nothing happens by chance, and all outcomes are lawful consequences of prior spiritual, mental, emotional, or physical actions. This is also Hermetic principle. So we talked about the laws of the universe, law of cause and effect. And we're talking right now about controlling what you can control. So I kind of have mentioned this a few times, but we're going to continue to reiterate. even simpler. Now, again, I keep doing this because I just really want to make this like 5th grade level. Like, I hope that a child could go through this course and be like, damn, I now know how to use my mind to create my reality. So please, my friend watching this, control your attitude. Your attitude, as we talked about, is the composite of your thoughts, feelings, and actions. Put simply, your state and your behavior. Control those things. That is the best thing you could do for yourself. So, to make it easy, the self-check, or the reality check is what I'm going to call it. What's my attitude right now? Or how's my attitude right now? Whatever feels more right. What am I thinking? What am I currently feeling? How am I behaving? Because, as you know, mirror, mirror on the wall. Your attitude is what you're bringing to the mirror. Remember the mirror principle, which we'll talk about again. But your attitude is what you're bringing to the mirror of reality and what will be reflected back in your results, your manifested reality. Okay? So this is the leverage point. This is the heavy hitting idea you need to remember. You can't directly control your programming because it's so subconscious or unconscious. What does that mean? It means below conscious awareness. It's out of your control. It's out of your field of awareness. It's inaccessible most of the time to you, which means you can't control it. Can you influence it? Yes. Can you reprogram it? Hell yes. But in the moment, can you change it? No. It is a repetitious process over time. But guess what you can control right now and every single moment moving forward? Your attitude. And that makes you damn powerful. So here's the key. Your repeated attitude becomes your identity. It's how you begin to see yourself and more often be, which guess what? Updates your programming. And James Clear said, the more you repeat a behavior, the more you reinforce the identity associated with that behavior. Your identity is literally your repeated beingness. So in this quote, let's just let behavior also add to that, the thoughts and feelings. Because again, as we just talked about, reality creation chain, thoughts leads to feelings, which leads to action. So they're all together. We're breaking them apart just so we can kind of like identify what they are. But in reality, this is a package deal. Like you don't really get one without the other, is what I'm trying to say. So bridge the final video. In the next video, which is it's a banger. I'm going to use that word. It's so good. We'll show you exactly how to consciously direct your thoughts, feelings, and actions to manifest what you want. But first, you need to understand why manifestation has felt so damn hard in the first place. So I'm going to teach you and just make it super clear why your desired manifestations are delayed. Again, there's a gestation period, so like things just take time. But I know some of you watching this are going to be like, but I've tried this before, Chris, and like it didn't work, or like and I get it. I totally get it because I've been there. I've failed more than I've succeeded with this stuff, but that's why I've learned it so well, because you can only learn it through trial and error. Like this information, like Carl Jung's quote, there is no coming to consciousness without pain. It's so true. Like I hope you can feel, and I hope that I can convey to you, like it was a labor of love, but I have suffered greatly to learn this information. And it's just part of the game. Sometimes shit doesn't work out how you want it to. Sometimes things take longer. Sometimes they never come. But along the way, you learn why. And that's what I'm hoping to convey to you in this message. So why your desired manifestations are delayed. Why your desired manifestations are delayed. What's the catch? Why are desired manifestations delayed in general? 3 reasons. Number 1, conflicting programming. You consciously want one thing, but your subconscious is programmed for something else. Example, your conscious desire is, I want to be wealthy, Chris, but your subconscious belief is, money is hard to get, or I don't deserve abundance. Well, what do you think is going to happen? The result, manifestation is delayed, unfortunately. Number 2, lack of consistency. You change your state and behavior temporarily, but then you immediately revert back to old patterns. You visualize for 3 days, and then you stop. You take action for a week, then you self-sabotage and spiral and go off the rails. Manifestation, I want to make this clear, requires consistent alignment of state and behavior. Consistent. Not one time, not 3 times. It is a practice you need to master and be engaged with constantly. And then number 3, time delay, or otherwise known as the gestation period from the law of gender. All seeds have an incubation period before they manifest. Apple trees, I'm sure pear trees, planting corn, like all those things, no different than whatever it is you want. It's a seed right now. It's going to take time to grow. The oak tree is in the acorn, right? Think about that, an acorn, a little acorn. There's a bunch of squirrels outside of my house right now. They got shit tons of acorns, lots of oak trees in my neighborhood. That little acorn is the same acorn that grew the massive tree that's in my neighbor's yard, for example. But it took time to grow. So reconditioning, reprogramming really, and the embodiment period is required. You have to reprogram and you have to embody the desire for a period of time, unbeknownst. I don't know how long it's going to take. It could be way sooner than you think. It could be way longer. But if you deeply, truly desire what it is that you want to manifest, it's not going to matter to you. It's worth it. There's a process of growth that's built into this process. And most people quit during the gestation period. They want instant gratification. Doesn't happen. They don't see immediate results, so they assume it's not working. But again, just quick pivot. Whoever you are watching this, I'm assuming you are at least 15 years old. I don't know that I'd be attracted to anybody younger than that. You're probably, 25, 35, maybe 45 years old, 55, maybe you're 75. I have no idea. You have been this person for however many years and days up until now. Is it reasonable to think that all of that accumulated programming and momentum and baggage is going to be solved in a matter of a moment? No. But does that mean it's going to take as long as it took to get here to get somewhere else? Hell no. And especially when you apply what you're learning based on what I'm teaching you. Like I've made a crazy transformation in a very short period of time using this information. Okay, the truth. Manifestation is working. Always. Never stops. You're just manifesting what matches your actual programming and actual consistency, not just your temporary desires. I'm giving you tough love. I'm sorry, but you got to hear it. So you get what matches your programming and your consistency, not just your temporary fleeting desires. I want this, I want that. Everybody does, but how many people actually get shit? Very few. So just a thought. Why people fail? They simply want it to require no work on their part. I'm sorry, my friend. That's not how this shit works. Haha. Right? LOL, I put. Mastering reality is mastering self. Plain and simple. The work required. So long as you desire to change your reality, you will be stuck playing the game of reality backwards. That's a quote from Nero Victor. It's not about reality. That's what I want to convey to you. It's about you. Reality is a reflection of you. Self-mastery is a mandatory, unavoidable, non-negotiable prerequisite to mastery over reality. How could you ever expect to master your reality when you have not mastered yourself? You cannot, and to think so is to be ignorant of the nature of the universe. What a banger quote. That sums up my thoughts on that, guys. Truthfully, it is a process of self-mastery that you're on now. That's the journey ahead. Because when you realize that you are the creative being, you are the creative power, what else is there to master? If this is just a reflection of you, then what is the game after all? I'll let you figure that one out. So sorry. I want to apologize, my friend. I wish I could tell you this wasn't going to require work and that you could manifest a Ferrari sitting on the couch as you let Cheeto dust collect in your belly button. But you can't, and you won't. And that's okay. Because would you really want it if that's the case? You know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of the fun part about this is if it was instant, like it wouldn't be that satisfying. It wouldn't be that fun. You know, it's like people who win the lottery. Like a lot of times they lose all the money or they kill themselves or they get on drugs or some crazy shit because when something is not, I don't really like this word, but earned, but like is not, you're not at the capacity to receive it yet. You'll probably squander it or self-destroy or self-destruct in the process, right? Versus what I'm sharing with you here, this is a process of transformation, lasting transformation. It's more about, as they say, who you become in the process more than the actual thing that you get as a result of the process. And that's definitely the truth. So Neville Goddard, for life makes no mistake and always gives man that which man first gives himself. So I want to teach you just real quick why techniques fail without embodiment. So there's a common mistake that people make. People learn, we talked about this, learning versus doing, but besides the point, people learn manifestation techniques, visualizations, affirmations, scripting, but really they mentally masturbate consuming information, but apply them and what they're learning inconsistently, or they simply underestimate what it's going to require them to materialize their desire. I've been both of those people, and I'm here to tell you, if you plan to be in the game for long, like if you don't, basically what I'm trying to tell you is this, if you don't want to look up in 10 years with regret, knowing that you chickened out, that you didn't get what you wanted because you got lazy or complacent, or it doesn't matter the reason. We both know that's painful as shit. You don't want that. I don't want that for you. And I'm not doing that for myself. I'll tell you what. So regardless of how long it takes, and regardless of the effort that's required, who cares? Because again, if you actually want the thing, like if you have a picture in your mind of your vision, your ideal reality, isn't it worth it? Like truthfully, you're like, damn, like I would do that I would stick it out. I'd go a little further. I could last another day, right? Anyways, I get fired up about this stuff because I genuinely care about it. I genuinely care about you. And I think that this is the most powerful thing that you could possibly do for yourself is just commit. Just go for it. Like truly be like, okay, I'm all in. Like, I don't give a shit how long it takes. I don't care how hard it is. I don't care what I have to do in the process. I'm fucking in. And when you get to that point, when you are good, you're good either way. You're not, oh, I need it. No, I am it. You will get it. Visualization without identity change. You visualize wealth, but you still identify as a broke person. So the subconscious rejects it. It's like, nah, that's not you. Desire without aligned behavior. You want success, but your actions reflect procrastination, complacency, and self-sabotage. Affirmations without belief, and even without emotion. You say, I'm abundant, I'm abundant, I'm abundant. But your subconscious screams, no, you're not. Result, nothing changes. So a couple just tips, I guess, right? Just giving you some why techniques fail. You got to embody this stuff. But first things first, my friend, let go of impatience. Here's some signs you may have been impatient in the past. You're not trusting the process. You're questioning it. Is it working? Why isn't it happening fast enough? Blah, blah, blah. Not trust. Expecting instant results. It's not instant. Quitting before the gestation period completes. So in other words, not following through. Let go of laziness. Signs you may have been lazy in the past. Wanting something for nothing. There's no such thing. The school of thought for alchemy, which was early on, before it was called chemistry and all these other like modern sciences emerged, there's this idea of alchemy. You may have heard it. It's like turning lead into gold, like base metals into gold. But in reality, that's a metaphor. Alchemy has to do with transmutation, which is taking one thing and turning it into another. And that's how nature works. There is an exchange in all things. And if you're a nerd like me and you watch Full Metal Alchemist, you're probably so stoked that I just mentioned this. But if you're not, you have no idea what I'm talking about, that's fine too. Transmutation is a process of turning one thing into something else. That is how reality works. You cannot want something for nothing. There is a exchange, a mutual exchange that must happen in reality for anything to occur. There is always cause and effect, is what I'm saying. Unwilling to change self. The version of you that got you here is not going to get you there. We'll talk more about identity and that sort of thing in a second. I think it's in this video. Maybe it's in the next video. Besides the point, we'll talk about that. Not a true burning desire, just wishful thinking. So I said a second ago, if you really want the thing, whatever your vision is, whatever your ideal reality that you want to manifest is, and whatever that contains, if it's a burning desire, that means like you're kind of obsessed with it. Like you're like, I have to have it. And it's not so much the attachment, like I have to have it, but it's this like fire inside of just like that I will. You know what I'm saying? I can, I will, I must. It's not like that's nice. That'd be so nice to have more money, or that'd be so nice to have like, a healthy relationship, or you're like, no, I'm not going to settle for anything less than that shit. That's a burning desire. So let go of laziness, because if in the past you didn't have a true burning desire, it may have just been wishful thinking. That's why techniques fail, because you don't actually genuinely commit to the thing and the process of, materializing it. So the solution: align your programming with your desire. So we talked about this, and I think I have another slide coming up where I'll show you. But yeah, impressing into your subconscious mind to reprogram your belief system to align with what you want, so you can actually have the capacity not only to manifest it and receive it, but to hold it. I've been there before where I made a lot of money and then I immediately pissed it all away because I had the ability to create the result, but I did not have the belief system to hold it. That's a whole other conversation, but just throwing that out there. Stay consistent with aligning state and behavior. Trust the timing. So align your programming. Stay consistent with the process of aligning your state and behavior in the moment, and trust the timing. And we'll cover how in the final video. Again, I'm not going to leave anything to chance for you. You can't fail if you follow what I say. Why techniques fail without embodiment? What's required? Embodiment. You must become or be in the moment the person who already has what you are wanting to manifest. So change the programming, your identity, and other belief systems. Change your state, your thoughts and your feelings. Change the behavior, your actions and habits, and stay consistent over time. And there's my tough love. No transformation, no results. There's no such thing as something for nothing. You will change in this process. It will change you, because guess what? That means your reality will change. What you bring to the mirror is what you're going to get. So if you bring something new, you're going to get something new. It's that simple. So bridge to the final video. This is exactly what I'll be teaching you in the next video, how to embody what you're manifesting so it becomes inevitable. Now let's end this video just with a quick conversation. Why you're always manifesting. You're always manifesting. That's the truth. And I want to remind you of this truth, that you are always manifesting every moment. There is no off switch. You are always creating your reality. The question is not, can I manifest? The question is, what am I manifesting and why? And that answer will bring you awareness to what is going on within you. For me to have financial struggles, what does that tell me about myself? And I'm saying me generally, but you get the idea. For me to have relationship struggles, what would have to be going on inside of me? For me to have attracted this scenario, what would have to be going on inside of me? And this process of self-discovery and awareness, like bringing your level of consciousness higher and higher and higher, is so fucking powerful, because you start to see the threads of damn, I can totally understand why that happened as a result of old ways of thinking, feeling, and acting in the past. And now that I know that, I control the cause. So in the future, that will not be the outcome. Does that make sense? Okay. What you're currently manifesting, look at your life right now. Your current reality is a perfect reflection of your programming, your beliefs, your thoughts and your feelings, your state, actions and habits, behavior, and so on. I'm just really driving this home. If you don't like what you're manifesting, change the inputs, your beliefs, your state, and your behavior. And the outputs, results, must change. Not will, not hopefully, no, they fucking must. It's cause and effect. There is no other way. Okay, I want to make that so clear. It's not that manifestation doesn't work. It's that you're manifesting, again, I already said this earlier, your actual programming, thoughts, feelings, and actions, not your conscious desires. So the solution, close the gap, okay? Reprogram your subconscious, align your state and behavior with what you desire. And again, in the final video, I will teach you exactly how to do that. I just want to plant the seed of how this works first, and then we're going to dive in, okay? So the responsibility, you are the creator of your reality, whether unconsciously or consciously. You are not a victim. You are not powerless. You are the creator. So what's next? Now you understand how manifestation works mechanically and energetically. And in the final video, in the final video of this module, I will show you how to shift from unconscious creator to conscious creator. So another banger quote by Nero Victor: the most dangerous thing in the universe is not knowing how it works, because whether you know it or not, it's working. Summary, bringing it all together, what we've covered so far, the mechanics, the mind and action model, how information is absorbed by your senses, it's placed in your conscious mind, Your conscious mind accepts or rejects it. It goes into the subconscious. If accepted, that leads to manifestation of results and therefore feedback. We talked about the reality creation chain. Your programming leads to your thoughts, leads to your feelings, leads to your actions, leads to your results, which then reinforces the program. We also simplified it. Your beliefs and your state plus your behavior equal your results. You can control in any moment your state and behavior, which means by default, you can influence and create new results and reform your beliefs. So actionable, just to put this whole video in a very, very simple one sentence, control your attitude, your thoughts, feelings, and actions, and you'll control your destiny. Where you end up, what you manifest, everything in between. Okay, what we covered continued, why it feels hard. If manifestation feels hard, like it's not working, you're not getting what you want. You have conflicting programming. You have a conscious desire that does not align with your subconscious beliefs. Number 2, a lack of consistency. Temporary effort, not sustained transformation. Number 3, impatience. You're quitting before the gestation period completes. Number 4, laziness. You want something for nothing. What we covered continued again. Why techniques fail. Without embodiment of state and behavior, they will fail. If they lack emotion, energizing the desire, they will fail. If they lack action or you lack action after using the technique, you will not materialize the desire. The truth. And I want to actually back up. There are some exceptions to this, right? Like, for example, I've had weird things happen, but I was like, oh, I'm going to get this exact parking spot at this Black Friday day sale at a Nike store. And then I did. But here's the thing. There's still action involved if you really like unpack that a bit. Like I had to create that scenario in my mind. I had to enforce it. And then I had to drive to the location. So when I say action, I don't want you to think like lock yourself in a room with a to-do list. That's not exactly what I'm saying. Although sometimes that's a part of it. It's just more like you are actively engaged. You're not sitting in your chair with your eyes closed and you open your eyes and you're like, oh my gosh, like I'm in my Ferrari. You still have to go to the dealership and get the keys and find the financing and like whatever the hell. Get what I'm saying? Cool. Just want to clear that up. So the truth, you're always manifesting. Always. You're always looking at reality going, man, like what did I do internally or externally to create this? And what am I going to do with that information? Your current reality reflects your actual programming, thoughts, feelings, and actions, not your wishes or your temporary desires. To change what you manifest, you must change the inputs, your programming, your state, and your behavior. So what's next? You now understand what manifestation is. It's a mechanical and predictable process of bringing an idea, thought, or desire to fruition. How it works. We talked about how the mind's involved and how it's this vicious cycle, or it's an amazing cycle if you hack it and use it to your advantage. Why it's sometimes delayed. The conflicting programming, lack of embodiment, etc., but you don't yet know. So this is what you understand now, but you don't yet know how to consciously direct your thoughts, feelings, and actions so you can put this into practice. You don't yet know how to embody the state and behavior of your desire. You don't yet know how to shift from the unconscious creator to the conscious creator. So you stop manifesting shit haphazardly and start manifesting what you want. And so, with that being said, that's the final video. In the next video, we're going to bring it all together, and I'm going to show you exactly how to use your thoughts, feelings, and actions consciously, how to embody the reality you're manifesting, how to operate as the conscious creator of your reality. And now the foundation is set, so let's learn how to use it. You've put in so much work. I'm so proud of you. You've sat through listening to me ramble. You heard my crazy stories, my bad jokes, my goofy behavior, and I hope, and I'm just kidding, I know you got some great value out of this. I know you've learned a lot of things. And I'm so excited to teach you exactly how to use it so you can get exactly what you want out of this life. It's very, very powerful stuff. So next steps, continue completing your roadmap in the course, access and follow the resources below this video, leverage the community for support. A bunch of black sheep type people together in one place. You got to understand, we're not regular people and we're all together. What a cool thing. Build relationships, find friends, find accountability partners, support, like really use it. Like, you're here to receive, be supported, be loved on, be encouraged, be celebrated, be active, be engaged. And also, I don't know what else. Yeah. Thanks for being here. Have fun. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you've enjoyed it so far, and just know it's going to continue to get better with time. So I'm really grateful to have you here, and thanks for being a part of my manifestation materializing, because everything that's happening right now, you watching this video, me making the video on the slides, like I've already seen this shit in my mind for years now. And so to be here doing it is just, it's the best. It's a blessing, and it's just, so good. Okay. Well, I love you guys. If you're ready to go deeper, get personalized guidance on a free reality design call. These are for the people in the free manifestation course. I should have said that. So if you're in the free manifestation course, or you're on YouTube watching this, if you're on YouTube, definitely jump into the school group. And if you're in the school group, the free one, get personalized guidance on one of these free calls, chrisconder.com/clarity. Or if you're ready to just get the whole process, the whole masterclass, the whole protocol, and just go on this journey together, go to chrisconder.com/start and we'll talk about it. Reality design members. So for those of you who've already taken the leap, you're fully committed to the journey, we want more support and accountability, great. Let's get you that. Join the weekly reality design community calls in the calendar in the school group. And you can also apply for one-to-one implementation support if you want my help directly, personally, on one-on-one calls and over WhatsApp and all that good stuff. chrisconder.com/waitlist. Okay. And if you're enjoying the course so far, leave me a testimonial, realitydesign.chrisconder.com. And that's all I got. I love you guys. I hope you have a great rest of your day or night, whatever time it is where you're at. And good job. Like, you got to think you are miles ahead of most people. You are committed. You are proving to yourself that you can follow through, and you are doing what you need to manifest what you want. So I'm so proud of you. Keep up the good work, and I'll see you in the next video. Drum roll, please. And welcome back. This is the final video of the free manifestation course and of module 1, Awaken, for the full reality design masterclass. And I can confidently say I saved the best for last. Unconscious to conscious creator. Now, why did I save the best for last? Well, everything you've learned until now gave you the foundational knowledge and context needed to truly master your ability to manifest what it is you want. And in this video, you're going to learn the remaining essentials to being the conscious creator of your reality and commit fully to the journey ahead. Reminder, you can watch on 1.5x speed if needed. And without further ado, let's jump in. Agenda. Okay, we're going to be talking about a couple things. Number 1, unconscious versus conscious creator. What does that even mean? Why does it matter to you? I'll tell you all about it. Number 2, understanding and mastering energetics. Now, this has got to be one of my favorite things to teach above everything I teach. Energetics. Very, very powerful, very, very potent lesson. Very excited to dive in. Number 3, being who you need to be. So we're going to talk about this identity piece and what it means to be the current embodiment of what it is that you want in your future ideal reality, so you can collapse time, manifest things faster, and ultimately transform in a lasting and profound way. And lastly, the conscious creation process. So not only am I going to give you all the foundational information, but I'm going to give you a very simplified, proven, predictable, and easy to follow process. So after this video, you are no longer the unconscious creator or helpless victim in your reality, but you are empowered to be who I believe God or the infinite created you to be, which is made in the image of God, made in the image of the creator, a creative being here to fulfill their destiny and their purpose, to enjoy their life experience, and to fully embody, embrace, and express their divinity. So with that out of the way, let's freaking jump in. I'm stoked. Unconscious versus conscious creator. Welcome to the final video of Awaken. We've covered a lot, and now it's time to bring it all together. What you've learned so far. You learned about the nature of reality, how consciousness creates through the mind. You learned about your subconscious mind, 90% running the show, or the 90% running the show, right? It runs everything behind the scenes. You learned about how manifestation works, the mechanics of manifestation and the reality creation chain. What's missing? You understand the what and the why. Now you need to learn the how so you can use it consciously. And that's what we're going to do today in this video. The shift we're making today from unconscious creator to conscious creator, from default programming to powerful programming. Yay. From powerless victim to skilled architect of your reality. Architect meaning designer, right? It's like something that you handcrafted. And this is the bridge from knowledge to application, from understanding to implementation and embodiment, and most importantly, to results. Unconscious versus unconscious. Oh my gosh, I can't talk. Unconscious versus conscious creator. The unconscious creator operates from their default programming. So we're just quickly, let's just maybe back up. I'm going to tell you about what an unconscious creator is so you can have a clear sense of the difference in the unconscious versus the conscious creator. So the unconscious creator operates from default programming. So they're on autopilot. They're what we call the NPCs of the world, if you know that term, non-playable characters, right? They're just kind of going through the motions. Just I don't know. Like, I don't really know what they do because I'm not one of them. Maybe at one point in my life I was, but they just operate from the default. They don't perceive anything better or bigger for themselves or their lives. They repeat the same fucked up dysfunctional patterns that their family and generations before them have. They have victim mentality. Like, there's just a lot of negative things. And like, I love all my brothers and my sisters on this planet. So it's not coming from a place of like hatred by any means, but just more like, I guess I just don't understand, you know, because after you learn this shit, as we talked about in the last video, you can't unknow it. Some people just don't want to know it. It's like in the Matrix. He wants to, what's his name? I can't think of the character's name right now, but he basically turns on Neo and Morpheus and Trinity and all them, and he's meeting with Agent Smith, and he's like, you know what, I'm eating this steak right now, and I know it's not steak. I know it's just sending whatever, and he basically says, ignorance is bliss. That's most people. Like, they'd rather just have their head buried in the sand. They don't want to be a part of this creation process, even though they are and they don't realize it. They'd rather just point the finger at the outside world and get blown around in the wind. But that's not you and I, my friend. Like, if you got this far, I know you're a crazy person just like me who's like, nah, I'm not fitting the mold. I'm not going to be just your regular, average, you know, head in the sand, do what I'm told type of guy or type of gal. That's not who we are. So the unconscious creator, they operate from that default programming, the societal conditioning, all the bullshit. And that's just not us, okay? They react to circumstances. And don't get me wrong, everybody to some extent reacts to circumstances. Like, you fucking crash your car or something, oh, it kind of sucks, you know? But they very much are reactive to their circumstances, meaning they don't see their role in it. So there's even a little bit of like victimhood, and they externalize it. They don't see their role in the creation of their life and their circumstances. And again, they blame external conditions. They don't look in the mirror and be like, what do I got to do with this, basically? They manifest unconsciously, whatever matches the subconscious. Outside of that, they don't put conscious thought into what they want, where they're going, who they're becoming. They're just here. Maybe that's okay, but that's not for me. Maybe it's not for you. They live in victim mentality. We talked about that already. And their paradigm, their whole perspective is life happens to me. Remember that. Life happens to me. That's what they think. That's what they say. Now, the conscious creator, it's who you're becoming. It's who you're committing to becoming and being from now on this journey. They instill, which instill is just like install, but it's like a word for the mind. You instill something into your mind. So a conscious creator like yourself, they instill powerful programming. They don't rely on the default. They choose who they are, and they shape themselves in their image. And you shape yourself in your image based on who you desire to become, what you desire to have in this life, and you don't settle for the default. You respond with and from awareness because you remember who you really are. I am. Anything that comes after that is up to me to some extent. But who I really am is awareness. And you and me, we respond with and from awareness. We take responsibility for state and behavior. So we don't leave it up to chance. Oh, I'll let the world tell me how I should feel or how I should act. No, that's up to me. Manifests by design. So conscious creator manifests by design. They align with their desire. They know what they want, and they align themselves in their lives to create that. And they live in a creator mentality, not a victim mentality, creator mentality. And what that looks like is life happens from me. Does that make sense? I'm the source of this creation. Now, I'm not saying that I'm the only source or you're the only source. There's a bunch of other human beings running around out here with magical powers. They don't even realize it. Plus, there's the whole collective consciousness. So, like, we're co-creating. I'm not trying to be like, you know, I'm not trying to tell you, like, you are capital G God. I'm just making a point. Like, you are that energy in physical form experiencing itself. And that means something, you know? So life happens from you, and your life, your reality definitely does, as we've gone way into depth on this entire time. So the goal of this video, show you exactly how to make this shift and operate as the conscious creator of your reality moving forward. Earl Nightingale, the only person who succeeds is the person who is progressively realizing a worthy ideal. That's really the definition of success, the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. And what is a worthy ideal? It's a vision. It's a picture and a clear description of what you want that you are actively and progressively realizing. In other words, manifesting. Crazy how all this stuff connects, right? They're the person who says, I'm going to become this, and then begins to work towards that goal. So you, my friend, you may be one of the only people who succeed, because you are progressively realizing a worthy ideal. You have said, I am going to become this, and as a result, I will have these things. And then you began to work towards that goal. So you, by definition, regardless of your current circumstances, fuck your current circumstances, be more focused on where you are going, your trajectory, than your current circumstances. And based on where you're going, my friend, you are successful. You're a champion. I want you to know that. And remember, you can't unknow all this. Like I've given you the sauce. What changes now? A lot, to say the least. You know, for better or for worse, you know this stuff now. You can't unknow this. Once you see how reality actually works, you can't unsee it. And you're going to continue to see it. I've planted seeds that are going to continue to grow. And you will, in your awareness, start to realize, holy shit. And it's going to get deeper and deeper and more profound every day for the rest of your life. So buckle up. It's crazy. So Pandora's box is open and you cannot close it. Awareness removes plausible deniability. Plausible deniability is basically like playing dumb, right? Like cognitive dissonance, like acting like you don't know when you know. You can no longer play dumb, my friend. You can no longer claim ignorance. You now know that your programming, thoughts, feelings, and actions create your reality. That your thoughts, I added something there, little typo. Let's keep moving forward. You also know you've been manifesting your current life, consciously or unconsciously, because reality is never an accident. Your experience of reality is by design, whether conscious or unconscious. Cause and effect, baby. And the way we design our reality is by using our most powerful tool, our subconscious mind. And the question is, are you doing it consciously or unconsciously? Like, are you the one that's determining what's happening outside of you, or are you just along for the ride? And I want to maybe make just a side tangent. I'm all for being spontaneous, just having fun, going with the flow, like letting life be what it is. So I'm not trying to say you need to have a death grip on your whole reality of like, it has to be this way, but just realize like you are very powerful and you are influencing all of it. So just throwing that out there. Enjoy the human experience, have fun, be free, and realize that you are actively, at the very least, co-creating this experience. So if you're not enjoying it, you got no one else to blame, basically, is what I'm saying. William James, one of the fathers of psychology. The greatest discovery of my generation is that human beings can alter their lives by altering their attitudes of mind. We talked a lot about attitude throughout this course. Responsibility versus blame. So this is a quick little perspective shift, and then we're going to dive into the sauce, the real meat and potatoes of today's video. Responsibility equals power. When you take responsibility for your role in creating your current reality, you literally reclaim your power as creator. Why? Because blame creates stagnation. When you blame external circumstances, you stay stuck. You give your power away and you forget the truth. You fall into the illusion of separation, that there is a separation between your reality and you, when in reality, that's reality, it's not the case. So when you blame external circumstances, you literally give your power to create away. So the shift, not this happened to me, but this happened from me. You have an active role. You are an active creator of this experience you're having. So the thought would be, I created or contributed to this unconsciously. So let's say you have something that happens you don't like. You're like, oh shit, like where'd this come from? Okay, This happened from me. There's something that I was thinking about, something that I felt, and something that I did consistently that contributed to this experience. What was it? And now I can create something different consciously because I know that. Make sense? You are the author. You have the pen, and you decide what goes on the following pages of your life story. Bob Proctor in his seminars used to give this little talk where he would hand people a worksheet or work packet, workbook type thing, and they'd be going through it. About halfway through the seminar, they get to a blank page, and they'd be like, oh, whatever. They'd, it's like 36, okay, 37, 38. They just write in the numbers. They'd keep going. And then he'd ask people, he'd say, I want you to turn to page 34. And they do that. And then he'd say, okay, now turn to page 35. And they do that. And he'd say, wait, there is no page 35. Who here wrote in their workbook 35, 36, 37, 38? And everybody would raise their hand. And he'd go, that's why you're stuck in your life, because you keep doing that shit in your own life. You have the opportunity to have a blank page, and instead you keep letting what was on the pages before determine what goes on the next page. But every single moment of your life, because you are a conscious, creative being with awareness, is a new page. What are you going to write on it? So you, my friend, are the author. You got the pen in your hand. If you don't like the past chapters, yeah, you still might have to reference them because there's a lot of fucking potent shit in there, but they don't have to be what goes on the chapters to follow or the pages to follow. And this isn't about fault, okay? I really want to make this clear because, I talked about my story as a kid having hard experiences. Like the last thing that little kid in all of us needs to hear is it's your fault. But it's about recognizing your power. You didn't consciously create your trauma, your conditioning, or your programming, but now you are responsible for it. You're responsible for healing it. You're responsible for reprogramming it and for what is created in your reality as a byproduct of it. Does that make sense? I hope that hits. Lao Tzu, the key to growth is the introduction of higher dimensions of consciousness into our awareness. I know for a fact if you watched all these videos, like the 5 of them, there's not that many, but if you watched till now, your level of consciousness went up. Like we bumped you up a tier. I hope you can feel that. Remembering who you are. You have leveled up, as I just said. You are no longer the helpless bystander of your reality. You are an active participant and the active participant in its creation. And my friend, I have a question. Do you remember who you really are? I hope you haven't forgotten. I am the purest expression of consciousness. Before any identity, before any label, there is I am. I am that I am. As we talked about, I think in the first or second video, God speaking to Moses, the recognition of pure being, pure consciousness, pure creative power, and lastly, pure awareness. You are that. You are not separate from this creative power. You are it, temporarily experiencing itself in a physical body. What a ride, right? What a weird dream we're all in. Wild stuff. So, Neville Goddard's teaching a particular line, God became man that man may become God. That's a powerful quote. So basically, right, God decided, this infinite energy decided to create and almost like separate itself into unique vessels of consciousness to experience and learn about itself so that one day it would wake up and realize, this whole time it's been me. That's a fucking trip. You are God wearing a mask, having a temporary human experience and beginning to remember the truth. This is what Jesus Christ was trying to teach, Buddha, all of these, figures throughout history. I said the Matrix earlier, so I'll reference that again. Like in the movie The Matrix, there's Neo, right? The chosen one. He is like an archetype of Christ or Buddha or whatever. These people have come along throughout history and tried to share the truth and tried to wake up people to let them remember, or help them remember like what this place really is and who you really are. And now, my friend, you are one of those people. You are among the people who answered the call and remembered, holy shit, like I may not understand it. I may have to really think about this and feel into it and experience it for the rest of my life for it to really sink in. But you know what? Like, that makes sense, at the very least. So when you, my friend, remember who you are and you operate from I am, you bypass the program, because the subconscious program isn't you, right? Yeah, collectively it's you, like your behavior, your thoughts, your feelings, blah, blah, blah. But that's not who you are, right? That's the point. Like, it's an illusion to some extent. When you operate from I am, you bypass this program and you access the pure creative power of consciousness before it's filtered through your limiting beliefs and your limiting program. The prerequisite, another Neville banger. Before man can attempt to transform his world, he must first lay the foundation. I am the Lord. Basically, like I am, the Lord is just it's just language, it's just words. That is, man's awareness, his consciousness of being is God. So basically, he's saying, before you can transform your world, before you can manifest new things, coming from Neville, people love Neville. They look at him like a cult leader. So if you like Neville, what he's saying is what I'm trying to tell you. Before you can attempt to transform your world, you must remember who you really are, which is I am. Because when your consciousness or awareness is of being God, then you bypass all the bullshit. Until this is firmly established so that no suggestion or argument put forward by others can shake it, he will find himself returning to the slavery of his former beliefs. So basically, until you wake up fully to the truth and you remember it as often as possible, you will find yourself returning to the slavery of your former beliefs. But when you remember who you are and you act from that place, you not only begin to bypass the program in the moment, but you begin to reprogram it and unlimit yourself rather, than limit yourself with more limiting beliefs. So the conscious creator, as we've been talking about, this person you're becoming, they know, I am the operant power. I am consciousness creating through this mind, and I am the creator of my reality. It is my responsibility, and therefore I will do something with that responsibility. Aaron Doughty has a great quote, 90% of transformation is awareness. If you can simply remain aware of these things that we've talked about and yourself, you're 90% of the way there. Awareness is the greatest agent for change. Let's talk about why it matters real quick. Awareness is the I am seeing itself as you. Think about it. When you can watch your thoughts, you can kind of see them come up. You can observe your emotions. And right now you're observing yourself, observing me, observing you, or this camera. You get what I'm saying? You're watching yourself watch this. So who is it that's watching? It's the I am. And it's the I am seeing itself as or through you. Does that make sense? And you cannot change what you're not aware of. So when you become aware of yourself, your thoughts, your feelings, your actions, your belief system, the results you have, you can begin to change those things. But until you become aware of them, you cannot change those things. Unconscious patterns run automatically. They're unconscious, meaning below your level of awareness. So when you become aware, you start to bring the unconscious patterns and unconscious shit to the conscious, to the light. You're taking things that are in the dark, you're bringing them to the light, and therefore they can be renewed. Awareness brings choice. When I'm operating from, and you're operating from the I am, then you can choose. How do I want to feel? How do I want to think? How do I want to act? And have the awareness as well as what is that going to bring me as a byproduct? Choice brings power, and that's kind of what we're here for, right? The personal power, empowerment. The conscious creator practices awareness. Aware of thoughts. What am I thinking? Aware of feelings. What am I feeling? And aware of actions. How am I behaving? And also aware of patterns. What's repeating? And lastly, aware of results. And because of all that shit, what's manifesting around me? And every decision is based on your level of awareness. So Tony Robbins quote, every decision we make and every action we take is based on our level of awareness at any given moment. In order to be all we can be, we must constantly work to change and expand our level of awareness or our perception of reality. And I hope you see, my friend, that you have done just that throughout this course so far. Like, I hope we've just stretched your mind, and I really truly hope, I keep saying hope, but like there's just a deep knowing that happened, like that you've had like some aha moments, some like, oh, holy shits, you've had some breakthroughs, some transformations, and I hope you took action and have created some results for yourself. But I know that the seeds that we've planted will bear fruit for the rest of your life, and that gets me so fulfilling, so exciting, and I'm proud of you. So good job. Awareness is the greatest agent for change. Eckhart Tolle, very similar to Aaron Doughty's quote, right? Awareness is the prerequisite for transformation. I'll say it in my words. The mirror principle. Let's just recap and refresh, because what we're about to talk about with energetics goes right back to the mirror principle. And I think it'd be one of the most powerful things you take away from this entire course. So let's recap the mirror principle. We'll dive into energetics. Everywhere you go, there you are, my friend. Everything in your experience is simply reflecting you back to yourself. Anything from your bank account to your relationships to the physical surroundings you reside in, all reflect you back to yourself. It's, as Neville would say, consciousness pushed out. It's your consciousness pushed out. That's what you're seeing in the mirror, in your physical reality, and in your experience of that physical reality. And the law of correspondence states, as within, so without. The inner world is reflected in the outer world, and your mind is the tool with which you shape your world and your destiny. So let's revisit the mirror. Your external reality is always reflecting you back to yourself. The mirror model. I think this thing looks great. I love this. I like designing things like this. It's so fun, and I'm so grateful I get to share this stuff with you, because it's way, way more easy to understand this way. Okay, remember, we have cause on the left, effect on the right. Cause, identity, and I'd also add your other beliefs, but primarily your identity is kind of you, like embodying those beliefs as a person, which influences your attitude. And as we discussed in depth, your attitude is the composite of your thoughts, feelings, and actions, or more simply put, it's your state, which is your thoughts and your feelings, creating an energy, your vibration, and your behavior, your habits and your actions. So your identity influences your attitude, and that's you. Like, that's what we could say is you as a person. And then you are looking in the mirror of reality. And what is reality reflecting back to you? It's reflecting back to you, put simply, results. We could also call them manifestations, attractions, circumstances, experiences, and so on. So remember that you are just staring yourself in the mirror. How other people treat you, the results that you generate, like everything is simply just a mirror to us, to ourselves. And Neville Goddard put it best. Man's chief delusion is his conviction that there are causes other than his own state of consciousness. So everything goes back to us, truly. The mirror principle, recap and refresh, continued. The real cause is you. Until you handle what is programmed into your mind, your programming, along with and through shifting your state, your thoughts and your feelings, and behavior, actions and habits, your external reality will keep reflecting the same shit back to you. A good example of this, maybe you relate to this, in relationships, like romantic relationships. Have you ever had the experience where you're like dating somebody and there's like certain patterns or whatever that are going on, and then you like, that relationship ends, you get another relationship, and after a time, the same shit's happening, and you're like, whoa, like that might be a me thing. I've definitely had that experience. And that's kind of this whole point, right? The same shit. Like everywhere you go, there you are. Whether it's a new relationship, a new job, a new business, a new fucking city, state, country, it doesn't matter. If you don't handle yourself and the shit that's going on inside of you and how it's reflected as a result through your behavior and actions, you will continue to see the same shit reflecting back to you. The root cause, what you are doing with or what is being done through your mind. That's the root cause. What you are doing with your mind consciously or what is being done through your mind, consciously or unconsciously, is the root cause. Albert Einstein said, no problem can be solved from the same level of consciousness that created it. Now that's great as it is, but I'd add, you cannot get new results from old levels of consciousness. It's all about levels of consciousness, which we're going to talk about here in a second in depth. So if the mirror isn't smiling at you, you must smile back. You can't change the reflection without changing what you're bringing to the mirror. And this is the foundation. Everything we're about to cover, levels of consciousness, reality polarity, lots of other good stuff, builds on this principle. So make sure it's dialed in, and let's continue. James Allen, the outer conditions of a person's life will always be found to be harmoniously related to his inner state. Men do not attract that which they want, but that which they are. That's the mirror principle in action. Okay, this is the fun part. Understanding and mastering energetics. This is good stuff. Okay. Beyond mechanics into energetics. So we've covered the mechanical processes, right? The more heady, intellectual, like how does this work from like a philosophical and more practical standpoint, right? In painstaking detail. Like I really hope I just drilled it into your head. Now, let's understand the energetic component of manifestation. And the reason I save this till the end is because now that you understand all the other shit, this is going to make so much more sense, be so much more applicable, and much more powerful for you to wield, like truthfully, like wield like a sword, right? Like this is like a weapon or a tool that you can use from now on. And it's cheat codes. So let's talk about it. Everything is energy. We talked about that several times now. The universal law of vibration. Everything is energy vibrating at different frequencies. And Nikola Tesla's wisdom, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. Great quote. So your state, your thoughts and your feelings combined generate your frequency, which frequency is a measurement of your vibration because you're always vibrating and your frequency is a particular rate of vibration you're experiencing. And your emotional state determines what frequency you're vibrating at, which determines what reality you're tuned into. Now, for the people here who have read or dove into reality transurfing, it's one way to look at all this information. They talk about how you're kind of tuning into like almost like parallel timelines. And I think that's relatively true, right? It's like the observer effect in quantum physics, for example. But besides the point, your emotions definitely dictate your experience of reality in the moment and bigger picture. Example, if you ever had road rage and or get pissed in your car, or maybe back up, maybe you're just pissed off and you go drive a car and all of a sudden you notice like people are driving like shit and being dicks and like you start like getting mad. Or I don't do that much anymore, but like when I was younger, for sure, I just notice. But then like reflecting back on those times, I'm like, well, no wonder. Like I was charged with anger and then I went out in the world and attracted those people and circumstances to me. Well, makes total sense. So let's move on. Little side tangent. Why this matters. Two people can be in the same room with the same circumstances and experience completely different realities based on their frequency, their state. This is why energy is so important, because it's like Wayne Dyer. I think I put this quote somewhere in this course, but Wayne Dyer says like change the way you look at things and the way you, or I can't talk. Change the way you look at things and the things you look at will change. And that's kind of more like energy, right? Versus, because like what determines your perspective, like the way you view things? Yeah, there's like the program component, but most of the time it's like your current emotional state, like your current vibration or frequency determines how things look and appear. Same example I gave a second ago. If you are angry or you're sad or you're happy as hell, you naturally kind of perceive things very differently. And also the way that they reflect to you is also very different. For example, if you are in a very like high vibe kind of energy, you're something that's called magnetic, right? People, like animals, different things, like you just seem to like have things gravitating towards you. People say hi to you, they smile at you, you get like good luck and different shit. Simultaneously, you're in like a low vibe state. You're the opposite. You're like a repellent. You know, people can feel that. So anyways, all that to say, you could be in the same room with different people, obviously, but experiencing the same circumstances, but have a completely different experience of that environment based on your frequency at the time. So Jack Canfield said, Use the power of your conscious and subconscious mind to create a vibrational match for the abundance that you desire and deserve. And that's what we're going to be talking about, is literally the levels of consciousness, which could also be known as levels of vibration. But the reason they're called levels of consciousness is because the levels of emotion or vibration relate to states of consciousness. So let's talk about that. This is modeled after several different things, but one of which is Dr. David Hawkins' work, where the book Power versus Force goes in depth in this. But basically, there's kind of like two polarities that you can exist in at any time. In this model, we're going to talk about it, and in the next visual model, we'll talk about it some more. But as we talked about, I think it's the law of duality, law of polarity. Everything exists on a spectrum, right? It's not technically separate. It's just more one way or the other. And our frequency and our vibration is no different. Same with our emotional states. And people have taken the time to, through a variety of different methods, whether it's like muscle testing, kinesiology, or hooking people up to brain scans or different crazy shit, been able to kind of measure or determine the relation between somebody's current emotional state, the vibrational frequency they're in, and therefore the reality they're experiencing. So I can't claim I came up with this, but I'll tell you what, learning it changed my life for sure. So let's just kind of run through this really quick. Let's start with the levels here. So as you can see, starting at the bottom, we've got shame. Shame is the lowest vibrational emotion a human being can experience. Then we have guilt. The difference between guilt and shame is internalized, guilt is externalized. So example, you're ashamed of something, you tell somebody, now you feel guilty. Very different, but very similarly low vibe emotions. These will put you in the fucking pits. You will experience hell on earth if you were in shame. And then we kind of start going up. We got guilt, apathy, grief, and these correspond with a level of consciousness, or I think as David Hawkins calls it, a paradigm of victimhood, of being stuck. And this is where you're suffering from circumstances and programming. You're basically in the equivalent of hell when you're down here. And most people live here. They live somewhere below the middle line here, which we'll discuss in a second. And they have the paradigm or the perspective of life happens to me. Victim. The world's out to get me. Things are hard. It's like just bad, right? It's just not good energy. We all have experienced it. We still do from time to time. That's part of being human. But being aware is very important to realize that if you feel ashamed, so if you're guilt tripping yourself, if you're telling yourself, I should do this, or I shouldn't have done that, or someone else is doing that to you, you are putting yourself or allowing yourself to be put in the lowest level of vibration that a human being can experience. And it's god awful. So, be aware of that. Let's bump up a notch. So now we go into the next level of consciousness, the next paradigm, the hustle and grind paradigm, blinded by busyness. And this is life happens by me. So this is becoming more forceful, more like willpower oriented. And this is operating from fear. Like, for example, someone hustling like the rents do, like, I got to pay rent this month, fuck. Ooh, right? And it's not that this is bad. It's just what's going to serve you more. I have accomplished incredible things from anger, desire, and fear. I'm not going to say it doesn't work, but simultaneously, I created a lot of chaos along the way, and oftentimes those results were short-lived. Just keep that in mind. So again, this is the life happens by me paradigm. It feels like this hustle and grind, blinded by busyness kind of energy. And then we have pride. And this is where we're starting to ascend to the next tier. But before we do that, let's talk about this. This bottom section is called force. That's the energy in general. Force. And it's also known as, in my words, lack, right? We have abundance up here. Like, yes, abundance, prosperity, success, love, gratitude, blah, blah, blah. Down here is lack. Like, you're just living from lack. Like, life's hard. There's not enough of everything you need. You just have to fight the world to get anything. It's just like a shitty place to be. And it's a forceful, weak energy. I want you to remember that. It's forceful and it's weak. So if you're operating oftentimes from pride, anger, desire, fear, grief, apathy, guilt, or shame, you are fucking yourself, sincerely. And I've been there. I know that. I know that experience. I lived it for way too long. And now I can't wait to introduce you to the better half, which is abundance, also known as power. Who doesn't like power? Personal empowerment and power in general is great, right? Obviously not like power tripping, like, an evil tyrant or something, but like it's nice to be powerful, to feel empowered, to feel confident, and whatever. So the difference between the bottom half and the top half is when you step into courage, you start to rise, okay? And this middle ground, you're either going up into empowerment or you're going down into disempowerment. And I call this awakening in action. So this is like when you're really starting to kind of like pop your head out of the muck, you're awakening, you're kind of raising in consciousness, you're taking action in a positive direction, or it's also the opposite. You're taking action in the negative direction. You're starting to get into force energy if you're coming down here. Okay, so now let's go to this next phase, flow, which is happiness, peak performance. And also we're entering the paradigm of life happens through me, right? So it's like, wow, we're like tapping into this amazing energy and this sense of trust, optimism, forgiveness, understanding, like flow, like, oh my gosh, everything's okay. You know what I'm saying? I hope I can't, like, I'm doing my best to convey this, but it's more of a felt thing. So words only do it so much justice. But if you know what I'm talking about, you felt what I'm talking about, you'll know what I mean. And if you haven't, you will, because we're going to talk about how to do this in a second. So life happens through me. That's the next paradigm or level of consciousness. I forgot to mention this note here, but this is the subjective experience of reality, meaning I can't experience it for you. And that's also why it's hard to put into words, because I've experienced it for myself. But this is kind of what it's like, right? Subjectively, your own experience of this, but this is a good way to describe it. Okay, cool. Let's go to the last one. I am. And this is miracles. And I'm not saying like, oh, magical. No, I'm talking miracles. Like, for example, like when Jesus would get, like healed people of blindness and fucking cured them of disease and like these and there's so many examples. If you dig into the mind, like go read Joseph Murphy's The Power of Your Subconscious Mind. He gives plenty of examples of literal miracles taking place where people heal incurable diseases. On my YouTube channel, there's even a video of me interviewing a man named Lee who cured terminal bone cancer because of this shit. I'm not joking you. It's fucking powerful. I am, right? This is life happens as me. And this is where we want and need to be as conscious creators as often as possible, which is feeling and operating from love, gratitude, joy, peace, enlightenment, and even higher, authenticity. Loving and knowing thyself and being comfortable with expressing that. And I hope I've modeled that for you. You've seen me be a goofy bastard on these videos so far. Like, I'm just like, damn, but it's so nice because a long time ago I was very like bottled up and like, insecure and blah, blah, blah. But like this work that I'm hoping to guide you through and continue to guide you through is powerful shit. And this is really what I want you to focus on here. Gratitude. We're going to talk deeply about that. But real quick, if you want this resource, this is a thing to put on your wall, like something you kind of look at and remind yourself of, because once you know it, again, you can't unknow it, and you're going to want to be up here. Like, this is where the party's at, right? You don't want to be stuck down here in the bullshit, in the muck, okay? Your frequency is what you frequently see. It is the easiest way to determine what your reality is going to look and feel like, because you can feel it, first of all, and you're going to magnetize yourself to its equivalent. So if you're operating from shit, garbage in, garbage out. But if you operate from up here, it's going to be a good time. Okay, let's move on. Understanding and mastering energetics continued. I'm seeing if I missed a slide. Nope, let's keep rolling. Okay, so emotion is the language. The subconscious mind speaks in emotions. We need to learn its language to master our ability to contact and release its powers, like all the great men and women before us did, whether they did it consciously or unconsciously. So the more I learn about this stuff, the more I realize that there are people throughout history that have accomplished or became incredible things or people, and they all were using their subconscious mind, whether they knew it or not. And that's why Joseph Murphy said, the great secret of the great men of all ages was their ability to contact and release the powers of their subconscious mind. And I'm telling you, my friend, you have that fucking power now. Like, that's like He-Man with his sword. If you know what I'm talking about, that reference, like, Anyways, all right, I need to go to bed soon, but let's keep jamming. You're always broadcasting. Your frequency state is always attracting experiences, people, and circumstances that match it. Always. There's no off button. Emotional addiction. This is the challenging part. Part of the program that we have is stuck emotion in the body, is like all the old, like for example, as a kid, if you suffered a lot, like you probably make yourself suffer for no reason as an adult because you become addicted to the emotions you experience most often. And especially as kids, if we experience certain emotions, that's like our default. Like for me, it was anger, it was sadness, it was shame, fear, all the shit. If you predominantly operate in fear, anger, shame, etc., you become literally addicted to those states, and you're going to unconsciously sabotage yourself and create experiences or attract people or whatever the fuck that brings you down. You got to become aware. You got to snap out of it. So numbness. I really want to touch on this. It's so important. Okay. I often hear clients or students say, "But Chris, I have a hard time feeling my emotions. I'm numb." And the truth is, numbness is let me back up. And the truth is, numbness isn't an absence of emotion. It's an overload to the point, an overload of it to the point where you can't and aren't equipped to process it. And this is why a couple videos back, we went deep on trauma, because it holds us back from being fully aware of and in control of our emotions and therefore our reality. If you can't be aware of and can't control your emotions, you're going to have a very hard time manifesting what you want. Not even counting what that trauma and all that bullshit internally does to us mentally and behaviorally. So part of this work that you need to do on yourself is to tap into and clear. Like it's like you're excavating, right? Like you're digging shit out of your soul. Just this old pain, this old suffering, sadness, fear, guilt, shame, anger, resentment. Like you got to just fucking clear the channel. It's taking up space. And as we talked about several videos ago, you need to make space for the good that you desire. Part of that is energetic. Like you can't hold on to all this old baggage and expect to get new shiny objects. It's just not going to happen. Albert Einstein, this is an attributed quote, meaning people argue whether or not he actually said this, but besides the point, the quote's awesome, so who cares? Everything is energy, and that's all there is to it. Match the frequency of the reality you want, and you cannot help but get it. It can be no other way. Great quote. Okay. Reality polarity. I'm very excited about this. So now we're taking that pyramid, right? Levels of consciousness, and we're going to make this more simple, as I always do. And we're just going to look at it from a polarity perspective. Okay? You're in one side or the other. You can't be in both, and you can't be halfway. You're either in the positive polarity or you're in the negative polarity. So the only constant thing, because everything is changing, is literally change and uncertainty. As a human being, that's the only constant. Emotions change, people's change, circumstances change, you change. Everything is constantly changing, and we're uncertain about what the outcome is going to be. So we already kind of looked at this model, right? You take information through your senses. It creates thoughts, which create feelings, creates an energy in the body, and it manifests through behavior. So you got to think about it. If you're on the negative polarity or the positive polarity, that's going to determine the thoughts, the feelings, the energy, and therefore the actions that follow based on your program and your current polarity, your current state, right? Your emotional state, mental state. So let's first talk about the negative polarity. When you're in the negative polarity, you are tuned into what I can call worst case scenario. Pretty self-explanatory. Someone who worries a lot. They're fearful of negative shit happening. They're creating negative shit. They're in worst case scenario. They're in the negative polarity, which a couple slides ago, we talked about the levels of consciousness. That's like shame, fear, guilt, whatever, right? The lower side of that pyramid. When you're in negative polarity, you're typically hostile. You're not friendly to other people. You don't really connect with other people well. You don't play nice. And you live in doubt of self, doubt of others, doubt of the world, which creates a feeling of fear and worry. That's your default, which manifests as anxiety most of the time. And because your emotions are lower and oftentimes numb, that creates depression, it creates disease, and it creates decay. Some signs that you might be in the negative polarity is you're comparing yourself to other people. you don't feel like you're enough, and you're living in victim mode. To make this super simple, I'm just going to give it one label. You're ungrateful and you're living in lack. Now, there's a reason. We looked at the levels of consciousness a second ago. Gratitude is in the I am, right? Life happens as me stage. The beautiful thing about gratitude is we can tap into it at any time. It is like a light switch on the wall that we can turn on or turn off at any time. And because it's such a high vibration, it is like I played video games growing up. So if you hear me say cheat code, I'm sorry, I'm a nerd. When I was a kid, you play like Grand Theft Auto or whatever, right? I played all sorts of games, Skyrim, World of Warcraft, Grand Theft Auto. Like I was just a total nerd growing up. You could do cheat codes on most games. You type in a cheat code and you get like a car, or like ammo or health or like random shit. In real life, I was always curious, like, are there cheat codes? Like, are there ways that I can like do something and like kind of win the game faster? This is one of those things. Gratitude. So on the left side, negative polarity, this is lack. Ugh, it's not good. Other words, you're currently ungrateful. However, if you simply tap into gratitude, guess what happens? Instantly, you are in the highest vibration. You are in the I am consciousness. You are starting to ascend from literal hell on earth. You can either be in hell on earth or heaven on earth, depending on where your state of mind is. Now, let's talk about the right side, positive polarity, grateful, abundance, whatever you want to call it. You're oftentimes friendly. You're confident. You're feeling a sense of love. The energy is exciting instead of anxious, which leads to momentum, overall wellness, and growth. Signs that you are in the positive polarity, gratitude or abundance, strong self-image. Like you are connected to yourself, you're confident in yourself, you know who you are. More than enough. Because gratitude is literally the equivalent vibrationally as abundance, you're more than enough. There is more than enough. There's more than enough money. There's more than enough time. There's more than enough love, more than enough health and prosperity and all the good things in life. And you're living in general in personal empowerment. So to make this super simple, and I'm going to probably say this in my notes in a second, so if I repeat myself, forgive me. Gratitude is the bridge to take you from a low vibration to a high vibration. In other words, gratitude instantly tunes you to the right vibration and frequency to manifest anything you want rapidly, effortlessly, and with precision while enjoying the experience along the way. If that doesn't sell it, I don't know what will. Simplified truth. You're always operating from one of two places. You're either in force from the levels of consciousness period, which is lack, worst case scenario orientation. Scarcity mindset, resistance, struggle, effort, fear-based action, operating from what I don't want, hell state, literally hell, lower frequencies. Contradicting energy, I think is what I was supposed to say. No, actually, no. That was contracting. Like expansion is good, contracting. Ugh. So that's accurate, not good. Hostile universe. Probably have the quote in here too, but Einstein said the most important decision you'll ever make is whether you choose to believe you live in a friendly or a hostile universe. People in lack and in force literally believe like this place is fucked. And that two things can be true at once. I'm not going to deny that. This place is pretty fucked. The world is crazy. And it's also not. Because again, duality, polarity. It's not that it's bad or good. It's where are you at on the spectrum of those things? And what's your experience and your perspective of it with that being said? Flow, abundance. Right? You're either in force, lack, or flow, abundance. In flow, best case scenario orientation. You expect the best, and that's what you'll receive. Abundance mindset. You're in ease, alignment, trust, love-based action, operating from what I do want. Heaven state, higher frequencies. Expanding energy. Friendly universe. Okay? There is no neutral. You're always leaning one way or the other. Even middle emotions are either in force or flow. There is not, oh, I'm kind of in between. No, you're in one or the other, guaranteed. Einstein's quote, I just said it, the most important decision we make is whether we believe we live in a friendly or a hostile universe. So good. Universal law connection, the law of polarity, just said that as well. Everything has an opposite, and they're actually different degrees of the same thing. You shift experience by moving along the spectrum. That is why I'm saying gratitude's like a switch that just kind of leapfrogs you up the totem pole to the highest level of vibration, and it's something you can do instantly, anywhere, anytime. It doesn't require anything. Truthfully, you just be like, "Holy shit, man! Like, I'm alive. Like, this is way better than being dead. I'm grateful as shit. I get to talk to you through this camera. I'm doing what I love for a living. I love my desk. I got like this dope ass Rick and Morty Breaking Bad thing on my desk. I got my essential oils, which help me to focus. Like, I like this shirt. You know, you just like tap in. You're just starting to feel good. It's great. I'm grateful for you too, my friend. Grateful you're here. Let's keep going. Okay. So gratitude, I just said it. So, see, I'm already getting like giddy. It's just a great vibration. The quick fix. So gratitude is the quick fix you've always needed, but didn't fully understand or realize. Let's chat about it. Let me teach you about gratitude real quick. The bridge. Gratitude is the bridge between the positive and negative polarities of mind. Gratitude is the frequency shift. Gratitude moves you from force to flow, from lack to abundance, from hell to heaven, from hostile to friendly, instantly. Why gratitude works instantly does the following. It shifts your energy, vibration, and frequency to the highest level possible with a conscious choice, meaning you don't have to wait for your program to be perfect or fucking do like this long meditation. No, like literally in the moment, instantaneously, you can with a conscious choice say, I am grateful, and feel it and tap into it and feed that feeling, and it becomes powerful. Okay, shifts you from lack to abundance mindset and perspective, from not enough to more than enough. Increases your quality of life and feeling of fulfillment from the things already in your life. That's the best thing. Gratitude turns not enough into enough. There's not enough money in your account. There fucking for sure is, because you have some. There's not enough food in your fridge. There for sure is, because you have some. Like it's like crazy. It's like gaslighting yourself in a positive way, but it's not like bullshit. You know, it's like you feel grateful and you're like, dude, I'm so like, I love it. You know, I love walking around my neighborhood. I love my current home. It just makes you realize like, yeah, one day soon shit is going to be different. Uncertainty and change are the only constants. And I know where I'm headed, but damn, I like where I'm at. It's a good way to put it. Gratitude allows you to be happy and at least temporarily satisfied with where you're at. But you don't necessarily have to stay satisfied with where you're at, right? You can still choose to like want more, but at least in the moment that anchors you in this present moment of like, this is enough. And the thing is, the ironic part, it's like they say, to he who has, more will be given, and to he who has not, even what he has not will be taken away. Meaning, when you are abundant, when you are in gratitude, you'll make more money, you'll have more love, you'll have more fun. And guess what the universe is going to give you more of because you're in alignment with it? More money, more love, more fun. Like, it's a fucking cheat code. It's some crazy shit. Okay, I'm going to move on. Enhances the efforts you put in on a daily basis. For example, thinking grateful, again, triggers emotions. You feel grateful. That's the energy you carry. Outcomes that you create become the highest and best. I'm in business. I'm sure if you're watching this, maybe you are too. Or if not, that's okay. But imagine if clients were more willing to pay you more money, easier. If people in general respected you in your work, if like you just think of the fucking infinite ROI that this has, you would just attract the highest and best outcomes. I'll give you a quick example. And I know we're getting lengthy, but it's worth it. I went to Colorado last year to go to a wedding. We went to a place called Estes Park. If you're not familiar, gorgeous in Colorado. Highly recommend you check it out. We get to the airport. We got to get a rental car. We go to the rental counter, and all that whole trip at the airport where I'm at in Texas, on the plane, when we landed in Colorado, up until the rental counter, I was in that gratitude frequency, saying hi to people, making jokes, just joyous because I'm traveling. I love traveling. Now, get to the rental counter. I'm supposed to get like a fucking Volkswagen Jetta, like a really cheap little car. Start chatting with the dude. We have the same name, Christopher. So we start geeking out about that. We have a great interaction. He goes, hey man, I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to upgrade your rental car. You guys are going to Estes Park? We're like, yeah. He's like, you can't be going there with this little Jetta. Here, go take that Jeep Wrangler. So we get this dope yellow Jeep Wrangler, perfect for off-roading. He charts us out a whole path to go up the mountains and this canyon drive. And so the whole trip was even more magical. And I didn't have to pay more money for the car or anything just because I decided that day to be grateful and not be a dick, basically. Insane. Lifetime, like a once in a lifetime memory and opportunity. Still something I think about to this day often. It's so cool. So anyways, I hope sharing that gives you some inspiration to be grateful, and everything else that we've shared so far does as well. Sorry, my nose is itching me. It's been a long day. Okay. The power of gratitude. When you are grateful, fear disappears and abundance appears. Eckhart Tolle. So how to use it? So very simple, like gratitude practice, or you've probably heard of this before. Just write down a couple things each day. But as we talked about with affirmations or anything, if it's lacking emotion, it's not going to do shit. Feel it. Like I know for sure, regardless of your circumstances right now, and regardless of who you are watching this, there's something you could be grateful for. Like I have my dogs downstairs, for example. I always think about them. Super grateful for them, even if life sucks. I got my son downstairs. Dude, are you kidding me? Being a dad is the fucking coolest experience I've ever had in my life. Like just being able to be grateful of those things at a moment's notice. I know you have some things like that, and you can write about them. Like I could write down, like, I'm grateful for my son. I'm grateful for my dogs. I'm grateful for my partner. I'm grateful for my business. Like whatever. Same thing. You can also use it in moments of resistance. So I'll give you an example. I was on a walk earlier. Slipped into a negative state of mind, ruminating on some things that are bothering me. Immediately was like, whoa, hold up. What can I be grateful for right now? Damn, I love walking in my neighborhood. I love the oak trees. I just like, being outside, all this stuff. Instantly shifted state. Gratitude for the desire as if it's already here. So this is what true prayer really is. It's not, I hope, like, oh, please, God, give me. It's like, God, fucking thank you, dude. Thank you for giving me everything I need. Thank you for the, and I'm going to share a little bit about my vision. Thank you for the retreat center. Thank you for, like, I have these things that I'm, manifesting at the moment. And I don't like beg. I'm not like, oh, it'd be great. I'm like, dude, thanks. Like, I know I'm just doing my part. And pretty soon you're going to be seeing these videos from my office at my retreat center. That simple, right? It's not a matter of if, it's when, and it's thank you. It's not I hope, it's not how, thank you. I just know, right? Okay. The unconscious creator uses gratitude as a tool to predetermine the right state for the day. So basically like set your vibration right, start of the day, or to shift state instantly at a moment's notice when operating from force or lack. Marcus Tullius Cicero. Gratitude is not only the greatest of virtues, but the parent of all others. Put simply, because gratitude is such a high vibrational emotion, when you tap into it, you naturally embody and attract all the other positive things that a human being can be in that process. So let's talk why personal development fails. This is fresh on my mind, so I want to share this with you guys. The dirty secret no one tells you. If you're operating from lack, force, or negative polarity, the work you do on yourself won't matter or stick, or at the very least, it won't show, right? I see so many people weekly who say, oh, but Chris, like I've been there and I've done that for like XYZ years. I've been in personal development. I've read the books, like did the therapy, I did the whatever. And immediately, and I'm not being like, I'm trying not to be judgmental, right? I'm a tough love kind of person. So I'm going to say it how it is. And immediately I wonder, then why can't I tell? And where are your results to show for it? Like, you're saying that like we talked about in the first video, pet peeve. I know. If you knew, you would be it, right? It would show. Now, does that mean you got to be perfect? No. Am I perfect? Fuck no. Like I still self-sabotage sometimes. I still allow myself to spiral into negative states of mind. I still sometimes, whatever. It doesn't matter because it's not about being perfect. It's how do I handle those things when they arise, excuse me. And as long as you are actively practicing this, actively applying it, actively embodying it, and getting better than you were before, then you're doing the right thing because you're never going to be perfect. And no one else is either, but I'm going on a tangent here. Besides the point, if you're operating from lack, it's not going to work if you work on yourself. For example, I said here, again, being a know-it-all or getting ahead of yourself, meaning thinking you're further along than you actually are, will hold you back. I'm speaking from experience. It's something that you have to be aware of. So the truth is, if you're in a negative polarity, you and everything you create will follow, regardless of how much work you think you've done on yourself or how hard you've tried. And the reason I say this is because naturally with the work I do, people approach me with some pretty sensitive stuff. Hey, Chris, I'm going through this negative thing, or this happened, or this is my current challenge, and blah, 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 blah. And I have so much compassion, and I love these people, and I want to support them through it. And also, part of my job, or like what I do, is like when I see people in their own way, I got to call them out and be like, hey, like I'm noticing that you're saying that you know this information, but when I talk to you, you're fucking negative. Like you're very, very negative. You're not a positive person. Like you're stuck in victimhood. You're woe is meing, blah, 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 blah. And what that's telling me is you don't actually know this information, or that it's not working for you because you're not applying it, or you're not aware of kind of this big picture that I'm now giving you guys watching this course. I hope that makes sense. That's at least what I meant when I wrote this. So hopefully that's summarized. Okay. So why is this the case? Why does personal development fail if you're stuck in lack? Because you're trying to build from a negative, energetic, and mental foundation, which will crumble. Every action, every practice, and technique is filtered through scarcity. You're operating from fear and not from faith. And the energy behind the work undermines the work itself. I've talked about this. I said it during the levels of consciousness. I have operated from the negative polarity and still got results. But guess what happened? Those results did not last. And I could chalk it up to many things, the programming, the polarity, the blah, blah, blah. But generally speaking, if you are sowing seeds of negativity into your life or into your work or into the world, they will harvest, or they will come to bear fruit and be harvested. And it's not going to be fun. The trap. You read books, you take courses, you do affirmations, et cetera, et cetera. You think, oh, I should be further along by now. You wonder why nothing's changing, not realizing it's because you're feeding your mind shit, negativity, and expecting gold in return, positive outcomes. Does that make sense? No, it doesn't. Do you know why? Because the universe doesn't give a shit. And I'm not saying that the infinite consciousness, the divine energy doesn't care about us, because it is pure love. Like, if anything, it cares about us more than we even care about ourselves. But the universe, from a mechanical, lawful perspective, does not give a shit. It operates like a system. It's impartial to you or me or whatever else. So we need to play by its rules, or we will get played. The universal laws and the universe itself is impartial. The laws operate consistently, mechanically, and predictably. If you're vibrating at lack, you will manifest lack, plain and simple. If you're vibrating at abundance, you will manifest abundance. You can't fake it. Surface level practices from a place of desperation equals no results. Deep embodiment from a place of trust and surrender equals manifestation. The conscious creator knows state first, strategy second. Energy first, action second. Being first, doing second. But again, the second half is still action-based. Don't fool yourself. Don't think it's just about positivity, but then you don't actually follow through and embody the thing. You have to put in the work, internally and externally, okay? Socrates, the secret of change is to focus all of your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new. I want to give you my thoughts on this quote, because it's kind of a contradiction of what I've said, right? You're like, oh, Chris, the whole time you've been telling me I need to heal my trauma and reprogram my subconscious and whatever. I'm not saying you need to do that just for the sake of doing that. I'm telling you that you need to do that because you're focused on the new, right? What he's saying here, when we pinpoint this new, reality, this vision we have for ourselves, this new ideal, as James Allen said, your current life may not be ideal or not what you want, but it will not remain that way if you simply perceive an ideal and strive to take steps to reach it, basically, right? Same thing Socrates is saying here. The reason we center what we're doing, this transformational process, around what we desire, what we want to manifest, is because it makes it worth it. We're not doing it to go backwards or to just dig up the past for no reason. We're doing it because it's a refinement process. We must sacrifice our old self and all the limitations and all the pain and the bullshit to materialize what we desire. So it's not about fighting the old, but building the new, and the energy that is required is, like we talked about a second ago, transmutation. It's taking the lead and turning it into gold. We need that material to build the new. The old program, the stuck emotion, all the shit. We're using it as fuel for where we're going. I hope that makes sense. So now let's talk about being who you need to be. So being who you need to be, what does that look like? This is the foundation of conscious creation. Identity, your repeated beingness, who you believe yourself to be, and how you show up through your attitude, your thoughts, feelings, and actions as a result. That's the foundation of conscious creation, truly, because it's what we can control. Remember the thermostat. Your identity regulates your ability to manifest and create results. If you start to heat things up and go above what you're comfortable with, you're going to cool it back down. Shit starts getting cold, you start dipping into below what you think you're worth, you're going to heat things back up. So what we need to do is we need to raise your baseline. In other words, shift your identity, upgrade your self-image so that you have the capacity to not only create what you desire, but the capacity also to hold it, to not sabotage it, destroy it in the process. Take a step forward, take 2 steps back kind of thing. We don't want that because you can't out-earn your identity. You may have temporary bumps of income, but you'll always go back down to where you feel like you belong. You can't outperform your self-image. You may have periods of productivity or progress followed by complete drop-offs because your self-image is not equipped for the ride you want to go on. You can't outgrow your concept of self. You may have periods of time where you feel like, oh, I'm different, I'm transforming, and then next thing you know, you're the same old person doing the same old things, and this is why. To change your reality, you must change your identity. This is non-negotiable. You must die to your old self. What that really means is transforming yourself equals transforming your reality. Hal Elrod, let today be the day you give up who you've been for who you can become. I can't tell you how much this quote means to me. I don't even really know much about Hal Elrod, but that's a fucking long story. But this quote, there was a day that I gave up who I've been for who I can become. And it changed my life forever. So I recommend you do the same. Being who you need to be. Let's continue to talk about this. The question, who do you need to be? Not become, because become is almost like you're not that yet. Remember, you can be it now. You can embody the thoughts, the feelings, and the actions of that person now. So who do you need to be to manifest what you desire? And that's identity work. What beliefs does the version of you who already has your desire hold? Like, okay, assuming I already had that, what would I believe to be true about myself, other people in the world? How does that version of you think? How do they feel? How do they behave? What's their self-concept? Like, how do they refer to themselves? What do they think about themselves? What are their standards? Like, what will they accept? What do they settle for or not? What are their daily habits? Like, how do they operate as a human being? And the shift from I want to be wealthy, healthy, happy, etc., because everybody wants that, to I am wealthy, healthy, and happy, and I know that because of my state and my behavior, not necessarily my results, because I don't wait for results to tell me who I am. It's inside out first. When I become it, I will have it, not the other way around. So I know that if I want to be wealthy, healthy, and happy, I must be it now through my state, my thoughts and my emotions, and my behavior. And when that happens, I will have the thing. Operating from the end, Neville Goddard, right? Living, what is this, like the state of the wish fulfilled? You must be it before you have it. Okay, pretty clear. How identity changes. Let's talk about this. Number 1, decision. Decide who you're becoming. Create a clear picture and description of the new you. Declare it. Don't just leave it up to chance. Like, outline this person. You're doing character design. What is this new version of you like? How do they dress? How do they talk? How do they walk? What do they look like? What's their body size? I'm talking like make yourself. I'm not going to put the quote in here because it's too late, but George Bernard Shaw says, life is not about finding yourself. Life is about creating yourself. And I think that's so true. Like, remember, you are the I am experiencing itself. So how do you want that to go? Like, you can be whoever you want to be. You can change at a moment's notice. Does that mean you need to change? No, you're great as you are, but be who you want to be. Decide who you're becoming. Create a clear picture and description of that person. Declare it. That's who the fuck I am. Then evidence. Act in alignment with that identity as often as possible. Act as if you are, and you will become such. Leo Tolstoy. Create evidence through behavior. Reinforce that that's who you are. I know I'm that person because I just did that thing. I know I'm that person because I thought that thought. I felt that feeling. I behaved that way, and so on and so forth. And repetition. James Clear, we've said this several times. Your identity is your repeated beingness. So if you simply repeat being that person, guess who you're going to become? There's a story Bob Proctor would share about, what's his name? I can't think of the actor's name right now, but this actor changed his name. And he said, I acted like so-and-so for so long, I became him. And it wasn't who he was when he was born, but he created this person, this persona, and was like, I'm going to literally turn myself into them. And I totally relate to that, going through a similar process myself. Belief. The subconscious accepts the new identity as truth. And guess what? Results. Reality mirrors the new identity back to you. And it's fucking cool, I'll tell you what. Okay, conscious creator approach. Let's chat about it. Identify the desired and aligned identity. Embody it, as we just talked about, through repeated thoughts, feelings, and actions. Trust that results will follow, because they will, they must. In the full masterclass, the align phase walks you through the complete reality design protocol for identity shifting. For now, just understand identity is the foundation. Because again, we talked about the 3 belief systems, identity or self, the beliefs about self being the most powerful, also the most controllable, because it's like we can choose how we show up and how we reference ourselves through our thoughts, our feelings, and our behavior. Other people, it's kind of like we have to wait for the world to catch up in a way, right? We have to be it before we see it, kind of thing. Okay, you must be the change. Hey, that's so crazy. Good timing. You must be the change you wish to see in the world. Mahatma Gandhi. Great quote. And then this has like a very different meaning for me now. In the world, big picture, but also like in your reality, like you must be it first before that's what you see, kind of thing. So now let's talk about the conscious creation process. So again, I saved the best for last. We're getting to the final stretch of this video, and now we're going to take everything we've learned and I'm going to simplify it into a 2-step process that makes this so easy that you can't mess it up moving forward. Okay? Whoops, did I get ahead of myself? Maybe, hold up. Get a sneak peek. Nope. All right, cool. This is the conscious creation model, and it's quite simple. If I could distill everything I'm teaching you into one simple image, it would be this. And I gave it even a name, planting and watering seeds. It's so simple, okay? On the left here, we have impression. Planting seeds, in other words. And that is, so planting seeds is the process of impressing ideas into the subconscious mind through images, emotion, and repetition to initiate reprogramming. We've already talked about all this stuff, but just to simplify, we must impress what we desire and what is aligned with where we want to go and who we want to be, and et cetera, into our subconscious mind. Because it must and will bring forth what we impress into it. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. On the right-hand side, we have embodiment. We've talked a lot about this. Watering seeds is the process of embodying the future reality in the present through your state, which are your thoughts and feelings, and behavior, your actions and habits, which is simply called your attitude. So, my friend watching this is what you need to do. You need to impress into your subconscious mind every single day moving forward what you desire. I want you to impress images and emotions that relate to who you want to become, what you want to do in the world, the desires you have, and so on and so forth. And then I want you to back that up by being it now, by deciding that I will control how I feel, how I think, how I act, the habits I allow into my life, because I am this thing, and therefore I must have it. And this process, when met hand in hand, embodiment and impression, leads to manifestation. This is when your desired reality will materialize, and faster than you can imagine. Yes, there's a gestation period. No, I cannot give you a specific timeline, but this is the process to speed it up to the fastest possible timeline with the least amount of effort, because you are handling or covering your bases when you do this process. So now, okay, so the conscious creation process, so how to use this model. So let's just go back to it one more time. So now we're going to talk, how do we use this? Break it down in plain text for you. Okay. Step 1, impression. Visualize your desire with emotion. I like visualization. It's, I think, the most powerful tool we have personally, because it directly uses the mechanisms and like it speaks the language of the subconscious, images, emotions. Visualization does a great job for that. So you want to visualize your desire with emotion and impress the image. If you're going to use affirmations, use them with feeling. Okay? So you want to impress the idea. Whatever you say needs to have feeling with it, or it's not going to do shit. Repeat consistently. Impress through repetition. And the goal, again, is to plant the seeds in the subconscious mind using a proven technique like visualization or affirmations with feeling that triggers images and emotions. Because when that happens, they will be impressed into the subconscious mind. Okay? Step 2, embodiment. Live as if it's already done. Embody expectancy. As I mentioned a second ago, not I hope or I wish or no. Thank you. Anytime now, basically. Yeah. Align your state, thoughts and feelings and behavior, actions and habits. And take aligned action daily towards your vision. Bridge the internal and the external. If you leave it in the mental plane because of your thoughts and your feelings, I'm not saying that it's impossible, that it's not going to happen. Like stranger things have happened. And technically speaking, impressing something into your mind is definitely a cause. However, when you embody it through your action, you will speed up the process. You will be more engaged in the co-creative experience. And also you're creating evidence through behavior, through progress, through results, which is going to speed up the process of reprogramming your subconscious mind and also conveying to whatever infinite power that is, that this is actually something that you are committed to and persistent in, and therefore, in a sense, worthy of. Okay, so goal, water the seed through consistency and alignment. And step 3, manifestation, baby, the fun part. Trust the process, gestation period, stay consistent, keep watering and planting those seeds daily. Watch it materialize. You will have a harvest, like a farmer who plants the crops. Sooner or later, he's going to have a harvest. And as a result, the seed produces a harvest. Your idea, desire, thought, whatever, becomes reality. You have manifested. This is conscious creation in action. Impress, embody, manifest. Neville Goddard. If you will assume your desire and live there as though it were true, no power on earth can stop it from becoming a fact. That is perfectly summarizing what I'm saying. Okay, let's continue to talk about this. Embodiment, just to recap, living from the end. Don't wait for the manifestation, meaning don't wait for tangible results to dictate how you embody the thing. Live now as if it were here now in the ways you can control. You can't control the result. You can always control your state and behavior. So how to embody? Think like the person who already has your desire. Feel like the person who already has your desire. Act like the person who already has your desire. And I'd also add, think, feel, and act like you would as if you already had it, basically. This isn't fake it until you make it. This is recognizing that the version of you and reality that has your desire already exists in consciousness. Once you create the vision and the mental picture, it's now real. Like, again, to your own mind, what is real? It knows no difference between what is imagined and what is experienced in reality. So therefore, the minute you plant the seed in your mind, it is real. Is it physically real? Maybe, maybe not. But to your mind, it's real. So act accordingly. And as you do that, it will become manifest. And now, because of that, you're just aligning with it. You're like, look, I already created the thing. It already exists in the, quantum field, so to speak. So now I just simply have to do my part to align with that thing and wait for its arrival. The conscious creator lives as if the wish is fulfilled, even before external reality reflects it. So regardless of what your bank account says, your current relationship says, regardless of whatever, regardless of your circumstances, conditions, or results, right now, you will commit to controlling how you think, how you feel, how you act, and daily impress into your subconscious mind what you want versus what you currently have. And if you follow this process every single day and stay consistent, it legitimately cannot be any other way that you one day look up and what you held in your mind is now what you hold in your hand. And I know that to be true because, again, as I said in the first video, you being here watching this video right now is literally proof. If you need proof, touch your face for me, okay? You're here, okay? I saw you in my mind for years, and now you're here. And now I'm here. This person that I am, even how I look, how I'm dressed right now, like it's the craziest shit that, yeah, I could go on a tangent, but I'll save you the time. I hope you feel what I'm saying. I hope you get it. And again, I know this to be true because I'm living it. Live in the feeling of being the one you want to be, and that you shall be. Ain't that some shit? Okay, now you have the tools. Let's bring it all together into a practical framework, the Conscious Creator Framework. And I just want to say, you don't have to remember all of this. Like, it's pretty simple, right? It's like impress shit into your mind, embody it. That's pretty much it. But I'm just going to break it down, make it simple. So, Conscious Creator Framework. Monitor your state, your thoughts and your feelings. What am I thinking right now? What am I feeling right now? What frequency am I operating on? Am I in force, lack, or am I in flow, abundance? Shift your state when needed. When you recognize you're out of alignment, if you're in force or lack, shift into flow and abundance. If you're in a lower frequency, consciously choose higher frequency thoughts and feelings, or use your physiology to change your state. Do breath work, move around, get that shit out of you. And if negative thought loops persist, interrupt them and realign. Choose a new conscious thought, realign. Align your behavior, actions, and habits. Be the ideal you in the now. Don't wait till later. Just start to practice being that ideal version of you today, and pretty soon you will be that person. Take inspired action, not forced action. I'm not expecting you to grind it out necessarily, but you definitely have to show up. You have to take action. You have to make progress. You have to move the needle every single day and back up the internal work with the external work. Remember that consistent small steps beat sporadic massive action. It's better to be consistent and do it over a long period of time than to do it occasionally in a big burst, let's say. 4, trust the process. Remember the law of gender. There is a gestation period. It will take time. We don't know how long. It doesn't matter. If you truly want the thing and you're truly committed, you won't give a shit either way. You'll just continue to go for it until it's here. And that's part of this persistence key element. You have to persist. You have to simply not quit. Okay? Stay consistent even when results aren't visible yet. It doesn't matter. It's real to you, and therefore it's real. Fuck the world. Continue. Persist. Faith equals certainty before evidence. Live in faith, not fear. Faith is the belief in things unseen. I was about to go on a tangent with a quote, but it slipped my mind. But yeah, faith is the belief in things unseen. What's that quote by Bob Proctor? Let me think. I'm going to pause and think about it real quick. Faith gives me the ability to see the invisible, believe in the incredible, and achieve results that the masses call impossible. That's a banger. Okay, cool. Even simpler. Here's a very quick and easy process that applies this framework in real time in mere seconds. The daily reality check. You just basically ask yourself, how's my attitude right now? My thoughts, my feelings, my actions? Is this aligned with what I'm desiring to manifest or become? If not, shift it immediately. And if so, celebrate it. So you just check in with yourself. Just stay aware. Check in with yourself multiple times a day. Be aware. How am I feeling in this moment? How have I been acting lately? What are my results showing? So on and so forth. Course correct when off track. Celebrate when on track. You want to positively reinforce any evidence, which can be anything, by the way. For example, I'll give you a funny one. I'm someone who does what I tell myself to do. Drink your water. Okay, no problem. I follow through. Don't mind my big ass water bottle. Bam, evidence. Just like that. It could be that simple. Don't make it hard. Obviously, bigger stuff is cool too, but sometimes you just need to create some positive win, move in the right direction. Okay, so celebrate when on track. This becomes automatic over time. Eventually, you won't need to consciously check all the time. You'll just operate from the conscious creator state by default. It becomes automatic. Most of the time, it's almost like becoming, unconscious competence for me, to where I don't even have to check in like, how am I feeling right now? Apologies, phone rang. Okay, so what I was saying is it's almost become unconscious competence now, to where like I used to have to be so intentional, like constantly like, oh shit, like almost like I catch myself. Whereas now it's almost just becoming automatic. Like I'm feeling myself slip, taking some deep breaths, shifting into gratitude. I find myself about to self-sabotage. Nope, realign, interrupt the pattern. Like, you get what I'm saying? And I know it'll be the same for you. It's going to be a little bit of work, but it's fun. You get to learn more about yourself. You get to make the unconscious conscious, take back control of yourself and your reality. And in the process, you'll learn tons about yourself. And obviously, the fruits of your labor are worth it. Obviously, if you truly like want what you want, it'll be worth all the effort. Okay, working with resistance. I just talked about this a little bit, but let's dive in. Resistance will show up. Even as a conscious creator, your subconscious will resist change. It's trying to protect your old identity and old belief system. It's part of the game. Okay, when resistance shows up, don't fight it or get involved with it. Like, don't get all emotional and like, no, just fucking leave it be. Like, part of the reason it survives is because of all the energy we give it. Oh man, like yesterday, like I freaking got distracted for a minute, or like, oh no, this bad thing was happening. No, like leave it be. Okay. What you want to do is acknowledge it. I see you. Like I'm just wrote over a little now. I see you, old programming, right? You just notice it. Like I'm on to you. You know, whatever. Choose the new thought, feeling, or action anyways. Okay. I understand that I may have just wasted time on social media. No worries. Phone's getting put down. Let's move forward. Take another action. Choose a new thought. Do something different. Okay? Repeat it until it becomes a new default. So that's kind of, it's just a practice. Like you got to think everything that you are and all the ways you are right now took practice. The difference is you did it unconsciously. Now you just get to do it consciously. It's kind of like when I say like right now you're breathing manually. Sorry. Right? Now you got to breathe manually. It's not fun, but hey, it's part of the game. Sometimes you got to remind yourself what it's like to be alive. Anyways, I have a full process to overcome this instantly, this resistance. Like when you start to self-sabotage or slip, I have a full process to overcome this. I'm not shitting you, instantly in the full masterclass. Just want to throw that out there. Okay, common forms of resistance. Self-doubt. Who am I to want this? Fear. What if I fail? What if I succeed? That's even a weirder one. Like we're afraid of success. You know, it's strange. Human beings are funny. Self-sabotage patterns, procrastination, avoidance, perfectionism, whatever. And we all experience that. Like I say, I'm not suggesting I'm a perfect person. We all experience this. An example, you're never not going to be hungry or tired or hot or cold, or it's just a part of the experience. Those things come and go. This shit's no different. Okay? The difference is right now, you may not know what to do when it happens. Like at least when you're cold, you know, you can go grab a blanket, or when you're thirsty, you drink some water. But when you start spiraling or you start getting stuck, you don't know what to do. Okay? The difference is when you learn what to do, it's just like when you get hungry, just like when you get tired, just like when you get cold. It's slightly inconvenient, but you just fucking handle it and you move on. Okay? That's a good way to put it. It happens to everybody. You can't escape it, but you can overcome it. You can, work with it and therefore make progress anyways. The conscious creator approach. Expect resistance. Don't fool yourself that one day everything's just going to be like a piece of cake. It's going to be fucking hard, but hard's relative. And also it doesn't have to be hard. I don't want to make that belief in you. Like it has to be hard. No, it doesn't have to be. It can be easy, even though it's hard. Two things can be true at once. Like life is inherently kind of challenging and confusing and weird, but it's also awesome, you know? So like, who cares? So we just kind of expect like, look, I'm probably going to fuck up. I'm going to get in my own way. That's okay. The universe is going to test me. That's okay. Like you just kind of commit. Like, I don't really care what happens, how hard it is, how long it takes. I'm just going to keep moving forward and I'm going to focus on what I can control. And I know that with enough time, that is just going to handle it. I don't have to trip about all this shit. Okay. Don't make it mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. Basically, it's like, oh, it's the old program. What's up, man? Like, I know all about you. Okay. Well, I'm not going to worry about you. I'm focused on where we're going. Okay. Cool. Keep moving forward anyway, no matter what. You know, one of my mentors taught me this. I sometimes facilitate these transformational retreats. People are having these really profound breakthroughs, you know, in their journeys and stuff. And he taught me, if the ship is going down, meaning if shit is hitting the fan, so actually, let me back up. You ever watch the movie Titanic? If you haven't, interesting movie. There's a scene where the boat is filling with water, and there's this violin player, and he's just playing the violin, and water is coming up around him, and he just continues to play the violin. My mentor said, when the boat starts to sink, keep playing the music, right? Keep playing the violin. Basically, stay cool. Like, don't react. Don't get all stirred up about the external. Just keep playing the violin. Keep playing the music. That's what you got to do, okay? Be the violin player in the Titanic. Remember, resistance is information. It's just feedback. It shows you where the old programming still has influence. Acknowledge it. Like, I see you. I'm aware of you, okay? And then reprogram it. Go think new things, feel new things, take new actions, and remind yourself that it took time for this to exist. It's going to take time to replace it, but that's okay because all I got is time. Let's just keep moving forward, all right? In the full masterclass, the audit phase, which is the one right after this, systematically identifies your specific, like you as a person specific, resistance patterns. The actualize phase gives you the daily systems to work with that resistance and overcome it as well. And the reason why I think this is important to mention is because the cave you fear to enter holds the treasure you seek. That is why I brought up trauma and I brought up all this crazy shit throughout this process, because I promise you, it's like, the diamond in the rough or the diamond in the coal, right? It's like, it's like all this black shit and coal, but when you crack it open, guess what's in it? Gems, like all the gold, okay? Recapping, let's just wrap this bad boy up, okay? This is the process. Step 1, get clear. What is it that you want? Create a crystal clear written description and mental picture of what you want. Step 2, identify the required identity. Who must you become to manifest this? What beliefs, state, and behavior are needed? Step 3, impress and embody daily. Reprogram your subconscious morning and night with emotions and images. Align your state and behavior. Take consistent, small, and inspired actions daily towards your desired reality. Step 4, monitor and adjust. Remain conscious as often as possible. Check your attitude, thoughts, feelings, and actions. Celebrate progress and results. Any evidence that you can positively reinforce about this, yourself and your growth and the manifestation, do that. And course correct as needed. Shift your state, realign, refocus, whatever you got to do. Step 5, trust and allow. Stay consistent and persistent, regardless of external feedback. Focus on what you can control and allow divine timing to run its course. With faith, persistence, and consistency, you will prevail. I know that to be true, okay? Trust me, I have been through some shit to get here, but it's fucking worth it. So prevail. just do the thing, okay? This is the Conscious Creator Framework. Use this daily. This is Conscious Creation in Action. It will unlock your ability to manifest a reality of your design. This is the foundation, but it's only the beginning. So what's next? Let's discuss. The journey continues. Where you are now, you've completed the Awaken module. Congratulations. Great job. You now understand the nature of reality, consciousness, and mind. Your subconscious mind, the program running the show, how manifestation works, mechanics and energetics, the shift from unconscious to conscious creator, levels of consciousness and reality polarity, identity, embodiment, and the conscious creation framework. You don't yet know your specific self-sabotage pattern or patterns unique to you. You don't know your specific limiting beliefs in each area of life. You don't know your specific trauma responses and triggers. You don't know how to systematically identify and heal those blocks so they stop holding you back. And you don't know how to stop self-sabotaging yourself from manifesting your ideal reality. You also don't know how to stay consistent and accountable with what you've learned so far. So, with that in mind, you don't yet or haven't fully implemented the complete reality design protocol, which is the complete vision, goals, scripts, canvas process. So basically really designing your entire reality vividly and all the processes to manifest it. The daily systems and habit framework, you have not dove into that. You haven't fully implemented the accountability and support structure or the full reprogramming toolkit, audios, meditations, and more. This is by design. Module 1, Awaken, what you are finishing right now, gives you the foundation. So we got to get this out of the way because the rest of the masterclass gives you the complete system step by step. Because now we're moving from information overload to some extent to like getting shit done, making it happen. installing the processes, doing the internal work, getting everything set up so this process flows. But now you at least have the foundational knowledge. You have everything you need to get started. And honestly, you have more than I did when I started by like 100 times. So take it, use it, run with it. So the journey continues. For free manifestation course members watching this, what you can do now: complete the reality design challenge if you haven't already. Practice conscious creation daily. Make this a part of who you are and what you do. Book your free one-to-one clarity call if you haven't already. Unlock the full masterclass, support, and premium community if you're ready. You can learn more at chrisconder.com/start. If you want the complete transformation and process, the audit phase, where we identify and reprogram your specific blocks, the align phase, we design your ideal reality with precision, and the actualize phase, where you master your ability to manifest your ideal reality through your state, behavior, and results, then you can join Reality Design. The full masterclass, private community, live coaching, and support, accountability, and more is available to you when you're ready to go all in. For Reality Design members, people who already took the leap, what's next? You're moving into the audit phase. We'll systematically identify your specific patterns and programming that's holding you back from manifesting your ideal reality. You'll experience the transformational power of shadow work, inner child work, belief audits, and more. You'll see and break through exactly what's been holding you back. And then, during the align phase, we'll design your reality completely. Like finish the full protocol, get you the long-term vision, the short-term goals, the daily strategies, everything you need to manifest it. And in the actualize phase, that's where you'll manifest it in real time. So all the systems, the habits, the accountability will go into action there. They'll all be in place, and you'll be executing and making progress every single day, watching things unfold in real time. You have everything you need, okay? If you're in reality design, you're all set. Now is the time to do the work and trust the process. And I'm so grateful that you came along on this journey. I'm grateful to be here to witness you and your transformation and everything in between. So before we move on, I'm curious. How have you, my friend watching this, been unconsciously creating your current life? What specific patterns have been running? What limiting beliefs are active in your program? What trauma responses are triggering self-sabotage? Where is the shadow showing up for you? And what do you need to do to resolve all that internally? That way, you can consciously create the next chapters and the new chapters of your life story and manifest a reality of your design. Well, to get the new, the old has to go. And without addressing what's been unconsciously creating your current reality, you'll continue to get the same shit, and it's going to suck. So, with that in mind, this is where most people get stuck. They learn the mechanics, they understand the principles, they try to apply them twice, I guess, and then they get stuck. Why? Because they haven't systematically identified and reprogrammed their specific blocks. So that's where we're headed, and it's going to be a blast, perhaps the most profound breakthrough you've ever experienced. You are here, awaken. Where you're headed, here, audit, align, actualize. And you can read those or screenshot that if you want to dig into that. But that's where we're headed. You have now completed Awaken. Congratulations. You learned the essential mechanics, principles, and fundamentals of subconscious reprogramming, consciousness, and manifestation to understand exactly how your reality is built. Congratulations. That's huge. Okay? So what you need to identify your specific self-sabotage patterns, to uncover your limiting beliefs in each area of life, to understand your trauma responses and triggers, to integrate your shadow and heal your inner child. And that's what the audit phase of this program does, systematically makes the unconscious conscious so you can reprogram it. For free manifestation course members, you have the foundation. Awaken is complete. Fist bump, bam. You can practice conscious creation with what you learned, but you don't have the tools to identify, interrupt, and reprogram your personal blocks. For Reality Design members, you're ready for audit. We're going to dive deep into your specific personal patterns and program, and by the end, you'll know exactly what's holding you back and exactly how to program it. So the gap is clear. You know how reality works, but you don't yet know what your specific programming is creating, and that's what we're going to dive into next. So final words to wrap up as we put a bow on this module and this first part of the course. You are the creator, my friend. You are a walking miracle. I mean that, with unlimited power within you. And I truly hope you never play small, hold back, or settle in your life again. You are worthy and capable of all the good you desire. And it's been my honor, truly, thank you, my friend, to accompany you on this journey so far. As I mentioned, you are literally the walking tangible result of this work and what it's done for me. And I feel so honored and grateful and blessed to be here. And I hope you know I care about you, whoever you are, wherever you're at. I really hope you take this information and it has even a 10% impact on you like it's had on me, because I know it'd do a lot for you. So thank you. I appreciate you. And I have a question: unconscious or conscious creator, you choose. Either way, we both know what is going on behind the scenes, so choose wisely. And you've awakened. You now know what most people never see, that reality is not something that manifests by accident, but by design, that you are not powerless, that that consciousness creates through the mind. You are not a victim. Whatever programming and conditioning you received isn't your fault, but now it's your responsibility to choose what to do with it. After childhood, you've been the creator all along, just unconsciously. And the shift starts now. From this moment forward, you have a choice. Continue operating unconsciously from your default programming, or step into your power as the conscious creator. Choose wisely. A powerful quote to wrap this up. The question isn't who's going to let me. The question is who's going to stop me. Next steps for free manifestation course members: complete the Reality Design Challenge and the full roadmap. Unlock your graduation bonus. I'm excited about that. Access and follow the resources below, and upgrade to the full masterclass if you're ready. And lastly, master the basics of what you've learned. Next steps for Reality Design members. Number 1, continue completing your roadmap and the masterclass course. Number 2, access and follow the resources below this video. Number 3, leverage the community and coaching for support. Number 4, have fun. We have a hell of a ride ahead of us, and I'm excited. Okay, if you're in the free manifestation course, as always, ready to go deeper. If you haven't already, get personalized guidance on a free reality design clarity call. You can book that at chrisconder.com/clarity or below this video. And if you're ready to unlock the full reality design masterclass and protocol, go to chrisconder.com/start. For my reality design crew, if you want more support and accountability, you got it. Join the weekly reality design community calls. And if you want some one-on-one support, you can apply by going to chrisconder.com/waitlist. And guys, if you enjoyed this course, if you got to the end, if you felt like this was even worth half of your time, I'd ask you, leave me a testimonial so more people can find out about this and we can really get this information out in the world. Because again, I think this is the most powerful thing that any person could learn. And I know it's going to change so many lives. So if you could leave me a review, that'd be amazing. realitydesign.chrisconder.com. And lastly, I just want to say thank you, my friend. Thank you for getting through this course. And I'm here for you. I'm rooting for you. Truly, like, I fucking believe in you. And I know if you apply this information, you're going to look back at this time that you spent with me throughout this course, and it's going to be the turning point in your life. So much love to you. Again, I'm supporting you from wherever you're at. And we'll talk soon, okay? Thanks.